Hello there. Let us see if we can get this started again. I've gotten everything done correct. It looks to be working. Hello everyone. Let's see if we can maybe get a little bit more fight out of the other teams than we did yesterday. I would hope. Hello Noble, Kingslayer, Steve, Ducky, Alex. I think we're going to be back with Baronax indeed. I think we're just going to copy the settings that we had last time around and see if we do better today. Hello Harry. And I think that is the best way to do this. I think we'll also just do it simple with the first 2-3 races until we get upgraded. We're just going to sim through them. And I think that's going to solve things in a nice manner. But yeah, we're just going to be doing the same thing we did yesterday with the team setup and everything. If you have any questions about this, feel free to ask and I'll respond. But we'll have to see. As far as I know, Daniel, patch notes are not out yet. I have not received anything at least. Double check just to be on the safe side. Yeah, I've not received anything yet. I could probably go and poke the space, but let's be honest, it's going to be more fun to discover it over the next couple of hours until the game releases publicly. Hello Lucas, I'm doing great. How are you? We are going to do it in hard and hard. It's what we did yesterday. Basically, they've just solved some of the issues that we ran into yesterday, among them the AI being very uncompetitive. We'll have to see what other things. Apparently the affiliate thing with Antonelli has been fixed, so we will figure it out and sort it out over the video. Yeah. Upgrade the factory, everything else level 1, like we had it yesterday. Scouting department is locked at level 1. Can't do anything with that. And I think we want to do probably one level of the hospitality area. I believe that is what we did yesterday. So that way we should be back yesterday's start. I have to find the same pair of drivers. It was good old Dennis and the bear. That sounds like a children's book. Dennis and the bear. Honestly. Also going to go ahead and go with generated staff like we did yesterday. Just to keep things basically the same for the teams. That is a little bit too good for our team. So the generated staff could be a bit of an issue. We'll have to see. And maybe replace them, say, going to next year. But there we are. Basically, 75-ish overall for our staff and drivers. That should be fairly acceptable. Should get things done. And unfortunately, Damien, we are going to stick with the same lineup of Hauger and Behrman because I want to have a look at how drivers develop, more or less. And you want to sound a little low? It is, honestly, but we don't really have any other options. That's the thing. It's either 71 or we go for a 65. Because we're using level 1 ratings, and they cap out at, I believe, 75. Well, 77. Batman. But this should be fine. Picker will be a little bit scuffed, but we can handle that. Let's see if they fix this. So yesterday when I tried to choose a powertrain, we tried to pick Mercedes because I believe they will be the safest choice because of durability. Yesterday when they tried to pick them, it defaulted back to Renault. Let's see if they fix that bug, first and foremost. Car liveries, let's use a different preset than we used yesterday. There was also a question. Apparently Discord is not muted. My beard. If you heard that, I might need to just leave Discord. Give me a second to fix this, put it on streamer mode. So that it is quiet. But yeah, there are 5 liveries that are deluxe edition. It is these 5 right here. So if you're looking to use any of these presets, you are going to have to buy deluxe. And there are also, in that very same vein, some of the patterns are deluxe only. Like this one, this one, this one, this one, and I believe there is one more, this one. So 5 patterns, 5 presets are deluxe only. So if you want those, you're going to have to invest in the deluxe edition. Day 1 patch Jasper is just a bunch of fixes. I haven't seen patch notes yet, so I'm kind of just exploring now to see exactly what has been fixed. Maybe what something you need to keep an eye out on when you play the game yourself. But the game should be out in about an hour and a half, so it's not long until it releases for everyone. I'm kind of tempted to go with the other option I had yesterday, the black and gold. I think that could be neat. Either that or we go with maybe the silver one. Silver and black. Do I want more silver or do I want little silver? I think we just go with this one and then we can switch it out if it becomes very, boring later on. We're going to have to mess around with our sponsors again, so that is going to be fine. Is there any deluxe presets for the race suit? No, not by the looks of it. We'll just go with the same one we did yesterday. Again, just trying to run through this a little bit quick so we can get back into the racing aspect. It should be fun. And let's see if this one gets broken. No. Apply changes and exit the editor. So we already have everything sorted. Just need to put everything on hard now. And that should be fine. I'm Narrowbacks, the team principal of Baronax. Yeah, it is hard. That should be good. We are ready to start. See what we can do. Hello everyone, again. Hello BKK. Hope next year they give me a YouTube skin. Honestly, I was talking a little bit with Work to Space yesterday, and it seems like the decals are somewhat easily bondable. So I assume there's going to be mod packs released fairly early where you can mess around with the skins and decals. So it's going to be fairly interesting. Binotto will be the Audi team principal. I haven't seen that news. Looked interesting. Want to recreate the Lotus team? I think you can. You'd get very close at least, Lucas. But honestly, if I start diving into the team branding here, we'd probably be here for an hour. I think we spent almost an hour yesterday, half an hour, 45 minutes, something like that, just setting the team up before we even got started. But yeah, like yesterday, the mentality is mostly negative. Do we believe everyone hates each other, just like yesterday? I would think so. And maybe we can solve those issues like yesterday. Facilities, performance, staff, everything is bad and no one likes each other. So we're going to get started with the designs until we get more money. We only have 2 million. Looks like there's been no rebalances here on the parts. Everything takes 33 days now to design, with the exception of Front Wing and Rear Wing, which takes 44. So that should be fine. Everything is 1 million also, so they've kind of made the costs here a little bit more uniform. So side pods, underfloor suspension, chassis, everything is 1 million. Everything takes 33 days, which is a little weird, but it is the choice that they have made. Now the question is, are we going to see as insane growth as we saw yesterday? And the answer to that is no, we're not. We're barely seeing an improvement, actually. Okay. Sliders might still be a little bit too powerful, though. Yeah, maybe. So yeah, this looks a little bit more like what we saw yesterday. I think the slider multipliers might have a couple of issues, but we'll see as we go more into this. Baronax is back, yes. I think Alpine will be hard to manage. They are basically the second slowest team behind Sauber. Yeah, time zones are rough, Loof. Australians are really... Like, we yell at Australians for that one race you guys have, and then you get, shafted for everything else. Hey, Camille. I don't know. I think it might have some balance changes, but it mostly is just going to be fixes, I think. So I'm kind of streaming here to explore that. Hour and a half, yeah. Hour of 20 minutes until the game releases. It would be fun, though, if Audi actually gets the old Ferrari man in charge. Afternoon, Cal. My first team I will be speedrunning. I'm probably going to do Sauber or Alpine. Last year I picked AlphaTauri because I was afraid that Alfa Romeo was too slow to make a decent series with. But we still pulled it off, so maybe I was a little bit too careless. But I'm probably going to make the speedrun series tomorrow. Would probably be the first episode. Mainly just due to the fact that I wanted to wait for the day 1 patch to release, so that everything is kind of equal for everyone. if anyone decides to kind of follow what I do. So that is why I've elected to do things the way that I have. Now, side pods or chassis? I think the chassis is actually the best choice there, because the chassis has actually gotten a little bit fun in the sense that since they've added the DRS effectiveness to it, you can do some pretty insane things with the high speed cornering ability. As you can see, we're not losing any top speed really. We could do this, and honestly it might be for the best that we do this. You can kind of see here the insane gains. 134 high speed, almost 20 low speed, 60 medium. I think the gains still need a little bit of balancing for sure, but we'll do this. The DRS effectiveness isn't too serious of an issue because we need to catch up to the teams ahead of us before we even can, you know, take advantage of the DRS. So we'll do this for the chassis, and once we have an opportunity, we're going to go ahead and make the side pods, which is going to solve the engine cooling issue. So this is what we're aiming for. Put a couple of extra engineers on that, and once we get the sponsor negotiation in 6 days, we should get enough money to make a couple more pieces. McLaren won't suck at the game now. Time is for me. It is 14:40. How do I do my design? Do I put all my time and chassis into one thing? Yeah, I usually just do everything into one piece because that way you get a big boost. The way that expertise works is that the lower your expertise, the quicker it goes up. So at low, let's say if you have 30% expertise, you're going to get more benefit from using ATR at 30% than using it at 40, for instance. So spreading over each piece can give you, you know, upgrades to everything. But if you, rather than do that, just put it into one piece will give you a huge upgrade. Then you can just switch piece, you know, do the upgrade on a different piece next time. I haven't tested intense design yet, Domus. Financially, particularly if you start out with a situation that I am in, I wouldn't think it is worth it. I haven't seen max stats yet, no. Thank you for the super Jarek, sorry. How does the doer compa red to last year? Huh? The do work? Compa red? Sorry, can you just make... Oh, does the sign work compared to last year, I assume? It seems to be a little bit quicker, but you also have a lower starting point. So, I honestly don't know yet. It's kind of hard to judge the sign because the pre-release patch had an issue with AI not really managing their components properly, putting components on the car, so you didn't really have anything to compare with. So I think the design is very comparable to last year with how you do sliders. But we'll have to see exactly if we can outcompete the AI or if they become a little bit better. Sorry for my confusion there, but if the difficulty slider, we have hard difficulty, we still have durability, which is honestly the real difficulty slider if you ask me. So yeah, the game still has both of those. Should do the lightest car with the worst stats, yeah. Do I still recommend pretty much ignoring airflow sensitivity? I don't know yet. The thing is, airflow sensitivity has an effective temperature, and with the mechanical errors, running high temperatures could be a really bad thing. So it's one of those things that, again, I need to experiment with before I can make a decision one way or another. You can definitely see, you know, the viewpoint of each side, if that makes sense. This is some pretty terrible options here for our sponsorships. The funding is very low for most of these. I think we go with Faro R Energy. They have 20 million on the others. We still get decent upfront pay. So that should make things work great. Do I know any information about the challenges or race replays that were in the game last year? They're going to be in this year's game too. Hello, Health Throne. Cornering seems to still be the thing to go for, yes. Yeah, I feel like it's an improvement, Doctor. Feels improved in my eyes. Let us go with this man. That's some extra upfront funding. Again, when you sign a main sponsor, you can sign 5 extra ones. And what we're looking for here is upfront funding so that we can get a little bit more pay, a little bit more upgrades onto our car. Do I want to go with engagement or do I want to go with race day? We take Serpent, and lastly we take whichever one of these two that pays the most. That would be Enric. So yeah, that is it. Apparently we're going to have some problems here with driver marketability and facility effectiveness. This basically tells you that some of these guys, if you look at the contract symbol here, as you can see, there's mandatory activities, energy drink cameo. So one of our drivers is going to get a hit to its marketability, and you can kind of check this for every single one of these. Just click on them, hover over them, and you can see that there's going to be a guided tour mandatory activity that's going to lower our staff performance. There's going to be a wind tunnel hire, which means that we basically nepo hire someone, I assume. And that is, of course, going to affect us, but it's not a lot. It's just 1 or 2 times, so it's not really a huge deal. 85 million total funding here from our sponsors, 21 million up front. You can take that for sure. What do I think about how McLaren handled Hungary? Terrible. They aren't used to racing in front. When you are racing in front, you don't need to, react to cars behind unless you're in danger. McLaren got a little bit too jumpy and screwed up the internal, team chemistry, team mentality, if you will, a little bit. But let's face it, Oscar's basically Raikkonen reincarnated, who's just slightly more chatty. So I think it will be fine. It just looks really bad. How does it work with salary? Is it from your starting budget you choose? Salary is paid over the year, so if you pick line 2 super drivers like Hamilton and Verstappen, you're going to be paying them 60 million, so you do need to worry about that as well. Haven't seen patch notes yet, Kian, unfortunately. Thank you again, Jarek. Appreciate it a ton. I've been enjoying the game a lot, but let's face it, I enjoyed 23 a lot at the start too. Took me 20-30 hours to find faults, issues, and it's probably going to be very much similar here. It's going to be probably going to take a little bit of time before I find ways to abuse the systems in ways that probably weren't intended, but to make them kind of diminishable. But so far, I'm really enjoying it. So I have optimism, to put it like that. Enjoy your sleep, Lifloof. Hope you sleep well. I don't know, Ben. I haven't seen the patch notes yet, so I would assume we're going to get something solved. I'm just going to check here. It has solved the powertrain issue. So one of the bugs that we ran into yesterday was that when you pick the powertrain for your team, it would revert to Renault. Didn't matter if you picked Ferrari, Honda, Mercedes, it would always be Renault. Now it has actually gone straight down to Mercedes. We are now running the Mercedes powertrain. So that is one bug they fixed. Right there. What was my first F1 manager game? Honestly, my first motorsport game wasn't really a manager game. It was the rally games, the 90s. Probably Motorsport Manager, honestly, as a pure management game. Oscar is Kimi Räikkönen. Basically, more or less in the way that they are. Calm, collected, doesn't seem like they care too much. Oscar is just a little bit more chatty. So you can see the similarities, not necessarily in their driving style, but in their demeanor. I will be going through the patch notes when they get released, Alex. I just need to wait for the public release of them. So if anyone sees them being released somewhere, let me know, and we'll go through them on stream. Would I enjoy the game less if there wasn't these bugs? I would assume the question is, would I enjoy the game more without bugs? Yes. Bugs generally make the game a little bit more annoying and boring, so if it was bug-free, I'd probably have a lot more fun. But it's still really enjoyable. If you choose 2 mil, start with Bottas and Behrman. Basically, they both want a certain amount of pay over the course of a year. So if you have, say, you're supposed to pay them 40 million a year, you're going to be paying 40 million split on 12 months, which would be 3 point something. So you're paying 3 million every month in driver salaries. You don't pay anything up front. Picker management is basically the same as last year, Danny. So we'll have to see if there's any changes there. Yeah, Kimi Räikkönen was insane. I love the Iceman. So yeah, I'm hoping Piastri can also become just as good, if not better. Harry. Iceman 2.0, yeah. Okay. So, race day appearance. I don't like this one. Driver performance rating, but let's face it, this is the first 3 races. You can actually go on the sponsor plan here, as you can see. When it comes to sponsors, they want a certain level of engagement. If you've reached that, they pay you money. In our case, 3.7 million over the next 6 weeks. You can also go here to see which races it will affect, what effect it will have on your drivers, and also affiliate staff and other facilities. So we're just going to go with the race day appearance. We're going to give them a factory tour, which is going to make our factory go a little bit slower. And we're not going to do anything that has to do with mentality. The mentality system is just so strong, unless they've rebalanced it, that we don't want to do anything that has any effect on our boys' mentality. Where's my scout? I want to send him on a trip, on a vacation like last time. Don't really want to send our head of aerodynamics, to be fair, but I don't think we have much of a choice in what we do. We need to reach the engagement target, honestly, and we can just barely do it like this. We're going to have some staff problems. We're going to have some problems with the factory. I think it's going to be worth it. Hello, Edster. How you enjoyed work? Things are good. I'm just trying to test out the new patch. Game is being released in a little over an hour. Hour and 10 minutes, Zhao. Oh, sorry, Steven. This is a new save, Zhao. As we had the issues yesterday are supposedly fixed, so we'll try and see if they actually have been and what the difference is in the games. Hello, Nick. I think the way that we do this is that I am gonna be a little bit cheesy, and I think we'll just save scum the first 3 races to kind of get to where we were yesterday. Because the first 3 races basically us just being lapped. It's not a lot of fun. So, yeah. I think we might save scum them. If there's, if you guys don't want that, we might not. I think it's just the easiest way to get through these first 3 sessions where we are going to be just straight up suffering. Play on PS. Am I back? I solved that issue yesterday. Apparently it is just it's an issue with my OBS. I updated it, but I now have a fix. So let me know when that happens next time and we can solve it easily. Sorry about the drop. So instead of starting a new stream like yesterday, I can now fix it most of the time. I think it's just the internet dropping for a second and OBS doesn't go back up. Like, it gets stuck at 100 kilobyte bitrate. But I got that sorted right now. Yeah. I haven't seen a patch note yet. Maximilian. But we'll be going over the patch notes when they release. I would assume there's going to be something towards the release of the game. The game releases in an hour, Chef. So, 1 hour, 6 minutes. Hello, young Tedo. I don't know yet. There's no patch notes. I haven't gotten them yet, so we're just kind of exploring to try and figure out what exactly has changed. Yep, nothing in my email, unfortunately. Do I think I will have a podium contender by Miami? Maybe. We'll see. Depends on how the AI handles things this time around. I don't know if there's any changes to F3 or F2. Glad you enjoyed, Chucky. I haven't seen any changes to pick crew training, Alex. We are just going to power through the first 3 races and develop our car. And I just realized that I forgot to start developing some other components, which is not great. Seems like they might have fixed also the setups, because yesterday the teams were kind of doing what they wanted. Now we might be more in the middle. So we'll see if this might be a little bit better. Going to be a little bit lazy with how I do it. They might also have fixed this issue where the setups were all over the place yesterday. Maybe not. We'll see after this next one. try that. Hey. Yeah, the game is far more fairly priced than it was yesterday. Last year, Björn. I do agree with that. Yeah. I would love a database editor built into the game.
Now it's time to see who come out on top as qualifying gets underway.
I would assume it's gonna be lower blasted, the development, because development takes into account mentality now. So if you can overperform while simming, it's not gonna impact it, I would assume. But if you end up, you know, losing a lot, getting lower mentality by simming rather than playing it yourself, development will be a little bit slower. They've added a bunch of things, Jaspers. I think it's a... If they get it right, it's going to be a huge, huge improvement. Hello, Dal. Okay. Did get close there, at least on the setup. The question is, as mentioned, do we just go ahead and sim the first couple of races in Bahrain, in Jeddah and Australia, in order to speed our progress up a little bit? Some witchcraft has been done here to the car. Like that is supposed to be then? Maybe. Could be... I think this is more like it. I might need to check my cheat sheet here. To figure out exactly what where I've gone wrong. Okay, let's balance it again. That one's fine. We move this one up here. I can't solve this puzzle. That's kind of sad. I'm gonna check the cheat sheets to see what we're actually supposed to be setting up and what I've been silly with. Okay, let's see if I can actually, you know, get this to work properly. Okay, so this is basically what the cheat sheet says. It means that we're supposed to do this. And... yeah, this looks a little bit better. So... I focused on the wrong sliders to begin with. There we go. Let's see. Carmel's in the game for the most part, I think. I don't think they have individual differences, though. Okay, what do you need? You need a little bit that way. This actually looks somewhat acceptable, so we'll try this for Behrman. Yeah, we'll see how we are looking in quali now. Then probably just sim through a little bit later. Let's see what chat has to say. So a lot of difference compared to 23. Well, they've added mechanical failures, mentality. They created team mode. What else? Sponsor system. So there's quite a lot of kind of huge changes to some degree. Apparently, I did not set up the team colors right, so we need to fix that. We're great this time around. This is painful? Yeah, sorry, Lemon. You can switch off your team and beat your own team, yes. I'm just using the setup cheat sheet from last year, Harry, because the setups basically seem to be more or less the same. Yeah, Yeah, the cheat sheet is the same setup guide as last year. It's called the Generic Setups for All Track 2023. That's what it's called in the F1 Manager 23 guide. So it's kind of easy to find. Library editor is good. You have a lot of options, I dare say. We have pole position. Yeah, we are going to be a couple of seconds slower than the rest of the teams. We were yesterday. We're probably going to be again. Does it seem like your, my creative team cars actually changed in performance? We should be around Bottas and Show actually. So this is close to what we anticipated actually. Let us sneak out here next to these cars. As I would assume most of these, with the exception of Leclerc maybe, are on their in-laps. Better car than yesterday? Can you get away from a real team to make your own team do something? No, create team is its own mode, as far as I know. Impeding is still a problem during corners, but they do at least get away, turn away during on the straights. They move out of the way pretty good. But particularly corners like this one, where it's pretty sharp, they do suck at getting away. What origin did I pick? I made my own with everything being level 1. Sergeant and Award? That sounds interesting. Hello CV, this is a new save as there has been a patch that has been applied. So we're gonna see if we can still perform as good as we did yesterday, or if the game actually is a little bit harder right now. At least we are slightly quicker than the Saubers at the moment. So we'd try and find a spot on the outlap, yeah. I'm currently messing around with the release patch, Andy, so there were some issues, but it seems like most of them have been solved. So, we'll have to see though. The biggest issue was after 3 or 4 races. We'll have to see if that happens the same time this on this one. Honestly, if they release like scenarios with the different seasons, they already have the replay system. Like announce a 3, 4, 5 race scenario. Like, title fights, things like that. That would be pretty amazing. The 94 season, for instance, as well. Yeah. Be nice to see. Got early access yesterday, VXing. Game releases in an hour. My favorite F1 track. Honestly, the one that I enjoy driving the most is probably Spa. Yeah, they fixed at least a couple of bugs so far, Max, that I've seen. So we'll be messing around today, see if we can find other fixes. Yeah, you basically have to start your own team if you want to use the creative team mode, Ethan. If you want to play creative team, Joe, you're going to have to create your team from the get-go. Yeah, that's the thing, Master. This patch actually does have something to do with the car development. Basically, the AI just wasn't developing really yesterday, and they also failed to put components on the car. That did have an effect on how quickly we develop versus them, because, let's face it, you're going to be very slow if you don't have suspension on your car. Each car has a minimum stat limit, and that's basically what the AI was doing. They broke all the components, they didn't replace them, and they were driving with cars that were basically completely broken. I'm going to be a little bit lazy here and just save scum the first 3 races to some degree, because I want to get into the development part. So let's see if we get absolutely destroyed by simulating the races.
Makes his way back.
I'd reckon it's worth picking up, yeah, Tristan. Oh, it's actually official now, Edsta? I believe you can change your energy supply after each season scooter, as long as you aren't an engine manufacturer. Both of you DNF'd. That is not good news. Well, at least we get a little bit of money, but how badly did you destroy the car? Mostly demoralized. Yeah, I think we're gonna play races. Honestly, we're gonna have to, because as you can see, simming means they destroy everything. So yeah, we're gonna manually play this because I can't have them destroy the car before it even becomes competitive. I'm gonna go through this race, Diego, and then we can take a look. Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to do it manually then. And I think the way that we do it is we go attack with the softs to start off, the mediums to start off with. Try and stick with the salvos, and then we take a little bit easier for the final 2 stints. And I'm just gonna play these on basically full speed, I think, to, again, just speed things along. And if they crash in the race itself, that's fine, but I do hate the fact that it seems like they will pick up damage guaranteed if you do sim. Particularly with lower rated drivers. That's a bit sad. Balancing for minimum weight, I still think minimum weight pass are too strong. Yeah, I assume you can go back to your team. Like, if you say go away from your team in season 1, go to a different one, you should be able to go back to it then. Later on if you want to. Guess we might as well take a look at the racing again while I catch up with chat. Hard mode scenario. Ferrari and resist the urge to put on dry tires when wet. I don't know what the changes are with the patch I yet, Fed. I'm kind of exploring it. Yeah, I feel 24 is better than 23. I'm supposed to skip F1 minus 23. What should I look out for the most that has come from 23? The new sponsor system is probably going to throw you for a little bit of a loop. The mentality can be a little bit hard to manage. But other than that, I don't think there's anything that would really throw you for a super loop. Just learning things. Rate your own team is huge, yeah. This game had the same regulation change in 26. I don't know. There is going to be a regulation change, but I don't think it is as you know. We'll have to see. I haven't played into 25 yet, so I don't know. I don't have the game yet, and you're already grinding this, but I feel like driver should I try to sign from a creative team save. Honestly, I don't know. Antonelli seems to be like the #1 most wanted driver as an affiliate, but I don't know what the tals there are. Like, pick the drivers you want, you can race them, you can make them into your rivals, they'll take advantage of your facilities, so they can always work like that. As it changes this aggressive strategy onto OP. As you can see, I'm using a aggressive initial stint, apparently on the softs, because the strategy didn't change. That's my fault. But yeah, what I wanted to do here was to use a different strategy that we will have to change around now to make this work. But basically using a soft or a hard tire on full attack, and then running a medium or a hard tire on full attack, and then running your softs as light, seems to be a good way to get things done in this CS game. Basically, Tristan, the way that I look at the durability slider is that it's kind of your second difficulty slider. If you find a game too easy with minimum weight, just turn that weight slider up. If it's still too easy with it halfway up, then max it out for like a part or two. And then you now have a debuff that is pretty severe, and it's going to make the game more difficult for you. I use like a setup cheat sheet, but that is about it. Just to make my setups a little bit quicker and easier to do, as they take a long time to do if you want to do them manually. I think this is our cue to just speed things up. We've been left behind. You can change your livery after every race if you want, Itak. From what I've seen, there seems to be a lot more minor incidents. There are still safety cars, there are still red flags. I don't know if they changed much from 23, but there seems to be a lot more minor incidents where drivers kind of lock up, but doesn't necessarily take each other out, even if they're running right next to each other. Yeah, I thought I started with Medium 2 Maniac. Who are the best drivers to start your campaign with? Honestly, that's a hard question. Like, it depends on what you're looking for. If you want to do what I'm doing, race your talent, then Behrman, Lawson, anyone could be a good choice. If you want to, you know, be a midfield contender, pick a couple of good 85 rated drivers. You can even use generated drivers to get exactly what you want, say an 85 rated 19-year-old. So it's kind of up to you what you want to do there. I'm the worst car and I can match with Alpine? Not really. Like, we are already 3 seconds behind. They are on medium tires, they're Ocon on softs. We're not really matching them. We are slower than them quite a bit on this first stint. But to be fair, we aren't that far behind Alpine. Like, you start with a car that is basically the same as the Sauber. So you aren't really that far behind at the first first level. This is the lowest car performance, yes. How low will the engine temp go on balance? Well, you can see right here that Behrman, who's following Hauge, has an engine temp that is 117. So following others do kind of spike your engine temps quite a bit. But you can actually kind of solve this a little bit by driving in clean air, for instance, but that is a lot slower. Got the day of work, and there's summer vacation in Norway right now. I have my summer vacation going, Tristan. I haven't gone over the patch yet, Cowstub. We'll have to wait until it officially, you know, releases with the patch notes, but then I'll go over them. Okay, we are getting closer to our first pit stop, as Hulkenberg has an issue. Yeah, Mercedes might need a little bit of a buff, but again, they take the car performance from like the first race of the season. Game releases in 45-ish minutes. You can sign any driver, Johan, as long as they're 18 years or older. Oh, I restarted the save, yeah, with the changes, Cowstub. This is with the day 1 patch. Also, the chat is moving a little bit quick, so if I do miss your question, feel free to ask it again. Maybe someone will answer it in chat. Maybe I'll pick it up the second time. I'm not trying to ignore anyone, but you guys are moving so quick. Sometimes I just straight up miss you guys, so apologies for that. Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and just stick it like this. Should be fine. See if Hauge actually switches to normal when we're putting him on a different compound. I don't know, Ogie. They haven't released the patch notes yet. I'm just trying to explore and figure it out by playing and streaming. Don't know, Adafe. Sorry. Can I make a... I'm gonna slow things down a little bit here. And then we'll see if I can actually make just a sticky note that I don't know what's in the patch notes. I haven't run into any nerfs yet. I'm indeed from Norway, yes, Chris. No, this is Season 1, Puck. Like both of these drivers will make mistakes if you sim, but they rarely make mistakes when I play because I have them on rarely defend and also on low. But as as yesterday, asking you shall receive. Behrman pulls off a spin. The second gets questioned. Should probably also go and fix these sponsors so they look a little bit better. Why am I running the cars on a slow pace for the first stint? Is a new strat. No, it's basically just that around here and some of the other tracks, the softs are just so much faster than any other compound. If you take a quick look here, 32.3 is the average lap time on a soft tire, and if you compare it to a medium, they're 5/10 slower. They're half a second slower just on the base lap time. Degradation difference is also fairly low, just 300s, which means that if you want to calculate it, the soft tires are almost faster for almost 20 laps if you compare them to a medium tire. A car that runs soft and a car that runs medium, a soft car will be faster than a medium car for basically the entire life cycle of the soft tire. So by running the softs on light, we're still faster than anyone running mediums and hards, and we get to run on the softs longer, and they degrade slower. So that is the reason why I do it like that. On most tracks that we can make the soft tire last longer, it just basically gives you an advantage by staying on the compound for longer than you're anticipated to, and also it's already faster than any other tire out there. Running light isn't actually costing you any time because of the degradation difference. I might make some Football Manager tutorials later this year, yeah, potentially. I'm going to be making guides for this game also, yes. I haven't really started yet because I knew day 1 patch would come, so any guides that I made before today would be, you know, null and void, most likely. That's the game, 1 out of 10. Thank you very much, A350XR. I'd give it an 8 at the moment. What has Ocon done now? The engine engine selection has been patched. We're now on Mercedes engines, so that is good. This is hard bend time. If I had to add new features or changes to 25, what would I do? I would add engine development. It might be a little bit unrealistic, let's be honest, but it would be a fun part of the game, I think. Turn you down to standard. Now that you've caught up with Behrman's. Yeah, we're gonna get probably double lap, just like we did yesterday at this rate. So let us speed up the pain. How do I judge which of the 5 tire to pick? Basically, the strategy planner here is pretty good. Like, it will give you a pretty good estimate of how quick a strategy is going to be. So let's say that we create strategy A here. Honestly, I don't really want to do because it overrides my current one. So this is basically what we're currently going to be doing in this race. We go medium to soft. Now, if I want to see if another strategy is better, I can just do this and say put on a hard tire, run it a little bit more aggressive, and now I can just hover over these and see which one is expected to be faster. So even though we're running the hard tire on aggressive here, the soft run on light is expected to be 9 seconds faster than the other one. These have been fairly accurate. Of course, they don't take into account you having a pit stop error, you being stuck by another car, but you can use this as a base to, you know, choose a good strategy for your team. Am I going to buy Antonelli? We might pick him up as affiliate just to test him out, yes. Isn't there more driver controls? No, it's the same as last year. You have high, medium, and low overtake aggression. Same for the defense. We're going to probably run low and rarely defend this year. We didn't really have too many problems getting overtakes done yesterday, so we're going to stick with that, same as we did in 23. What engine power do the AI use? You mean engine durability? Because the Renault engine is 80% power, Mercedes 90, Ferrari 95, Red Bull 100. Like what probably was seen yesterday was the engine durability or their condition. Like the AI will run these parts down to like 20% before they switch them. So could be that. Will be an Xbox today? I believe so. Arrows leads to a lot of tire deg, yes. I believe Bearman didn't lose too much when he spun, but particularly lockups tend to have a huge effect on your tire degradation. Now, this is a new sim us in. We're gonna try and see if we still can snatch a couple of podiums in China, like yesterday, or if the AI is better. I did test it a little bit, Cowstub. I'm fairly certain you lose 3/10 to half a second doing it, so I wouldn't really recommend it. We don't know if it's gonna release on the Game Pass, Eamon. Skip23, could I explain the driver controls? So, there isn't really too much about this. Basically, the driver controls, you basically tell them, should I go for high risk overtakes? If they do, they have a higher chance of getting overtakes done, but similarly, they have a higher risk of spinning, crashing, destroying the car. You get the idea. And conversely, if you put it too low, they'll have less chance of overtake, but the overtakes will be safe, they won't really crash or spin much, and your car won't be destroyed every time. And it's the same here for these. Rarely defend, you don't defend a lot, and by playing it safe, you don't really crash much. And always defend is basically you just place your car like a turtle in the middle of the road. It makes you a ton slower as well though, so honestly, again, you can keep it on neutral, you can keep it on medium, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you want your drivers to drive safe, go for rarely defend and low. There isn't really too much from that. Other than that, driver controls are very similar to last year's, I'd say. I'm going to push a little bit here, maybe see if we can avoid that second lapping. We have Leclerc back here. Isn't that far behind us.
Down in the pits. Oh, that's a slow one.
Does mode push on fuel affect engine wear? Yes, it affects engine wear because pushing uses more fuel, but it also gives you more heat into your powertrain, meaning that by pushing your engine, you are going to end up in a situation where your powertrain temperature goes up. That leads to higher wear, and higher wear as well as higher temperatures increases the risk of failure. So pushing is not necessarily a positive thing. I don't know 1D. I haven't tested much of the quality this year. Aston was fairly quick at the beginning of the season. They're kind of similar here to the Mercs. But yeah, Ferrari versus Red Bull is going to be at the start of the season. Then we have the McLarens. Then we have the fight between Alonso, Hamilton, and Piastri. Okay, so Hamilton has the contract in now. Is that what you're saying? I am silly, getting distracted, and we might pick up a puncture again. Okay, let's see if we can get the boys into the pit without suffering a puncture. We are just going to run light till the end here, just to try and avoid any incidents, honestly. And we did in fact get double lapped. Not too surprising. McLaren is not the fastest car now, young Tito. Not at the game start. Are they going to change and balance the teams again? I don't know. No news on that. So is strategy of burning fuel at the start and then running balanced at the end still viable? I would think so. But I would also think that underfueling is more viable in this game. We might experiment a little bit with that today. Because as I said, pushing fuel is going to lead to higher temps. And particularly at the start of races, you always are in the red with the powertrain temperature. So you might want to play it a little bit safe, underfuel, and then maybe push a little bit later if you've underfueled too little. Yes, the patch itself has been pre-released. I would assume they released the patch notes with the game's release at in like 35 minutes. Apparently that might have been just a bug from my side, Kieran, because I tested it more yesterday and it seems to... I still had a penalty up here that I can't explain. But for the most part, it just worked. So it could be that if you're switching a part that isn't in yellow condition, or that doesn't have a fault, you'll be penalized for it. But as long as you switch penalized components, you do seem to be safe. So it's just a weird bug that I think I experienced. I did send it in, so we'll have to see. Is there still the option to slow cars down? Yes, if you go always defend, that's basically you slow the cars behind down because you drive slower to defend, and you can go don't fight teammate. So both of them are still in the game. Now this is not going great for Yellowpong because we have the worst car, we have the worst drivers, and we have no upgrades. So the first 3 races are kind of just going to be walkovers for the other teams, and then we'll start being a little bit competitive after that. No curbs affects your tire temps more than anything. What I saw when I was running avoid curbs was that you lost 2 to 3 tenths for the most part on the track that I tested it, but you also lowered the temp of your tires by about 5 degrees. So it's situationally good. Driving in clean air doesn't seem to do much. Like, it lowered the degree or the temperature of the engine by just 2 degrees, but the driver was almost half a second a lap slower than before I put it on. So I don't know if that is going to be worth it. Trainers, staff, and drivers don't really have comms, as you can see. They just have the visuals. Unfortunately. I don't know if the drivers have comm, but staff at least does not really do much talking. Can I have the HUD during a race? I don't know. I would assume no. But someone might make a mod for just that in the future. Okay. First race done. No crashing this time around. And the mentality is mostly negative. So let's get started with improving that by getting a little bit of development going. Okay, so we're going to nab a couple of men of the chassis. That sounds like a weird cult, but we'll let it slide. And we're going to do engine cooling here with the side pods. This is what we'll do. Tons of cooling, tons of cornering. A sad state of affairs with top speed, but it's going to be okay, I think. Next up, suspension. We are going to go with low speed cornering. Going to be sacrificing a lot of the rest. We are also going to get a little bit of the tire preservation slash, brake cooling. And we're going to do it like this. This should be a decent compromise. We're going to lose a little bit of performance, but the brake cooling here should help us to avoid a lot of incidents going into the future, which should save us money. So we're going to get these done, get another underfloor going, and hopefully check the calendar. By the time we get to Japan, as you can see, the side pods here aren't being completed then, so Japan is still not going to be great. But we'll have the chassis, and we will have the first underfloor iteration by then. So by the time we get to China, we should hopefully have a new car, except for the rear and front wing. Even that should be good. First driver updates come here. Unfortunately, no big upgrades. It's alright. And we'll deal with that. Just focus cornering, Prince, kind of like you always have. It seems to be the best, but I have to see. I honestly haven't tried out enough things here. The AI hasn't really given a good fight. So gonna have to explore a little bit to figure out exactly what is going to be the best strategy there. For now though, in terms of our pit crew strategy, we're gonna go ahead and lower that chance of mistake down to probably around 10% before we start focusing on pit stop times. Because let's face it, by lowering it 10%, we'll be a little bit better suited, and the higher your pit stop times, the more gains you can get back. So this should be just all right to do. Get a couple of car buildings in here, so we at least keep that where it is. Never mind. So, because of the mentality, I didn't actually realize this, but do you see something funny here? I do. The mentality has actually hit us so hard. I'm so used to just setting up the pit crew without considering this because we rarely hit it. But mentality has actually hit our pit lady very hard here. 71 overall. and she's now down to 55 aptitude and processes. We might need to replace her immediately because our picture can't actually improve. That's a problem. Ever so slightly. We're also going to be putting our boys here on the short runs to get more pace out of them. We got that too. And in terms of our staff, I think I can just keep them balanced for the most part. Underfloor would probably be a good bet, but let's face it, we're probably going to end up replacing these guys when we have the money to do so. It's not going to be a huge deal. Next up, build the buildings, get mentality back. Let's see if that still works. We tried this yesterday. The more buildings you build, the more mentality you get returned to you. So we're going to go ahead and build the buildings that give us those mentality buffs. And there we are. Now we are going to have limited funds this year, so we're not going to be spending a ton of money for the time being. Then we'll just deal with it. Let's see. Is the barrel low this year due to no part change on race weekends? It could be. Mechanical problems happen too often. Yeah. The AI still will be using components down to 15% or so. And that's an issue that I was worried about with mechanical failures, honestly. So we'll have to see how they handle that. Why am I not building memorabilia room? Because did I not? I did it now. Oh, just a bit slow, but yeah, we got there in the end, BKK, sorry. I did get the pre-release test build, but it updated today around 2 PM, or 1.5 hours ago. So this is a very fresh patch that I haven't really had chance to test. I was on the pre-release build until just a couple hours ago. I don't think you should worry too much, Chucky. This is a learning game. Every time you make a mistake, you're gonna learn from it. Yay, the boys' mentality's back to neutral. The facility buffs are still going strong. Did it work for the staff? No, the staff's still very sad. But did you at least get a little bit better in your aptitude? You did. Let's go back to pick through training and see if we can actually get it a little bit higher up now. With, there we go. A little bit better. But yeah, this is going to be a little bit of an interesting thing to manage, like the aptitude for your pit crew, because it swings real hard with the mentality. Honestly, we do need to. It seems to still swing just as hard as it did yesterday, but we could still do some fun stuff here come China. Also, there was a question that I saw about why I'm not using intense designs. Intense designs would be incredibly strong right now, don't get me wrong, but they also cost a lot of money, and money isn't really something we have a lot of, so I'd rather play a little bit safe with the finances until I know exactly how much we would have at the end of the season, and if we can go intense, then I'm probably going to do that in whatever next save I do. Oh, nice FPS. Which GP are you going to? Hello, Bekang. Bakang. I think development has been patched. I think the AI will be putting parts on the car now. I use just normal on design and research, Lucas. Do I have a video on realistic car development strategy to prolong entertainment? Min-max feel like cheating. If you take a look at the... I do have a series called Maximum Weight in 23, where I maximized the weight slider. Basically, it was very hard in the first and second season to get anything done. We actually failed to get even the board objective in the second season. So it does slow down your progress quite a bit. If you feel like you are developing too quickly, just turn up the durability slider a little bit. If you want to really nerf yourself, turn it to the max and say you're underfloor. So you can kind of use that to make your own difficulty, but it's not an optimal solution. Canadian GP. Hope you enjoy. No idea of the team schedule and pit crew. Basically, the pit crew is very easy to manage once you understand how it works. So first thing you want to do here is go cumulative, because that allows you to check your pit crew's fatigue on any given day. So as you can see, the pit crew fatigue is here. We know that on Sunday, 17th of March, they're expected to have 23% fatigue. You just want to try and keep that under, well, as low as possible going into race weekends. Don't spend too much time training. But other than that, just putting training for what you want. The chance of mistakes is pretty self-explanatory. How likely your picker is to, mess up a pit stop. How long they use to get the pit stop done on average, 2.759 seconds. This is basically, I believe, how quick they are switching car components. So it's not going to have an effect on your front wing, but it's like switching components during the setup or, getting your setups right. Okay, so we have a new ATR period that we're going to be using on the front wing, as I think that is the best bet. Could probably use it on a chassis too. Your chassis is pretty strong this year. But we're not going to get any new parts going into Jeddah, so the goal is just to survive. Do you have a target objective in my team? Yes, the board will give you an objective. Yesterday it was 9th. I don't know what they've given us this time. I would assume it's similar. So we'll have to take a look at that. RCS game, I beat Red Bull by 150 points at Merc. Yeah, I think it might be just as easy this year, unfortunately. How high a chance of mistakes is safe? Honestly, you'd like to get it as low as possible. But the main thing is just try and make sure you aren't tired or exhausted going to weekends, because that massively increases your chance of error. So I prefer to have it less than 10%. 10%. The lower, the better, honestly. But that doesn't mean you should completely ignore your pit stop times as well. It is a balancing act for sure. Should make all the sponsors white so they look better. Honestly, I should. So we might do a little bit of making the car look prettier after this race. Mattia Binotto just joined Audi. So it's official now. That's going to be interesting, though. Would be hilarious if Binotto gets revenge on Ferrari with Audi. Race day sponsor money is assuming you're taking the riskiest option for both drivers. Hit that number. No, you've picked that option for both of your drivers. You can choose the riskiest, you can choose the easiest, you can split it, one risky, one easy, and if both of them hit their goals, you get to pay out for each. So it's individual. And also now there's just that for sponsor money during race day. There's no extra goals, it's just finish this or higher. I don't know. The car development, Callum, we're gonna see it in this one. We're gonna have to probably do 3-4 more races before we can make a little bit of a decision on that. But so far, it seems to be very similar to last year's in terms of the development. Let's try that. We are probably going to be doing some manual practices later on, once we actually get a little bit closer to where we want to be. There we go, that looks a little bit better. We're still not onto the group blue, but it's acceptable enough just to get this race done with. Let me send the voice out and then I'll see what you had to say. To see this from the devs, update contains some additional balancing and stability fixes on all platforms out of launch, and also addressed an issue where AI teams are struggling to remain competitive. Yeah, I did read that on the Discord. Hello, Rickard. Things are going well. Resulting in the place team ranking in car development menus displaying incorrectly and creating an environment where they were able to achieve excessive results. I think we still might be able to achieve excessive results, honestly. So I'm still looking forward to seeing how this works. Audi's the same design as Kick next year? I don't know. How many minutes? 19. I say it's a decent upgrade compared to last year's games, Poggers. Do I know if we'll be able to mod our own sponsors? Well, I've already seen someone do it, so I would assume so. It's probably not sanctioned or, you know, greenlit by Frontier that you do, but someone is going to be making mod packs with sponsors. I can guarantee it. It's a bit weird though that a German team is going for an Italian team principal. Let's be honest, Batak, this is funny, but the last time Ferrari was great, they had a French team principal. There was not an Italian in sight. Don't know yet, Dominic. We're waiting for patch notes to get released. Guess we could try another run. Hey, red flag, let's go. Leclerc, the classic.
And you can just feel the frustration from the team watching on the monitors.
Charles the chair. It's the barriers. That could mean we might be able to snatch a Q2 seat, but let's face it, there's more teams now to cut off. So maybe not. Guess we just send them out now immediately, and of course we get stuck behind Gasly. That is a sad state of affairs that we need to fix. Because Gasly's just as slow as we are. To be fair though, pushing here, probably not the best idea. We're gonna get so much traffic to deal with. Honestly, we could take a look at the traffic in qualifying now, since we are gonna run into a ton of it. And Jeddah is kind of bad with getting stuck behind traffic and losing time. Looks like we got through that pretty painlessly, but it's still a bad one. What exactly? 139. That is a bit slower than the Mercedes, for sure.
Yeah.
They fixed, among other things, Kevin, at least the engine selection. You actually get the engine you want. But we are still just exploring, as they haven't released the patch notes. Greetings for Germany. If I do another career in the future, which drivers would I like to try out? Honestly, with the fact now that you can do so much more with the... I'm too late. You can do so much more now with generated staff. It would be fun to do a fully generated setup. I think that could be fun. But again, I'm going to be messing around with young talent. I would love to, you know, get Piastri a championship. I don't know if there's any drivers in particular that I would like to mess too much around with. They still have the same kind of setup that they had last year. So most drivers are still going to be, for the most part, the same in terms of how they behave. So with that in mind, I don't think there's any particular drivers I'll be messing around with too much. Cool of them to add companies for sponsors. Yeah, that would be nice. To be fair, there might be some problem with the licensing with F1. So they might need to actually get the different sponsors from the F1 team's approval to put them in the game. I would recommend the game at this point, SV5, yes. If you are looking to, say, upgrade from 23 or just try out F1 Manager. It seems to be a fun time. Hey, pole position. Where would I want a new track to be set in? I want a finish track. I think that could be interesting. I want a finish track in winter, so they have to drive on winter tires. I don't know. I don't know if I care really too much of where track is. I just want it to be good. I know that South Africa is kind of lobbying right now for getting back into F1. So I'll have to see how that plays out. The sponsors, I think. Create a team is also amazing. There's so much freedom. I'll have to see if I'm going to enjoy mentality or not, because right now it might be just a tad unbalanced. But all of these changes do make the game more interesting. I do have to say that. Can I put logos on helmets? I haven't actually tried that, so it'd be nice to test out. They'll probably treat it as a release build. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. At least we'll be able to have a look and see what has changed from our experience yesterday. So we can make pseudo patch notes with that. Yeah, we're gonna have to fix our library after this session. I just need to remember to do it, because I am kind of trying to rush just a little bit so that we can get back into development. Them qualifying 16th here is actually a terrible thing, and the reason why it's a terrible thing is because he is going to get overtaken immediately and lose all his confidence, and then most likely find a wall. It is Jeddah after all, so yeah. To be fair, one of the things that I also love the most is the fact that they give you suggestions now to strategy. That's not something that they had before. So they will suggest a fourth strategy, and you can choose for yourself whether you want to do it or not. Generally, it does seem to be a pretty decent option. I think we'll just go for a very boring one-stopper. I miss sending Behrman out on a second run. I have, but honestly, I don't think he would improve. So even though it's just one lap, we're kind of saving engines and parts.
We're now moments away from this. The Saudi Arabian Grand Prix.
Have I seen if some tracks are better than others? Haven't really focused too much on it, I'll be honest, but there is still some wonkiness in car movements, fortunately. But generally, I think we had some problems with the rain, maybe. Someone thought everything was running 30 FPS. But for the most part, it's been pretty stable. Stroll's rating is 82 this year. I say it's a good step forward. It just needs a lot of, needs some love with the balancing. Then it's going to be great, I think. Track editor, custom track, yeah. Yeah, we started a new save with the same drivers, Robert, to kind of compare to yesterday. That was the idea. See if things have changed for the better. I love that Behrman and Hauger in particular, is just holding up Gasly. Like, you're going to stay here with me. And I guess him with DRS after the corner. See, Behrman is just so slow pace-wise compared to the cars around him, so his confidence now is probably going to be, yeah, pretty bad. And that's going to be the case until we get a couple of upgrades here. They have said that it's a bunch of fixes, but nothing official yet. There is a safety car, so why don't we just go and try and make something out of this by changing our strategy a little bit. We'll have a look exactly what happened, but before that, as mentioned, See what we can do here strategically. I love that this is going to be slower race time-wise what we did before, but that's because it doesn't take into account that it is a safety car, so it should be faster, I would think. Like, it doesn't like the fact that we added an extra pit stop. I think this is the play. It's either this, or instead of hards, we go for a medium and run them a little bit slower. And this one's going to be a little bit faster, so we need all the help that we can get with our strategy in order to maybe snatch a little bit better position than we're supposed to. And it would be great to do that, because it'll give us a mentality boost from personal results. So that is what we're going to gamble on. We might need to run these hards standard in the beginning, just to save them a little bit. But I think the best bet is just to get both cars in, put them on the hard tires. We're going to be at the back of the grid anyways, so why not? Let us see exactly what happened here with the safety car. Ocon! Aggressive strategies are less good, yeah. Like, you can still run attack on your medium and your hards, but generally it's not as effective. Your degradation is just too high compared to 23, or at least early 23. Affiliate drivers basically also work as reserve drivers, so you basically have 10 reserves. How do I calculate actual time on safety car? Just mentally. Like, every car is going to be together, so you just wait for the safety car to be over. There's no real time to calculate, no real way to calculate the time properly under a safety car, I'll be honest. So you just have to make your decision up. Is there a good time to pit? Will it benefit us? Will it be detrimental? And Behrman actually jumps up to 14th during the pit stops. That's good. I'd love to see you do scenarios like making Honda Racing. Don't thank me for the amazing vid idea. Honda Racing is probably going to be something a lot of people are going to do, to be fair. But yeah, it would be a good idea. AKA basically just a video of 1 or 2 parts. Item in the dev, same as brake performance last year. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Tire preservation is brake cooling now. They just renamed it. Yeah, they made that announcement, Craig, on Discord about the patch notes, but no actual notes. You can, in fact, put affiliates into free practice 1 sessions. You'll be seeing the AI do it quite a lot. How accurate is the new race simulation feature? I haven't tried it too much, because with 75 drivers, they just crash into the simulation. So, I would assume you can sim to a win, but you're going to need some decent drivers to make that happen. Do you think we can stay with the cars ahead? We should be fine here. We have a little bit of extra tire. Generally here, hard deck isn't as high as the others, so I think we gamble on just pushing, trying to get Behrman into a good position here, maybe. Any major glitches so far? Nope. We had some problems yesterday. Supposedly they've been patched. Why is the engine heating under the safety car? Because the way that engine cooling works is that it gets cooled by the air being pulled into the, you know, the F1 car. That doesn't happen when you're driving slow. So if you're driving slow and that looks
stupid from them.
You hit him, you rear end him, and you call him stupid? Albon, my man. Yeah, I hope you enjoy the game, Lucas. Thanks for showing up. Xbox scammed you? Nah, game releases today in 5 minutes time. Okay, so Albon picks up a penalty, so yeah, no surprise there really. Behrman is falling down a little bit, but that also is not really surprising. But yeah, the thing with the engine temps that I kind of got shut off there, the engine temperature is based on a couple of things. Basically, the car in front will give you dirty or hot air, And also because you're running close to the car in front, your temperatures will be higher. And if you're running slow in an F1 car, the temperature can overheat. There's a reason why if an F1 car, you know, stops, it sometimes catches fire. It's running extremely hot. It uses air and other things to cool itself down, and if it doesn't have airflow, it'll just straight up overheat. And of course, the safety car, every car is running close, you're running slower than you're supposed to, and as a result, more heat builds up in the engine block. Will I ever play 23 again? Probably not, unfortunately. I couldn't finish the Around the Grid, but it is what it is. It was becoming kind of boring anyways, because the recipe each year was basically the same. So the cake was well known, it was well tasted, it was starting to go a little bit stale. But if this game, if the balance is extremely poor, we might do some, you know, one-off challenges in 23, but I do severely doubt it. This is performed better since yesterday. Just Bearman right now because we have only done one race. This is our second one. Andretti might finally get a garage. Let us speed this race up a little bit. I need my parts. Yeah, we're not really able to overperform here, unfortunately. Car just isn't good enough for that. And of course, Behrman's confidence is now at an all-time low, so that also does not help. I think we'll be fine with tire wear, we'll have to see. The punctures have been more aggressive. We haven't actually seen any today, I believe. So maybe they've kind of balanced that also out a little bit. We'll have to wait and see. Hello, Army's World. I'm good. How are you? Don't I think pace is a bit broken? Like in real life, it doesn't happen. That's true. It doesn't happen really in real life, like the pace setting thing, but it's a game. Game needs to make some choices based on balance. So in terms of that, I think the pace is okay. But yeah, our team is suffering at the moment. And I think we're going to get Behrman in on this lap. He's going to still struggle a little bit with his tires, but it is what it is. Gonna get Hauger in on this next one. It basically has to do, I think, with also cars following, and I think it might be the issue that we see with tires. Like if I take a look at the tires here, like they have different tires, like temperatures each. So individually, the three parts might not overheat, but it might just be one of the three parts overheating severely compared to the others. It's a weird situation, honestly, so I don't know exactly what to make out of that one. What are the AI created driver staff like? They very much are just like the regular ones. You can get some pretty insane superstars though with the with the regenerated staff. Hello, Kevin. Game is live, I assume. Enjoy your downloads, lads and girls. Glitch, he drove off without them, did he? Did I miss something by looking at the chat? I might need to go and check the VAR. It's somewhat similar. It seems to be cornering is still a huge thing. There's a patch. Do you mean there's another patch? I need to go restart the game to check then. Saving strategy, don't put them on, yeah. We're just gonna speed things up here because we're gonna be back at the grid once again. We're about to get lapped. Science is hunting us. Avoiding curves for pace is no longer a thing. You lose about 2 to 3 tenths. You do save a little bit of tire temp doing it, so it's still somewhat viable. And also, since curves has an effect on, damage to the parts, it could be very much a good idea to use avoid the curbs to avoid damage to your components. It's basically two things, Safso. I want to test out how, the errors work. Now, we're overheating at the moment. It increases the wear rate, but as long as your condition of the parts is healthy, it seems like it doesn't have a huge effect on the risk. Like, the degradation is just a tad higher. So, it's a conscious choice at this moment, but also we just have a car that is so bad cooling-wise that we just can't cool the tires. It just does not happen. Or not really the tires, we can't cool the engine. The cooling percentage we have is 35%, I think. So we're kind of limited on our choices there. Game feels pretty good. We have the correct engine now, Nienke. We have Mercedes. We'll have to see if the AI develops properly, though. We're just in Jeddah, so we still need to do 3-4 more races before we see anything of that. Kindly provide some info on how tire sets are given and taken during free practice sessions. If you simulate them, I haven't seen anything to, indicate that it's different from 23. So if you have races where you want 2 sets of hards, you're going to have to do your practices manually. Same for if you want 2 sets of mediums for the most part. I haven't seen anything to indicate that you can choose which tires they will use in practice, unfortunately. Is Merc the best engine? Merc is the best engine for durability, so we're testing that out to see if we get less mechanical failures, for instance, if we can avoid those. So, it's the 3rd fastest engine in terms of power. It's also the worst engine for power, for fuel consumption, but that shouldn't be a huge deal. It just has a lot of durability. That's kind of what we're banking on. Okay, how good? Evolves. And we're going to go ahead and upgrade more of these to tease our mentality a little bit by upgrading buildings. That's still an interesting concept to me. We're back to mostly neutral. Well, we are just straight up neutral. We're not mostly neutral, we are neutral. Every single staff member is neutral. And I'm curious, do they still all hate each other? Yeah. Just like yesterday. It's the car, the staff, the drivers, the facilities. just as God intended. Okay, should we have any upgrades coming in? We have the underfloor in a day. So we can maybe get those for Melbourne to perform a little bit better. Get a little bit of mentality boost from performance. We are still going to make another set of underfloors, don't worry. But this is still a pretty sizable upgrade. And we can honestly get it for both cars. It's going to cost a little bit of money. Let's do that. And we're going to go ahead now and get a second underfloor. Yeah, this looks very similar to the numbers that we saw yesterday. If someone wants to go and check VAR, although to be fair, you probably won't. I know the top speed number is the same, and I know the dirty air tolerance number is the same. I don't know if these numbers are exactly the same, but it seems extremely similar in our development to what it was yesterday. So I think what we're going to see today is the same kind of development, but the AI may be getting a little bit of a worse performance than us. Well, a little bit better performance-wise because they're actually, doing upgrades themselves. Often are the mechanical failures. Once you hit yellow condition and an orange condition, they're fairly common. We have seen one mechanical failure for the first 2 races, I think. When I make Conda Racing, should I start with everything mid? You can. It's basically up to you what challenge you want. The video that I released yesterday basically goes through what you can expect from car performance, things like that. What do I think about the sim race feature? I think it can be good for when you're developing your car. Like, it's been a request. It's probably going to be, you know, if you have a season of development where you don't really, you know, care about the results for your last 6 races or so, you can speed things through. If you think plus 115 is scary, Dominic, just wait until you see the chassis. You want to do team branding. I need to fix the logos. Oh, sorry, not the logos. The sponsorships. We want them to look a little bit better. And let's start with that rear wing. Would it be better if we place it further down on the wing? That looks better from like just up to down, but I don't know if it's going to look good on the car. I guess that looks decent. Making every sponsor white might not be the best idea. But we can. It's going to make them stand out at least. Let us see what we can do here with the others. Honestly, the Faroum star looks good. Henrik looks good. Just the others here don't look amazing. And honestly, a white and black color scheme in itself is not the best thing. Best looking thing we've ever seen. We can try it out. Yeah, I think this one, the Faroum star here, is decent enough because that kind of follows the black and gold scheme. So maybe I should alternate and have gold, white, gold, white, gold. That might be good. Most parts cost $1 million. And the wings cost 1.8. So they're all kind of equalized. Can I change the number font? Question. I know there are different fonts, but I don't know if you can change the number itself. It should be on the nose. Doesn't look like it, unfortunately. That's not perfect. Can we move it to a better place? Oh, I can actually snatch another sponsor if I want, but yeah. I don't want the ones that we have. You can actually replace it with a different sponsor if you don't like how this one looks. Something like this. Not perfect by any means, but it is there. And I think... I know that it's zoomed in on something else, but that is the one that we're editing. I still think the Faroum star is fine as it is. Kind of hard to see this. I probably want to switch out this one. So, this one, we move this one down. Back. So you have a lot of freedom where you place things, honestly. And again, the decals say if you don't like him, you can clear them out. So you have a lot of freedom in how you deal with your car. Apparently we did not go to the one that I saved, I guess. There we go. Now we've selected the correct one. Yeah, it looks a bit better. Hello everyone. Hello Mario. Meow. Dark. Change the color from the sponsor on the sideboard. Ollie. I haven't checked the edit, no. Yeah, they take on the ones you have used. 2 sets per session. I've not signed any affiliates yet. We might as well take a look at Antonelli, see if we can snatch him. He's open to negotiation, but I think we'll scout him first. We actually have time for that. And this time my scouts aren't on vacation. So we can see actually what he wants before we make any choices. Race sim level 1 has been built. Do I want to bring it immediately to level 2? We have 15 million. 20% weekly development. I think we wait for now. We don't have a lot of money. And I want to upgrade the team hub again. So let's save a little bit of money there. Hello, Tiago. What are my thoughts on the Autobahn? I couldn't find a way to change the number font, Chucky, fortunately. But if you go into your logo, for instance, in your library here, there are... Let's see if we add one. There are number font outlines. There is 2 fonts in the game, the Titilium and the Formula 1, you know, basic font. So there might be a way to do it. I might not just not be bright enough to see it. Because I would assume it is on the front nose here, where the other ones are. Should forgot to. Or wing. Yeah. I don't think we can, unfortunately. So that is unfortunate, but it seems to be the case. It is what it is. We'll just have to live with it, which isn't a huge deal. I don't like the fact, though, that when you do edit your car, it doesn't default to the one that you just saved. You still need to go and select it to have it apply. But that is a minor fix. And also the team branding here. We wanted it to be purple, didn't we? A dark, strong purple. There we are. And I need to fix the other team colors too. We're purple and pink. Again, this is how our pit crew is going to look, how everyone's going to look. And let's add in gold just to be extra gaudy. There we go. Now we're better. Game has released on Steam tiers just 15 minutes ago. You should be able to pick it up. I don't know, Ethan. Could be that it's not supported in your region. Could be that the Xbox team has, you know, messed up the release date. There could be a plenitude of reasons. I unfortunately can't help you with that. But yeah, memorabilia room, we're gonna max this immediately. How is our mentality now? Hey, we're starting to get into the positives here with our affiliates. Carney's in purple too? You're not wrong. Just a little bit unsure where we can place that purple. Chassis has been designed. And yeah, this is going to be nice to get on the car, but we're not going to be able to even rush it in time. So I think we'll just go with 2. We'll get it by Suzuka for both cars. That is fine. And with that, we're now going to start working on the front wing. CFD should give us a fairly healthy boost here. Maybe a little bit of an insane boost now I think about it, but we'll go for it. 123, that's what we like to see. So seems like it's basically more or less the same as yesterday, at least what's visually being shown. I might want to just restart my game too to check if there's an extra patch. But I definitely have downloaded a patch today, so I don't think that is the case. Yeah, we'll do this. Do it normally, we could rush it, but again, the costs are just extremely high if you do that, so we'll just do it normally here. And once the underflow is done, we move the boys over to the front wing. What's the best thing to develop car? Cornering, basically like last year, Prim. Before working on a front wing, be sure to sack Sergeant. We do not have Sergeant, so we are safe. Mentality is enthusiastic for Antonelli. Cheap buyout fee, so we could propose contract. Last time he wanted a ton of money. 4 seasons, 3 seasons. Give him an extra 100k sign-on bonus. Give him a week. Okay, honestly, he would love it to get more time, so give him 21 days, I guess. Let's see if he accepts this. I do believe, though, he's going to get poached again immediately, basically, even if we do pick him up. The game crashed? That sucks, Nick. What happened? What's happening, Stefan? Porsche, Lamborghini, and BMW. Which car do you like the most? Take the one you like the most and go with that one. Board attendance. Do we? No, I don't want to gamble. It's so likely that we eat the dust here that let's not gamble with the board. It'd be hilarious if they fired me due to the fact that, you know, they lost confidence from the Grand Prix result. But this underfloor here should be a nice upgrade. 7th place or 6-2-2. We're definitely going to be ahead Sauber with this one. So, yeah, let's get that on the car. And for next race, we're going to have the chassis as well. That's going to be huge. Lada? Lada would be hilarious, though. I'll be honest. Apparently, they released a launch trailer. I don't know if they ever released any patch notes. I'm going to check quick on the F1 Manager Reddit and F1 Manager site. If there is any release notes. I would assume no. I would assume this is just a release build. Yeah, just out now is what it says, so... I guess we're gonna have to figure it out as we go. So it does add an 11 team dock. Like, you become the 11 team on the grid. Yes, I checked BKK as well. I didn't find any. Should I intensify as underfloor upgrade? If you can afford it. I did not because, well, it's fairly expensive to do. That's number one. And I don't know if it's going to be worth it financially. But there's nothing that stops you from doing it. You can try it out, see if it works. It might be a better choice than I did, honestly, Robert. So if you think it's going to work, go for it. I'm not going to stop you. And check Lambias and Verstappen's engineer affinity. I would assume it's kind of maximized because the only thing the game cares about is just how long they've been buddies. So yeah, I would assume that it's going to be 100% maximized. Until Hungary. To be fair though, Max and GP, they've been passive aggressive and things like that plenty of times before. I think it's just Verstappen getting extra frustrated because they basically took his car and made it into a car he hates. So yeah, I think that is also a bit of a problem for him. If we might be able to set this up in a decent way. Try this. I think that would be okay. Again, we're just going off guesstimates this time around, which is honestly not a terrible thing. It's fine. This looks okay. Let's see if the quality offers us any better results with just a new underfloor. And it's not even the best version of the underfloor. We're good in pink again. Pink and purple. Our purple dots have returned. Is the pick route minigame so much fixed? It's kind of the same as it was in 23 lens, so probably not really fixed. Same as it was. I unfortunately don't think what Paris did in that race is going to be enough, Dark. I think they've already decided to sack him. Yeah, the only reason why Paris is still there, BKK, is the sponsors can damn near guarantee it. Someone else is coming out. Does that mean that I've gotten it wrong with the rain? I have, so... Confidence building run. Let's go. The boys do need it.
Copy.
Paris is too spicy. Okay, they're going on their first run. I think we wait until all of them come back into the pits. Or basically are on their cooldown lap, because it's still wet out there. They're doing their inter runs now. I guess that makes sense. But it is supposed to become completely dry for the end of this. Just about. Should at least be able to beat the inters. Basically, the closer we get to the cutoff here, the better. It's gonna start raining again in 2 minutes. Let's see. We're gonna send them out with 2 minutes to spare and just pray that they don't get blocked. Might need to take manual control over Hauge here. This is behind Gasly. Although the gap is probably big enough that it's not going to be a huge deal. Minute to the cutoff. Yeah, we're going to have to take control of Hauge just to make sure that he actually makes the cutoff there. Even then, it's going to be slightly close. Okay, we made the cutoff, just barely. Could someone help Ashton with the link to the official managed Discord, please? Now I have enough fuel to get back to the pits. Yeah, we should be fine as long as I remember to turn it down once he crosses the line. Well, it automatically did that. 8th and 9th. Let's go. To be fair, that is only the weather. Paris, Sainz, and Leclerc. No. What is this? Norris, Russell, Paris, Leclerc, Sainz. Thank you. Thank you, BKK, for helping out. You basically just propose contracts gaming, Gorilla, and they will offer you it. Sim has been upgraded in the last patch? Okay. Did you find patch notes? Or did they mention anything about it? But yeah, this is an interesting quali session, for sure. Ferrari, Perez, Norris, Russell. Ah, just a joke. I don't know what to say to that. We might make Q3 because we still have both of these boys. We have at least one Alpine, and if a couple of them have a couple of bad results there, we might just barely sneak into Q3, which would be hilariously silly because of their mess up. Behrman with a spin on this outlap. Can you change the colors of preset liveries? I would assume so. I would assume you can take that and then work from it, but we can check after the race. Hello, FS Consultancy. We don't know. They haven't actually released any patch note of the pre-release patch, and I haven't received anything myself personally. So I'm just guesstimating with what I'm seeing here from to kind of make up my mind on what they've changed. Hello F1 fan, we started new with the changes. We're gonna have to send these guys out pretty soon again because there's gonna be a dip in the weather here, and what is that? 1-2 laps time. We want to send them out basically very soon. Probably as soon as they come in, actually. Yeah, here we have the the getting ready to party line. Just gonna send them back out on the same inters. It's not a huge deal, I would think. And this could be a placebo, but I just personally feel they do better on a scrub set of tires than a fresh one. Oh, is the link being auto-moderated, maybe? Yeah, I see. Can I not see the auto-moderated message? I'll make a link. For those of you who want to join the F1 Manage Discord, posted a link. There you go. The Bearman made it through while I was distracted, I think. Maybe, we'll see. Condition has changed to dries. Maybe we need to do another fast lap here. Try at least. As quick as we can. Honestly, both Behrman and Hauger should have one. We'll just send them out on fresh inters this time. Because we are actually getting closer to just sneaking a car into Q3. Which would be hilarious. Because also the rain is going up, we're going to take manual control. We're going to go standard, we're going to go push on fuel. So they'll have less fuel in the engine when they do their fast lap. Getting maybe half a tent. But everything counts. We're very close to each other. He locked up? Yeah, as you can see, lockups have a huge effect on your tire, wear. So Behrman is not having a good quali here.
Things look fine here. And the car just locks. And hopefully there's not too much damage.
At least they don't stop anymore when they lock up. They just keep on rolling and get back on track. We've seen that in races too, so you don't lose too much time, which is nice, honestly. Hey, I need you to clear Albon, which is probably a little bit too much to ask. I mistimed that ever so slightly then. Let us see how things go. Yeah, I love that they've kind of fixed that now, and also that you have minor lockups, not just the huge ones. So there's a little bit more variety in the incidents you can have. I love that the chat has slowed down, which is, from what I assume, is people playing the game themselves. Okay, Hauge, did you improve? Yes, you beat out your teammate. Is your teammate improving? Yes. Let us turn both of you down before you... before you run out of fuel. Okay, we are safe. So far, no. The Williams boys knocked us out. To be fair though, we needed another couple of tents. That's a little bit too much for our car. A little bit too much to ask from our car. I'll do it when you'll buy it when I do a play along. Well, with how things are looking at BKK, I might start with that tomorrow. Depends on how long I stream for today, of course, but we might get started on the speedrun tomorrow morning. The ultimate jinx? Yeah, I have jinxed my team quite a lot. Both yesterday and today. Can we make a similar strategy to last time? Where we push, try and stay with the cars ahead. Then we take it a little bit easier. Can we make that work? I would think so. Run aggressive, onto a attack hard. Question is that faster than if we just run, you know, 2 softs? Right. Actually, they are fairly similar. This is a second faster, so we might do this. As this one is kind of force. Well, this one doesn't allow for mistakes. The second he does a mistake, we're going to have to pit him. I think we do this. We split the strategies a little bit. Make things a little bit more interesting. Let us go. As a Williams fan, I'm very excited for the season to end. That is sad.
Brace yourself for the Australian
Unfortunately, Challenger Boy, hello. We don't know. They didn't release a patch notes with them. But they have fixed a few bugs, at least that I've noticed, that we've seen in the streams yesterday and today. So there has been some fixes at the very least. As Hauge gets pushed on the grass and loses a ton of places. I don't really recommend running hards on light, Jeff, simply because you are already running the slowest tire, and when you run on light, you just end up taking, you know, running. You just become even slower. I'm not saying that there aren't tracks where it could work, but I don't think this is the place for it. Fortunately. Williams might sign Magnussen. Oh, dear lord. We have sent Antonelli a contract, so we're just waiting for his to respond to FS. Kingwin? I don't know about Kingwin, unfortunately. I don't know what their plan is. Is it any different than yesterday? Well, they have at least fixed the engines, so we get the correct engine now. We're currently at Australia. Once we get to China, we can kind of see if the AI is more competitive or not. Still making my library, it needs to be perfect. 32 minutes in, yeah. As I told you yesterday, I've spent 10 hours in the game. Most of it is probably just messing around with the library editors, to be fair. I say this is an improvement over the last year's game, yeah, Chipped. Demon is supposed to be unaggressive, but thanks for letting me know. It is following the strategy. They are very aggressive though at pushing each other on the grass. All of the drivers have gone to the Max Verstappen School of Racecraft. I need to just pick up a drink quick. Like the increased battling is definitely an addition where they've just said we're sending you all to the Max Verstappen School of Racecraft. It's a shame that it's Bottas that we're following, because if we were following Albon, maybe we could potentially have a chance of points there. Because, well, the Ferraris, Paris, Norris, Russell still needs to make their way through this train. You don't really negotiate any contract, Challenger. They haven't yet, like, they already have a contract cost. Like, you know how much they're going to cost you, so you don't negotiate anything. Back the bug. We might try something cheeky here if we get Behrman a little bit further up here. We might try to just have Behrman slow down the rest of the pack, give Hauger some breathing space. That could be a strategy. So we'll have to see exactly what we end up doing here. Yeah, I don't think there's any limit to how many libraries you can save, so you can just knock yourself out there. We are at least catching the train in front with Hulkenberg, which is interesting. So we are definitely faster than the Saubers by quite a margin here, as Bottas flies past. And so does Ocon. I think what we're going to do here is actually run a little bit of top up. Full harvest seems to be bad, a little bit worse this game because you just lose so much time. But topping up and then launching an attack seems to be the play here, as we have Leclerc and Perez now getting ready to attack. After unfair to all. Steve did say they added new improvements to the AI difficulty. Okay, I'm looking forward to seeing them. I did restart my save, Xenix, with the changes they applied. We now actually are running the Mercedes engines. We got the ones that we wanted. The fact that we're on a train up to potentially 80 is interesting. Do need to kind of slow down now. Our fuel efficiency is the worst from the grid. And we are spiking temperatures a little bit higher than we might want to here. We're still fine though in terms of risks. Behrman has been overtaken by the gang, the crew. Need to turn this off. He's actually losing out because he's not running full attack. I would assume Norris is going to overtake him here, and once he does, we can probably just try and hold on to him. But yeah, we're definitely losing out a little bit now. You're spending too much time defending. Safety car, safety car. Okay. What do we do? I think we just jump in on the softs and try and go long. I think that is the play here with the safety car. And it looks like it's back of the grid. There was a orange mark there. Gasly has crashed. Anyway, it still seems to be the best challenger. He does not seem very happy. Okay, let's see if we make it through the pits this time ahead like last race. If we do, it would be amazing. Being held up a little bit there, unfortunately, but we make it out in 10th so far. Behrman is getting kind of punished for that, though. He's down in 19th. Double stack not really working out too well for us. But it is better than nothing. Trying to put together a new strategy in case we don't have any more safety cars. I think we're just going to go with one more stop then, maybe. Go into the hard. Potentially. Or we could do something just a tad more aggressive. Depending on what is fastest. That's a little bit too aggressive. It is faster though by a good 5 seconds. How many tires do we actually have available at the moment for Hauge? We have 3 sets of softs. Okay. That opens up some opportunities here. Because if we have another set of soft, then yeah, we can do something like this and just be rather rapid on the soft tires. And I would assume Behrman has the same. Yeah, he does. So we can just mirror what we're doing with Hauge for Behrman. With the logos, it's possible to have a circle and put a letter in it. You should be able to. There is a circle form, like if you look at my logo here, it's very low definition, but I've used the laurels to make a circle and then place some letters and a couple of wings in it. So you just need to make it different layers. Safety car is in. Let us get ready to push. Push, push, push. Did anyone go into the hard tires? Yes, all the front runners basically went onto hard tires. Even Ocon did. We're among the minority here. Just 5 cars on soft tires. To be fair, everything's up to Hauger now, if he can hold on to this 10th place or not. I don't know if there's any mods released, Jonas. Norris, Leclerc, Perez, and Sainz all qualify, all as well as Russell, all failed to get out of Q1. Rain screwed them over. So that is basically the only reason why we're as high up as we are, I think. The question here now is, once Perez overtakes us, will we be able to stick with him? And I think the answer to that is going to be a no chance in hell. Although he's actually struggling to overtake, as long as we're in that DRS train ahead of us. So we might still have a little bit of a chance here. Nothing massive, but just slightly. I think Sargent made a small mistake. Only getting 40 frames is taking a while. That does sound kind of painful, I'll be honest. The Batman is not having a good time. His confidence is crushed. With the mentality he had from the beginning, that's also gonna, you know, lower him. I think once we get caught by Leclerc Norris, because it is gonna happen, the same is gonna happen to Hauge. His confidence is just gonna go to the bottom. And then he too is gonna start falling backwards. The yellow symbol by show means that he has some minor permanent damage. So if we go into the data view, we find show, check out his car, you can see that he does not have a damage to his engine, gearbox, or ERS. So he has some sort of damage on his car. Maybe underfloor, could be. Gasly has major damage, this is just minor damage. And in Leclerc's case here, it means that he has a component malfunction or fault. So Leclerc is suffering a minor mechanical failure at the moment that can potentially escalate, and if it does, he might end up DNFing. Not that I know of, Mitko. The creator team seems to be its own mode. I'm not gonna say no, it can't. It's not the case, but it does not seem to be the case. Because honestly, I don't know. I would think you can't, as I said, because it's his own mode. So you are probably gonna have to start as your own team, but you can switch to others later on. How do the engine temps and fuel work post-patch? Pretty much the same as before the patch. If you follow other cars closely, your temps will spike. You can kind of see it here. Hauger's running in clean air somewhat, and he has 4 degrees less temp than Bearman, who's running right behind Show. So pushing increases your temps, of course. Getting faults increases your temps. So it's pretty much the same as what we saw yesterday. First thoughts on the day 1 patch. It seems to have fixed a lot of the issues. So I'm happy with it so far. Right now I'm not worried about the high engine temp because, as you can see, we can check the risk of fault. So because our condition is high, the engine temp isn't really a huge problem at the moment. So while if the condition is yellow, then the engine temp would be a much higher issue. It does also wear our powertrain more, but it's not a huge enough issue that I'm gonna go ahead and tell him to drive slower. It's all right at the moment. You can leave your team, yes. You'll create a team. You can go to another team after the first season if you wish to fight your own team. Honestly, that might be a video that I do where I create. I used to create a team feature to create a super team with the max everything. And then I pick the lowest rated team and see how many seasons it takes to catch up. I haven't really seen any changes to the mentality system yet, Sainix. The debuffs they're getting is basically in line with what we saw yesterday. We haven't gotten far enough in that we're seeing buffs yet, so... yeah, we'll probably see some buffs after this race, but it seems to be pretty much the same as it was yesterday, so... potentially that might make some interesting combinations, if you will. Unfortunately, I don't think Hauger's getting points, but he's at least going to be able to score some good money for us here. As we get pushed onto the grass and lose a good 2 seconds there to Paris. But yeah, that's kind of the concern. Driver confidence now is basically low as can be, because we have started losing out to the cars that were out of position. Russell, Norris, Perez, Sainz, Leclerc. So that is also still something that is very annoying. The fact that they still just cost so much... like when you get overtaken by Ferrari as the worst team on the grid, it shouldn't cost you any confidence because you're not supposed to be able to fight them. So yeah, it's a little bit annoying, I'll be honest there, but it is what it is. See now if Hauger gets the automated fix like he did yesterday, hopefully it does. Yep, automatically fixed itself. But currently now we're just kind of sitting back. There's not really going to be a lot of fighting for us. We just need to get through this race without incident. Do I reckon we'll get F1 Manager 25? I'm pretty sure they had contract for 4 games, so... we should be getting next year's game unless this one sells absolutely horrendously. Seems to still be the same, Cameron. Maybe running the tires a little bit more passively now. You heard the mentality buff were nerfed? Well, we'll see. I have no clue. As I said, I haven't gotten so far enough that we are getting positive mentality. But if they have been nerfed, that would probably be a decent thing. It's a game like 23. Cornering still seems to be king, yes, Sparky. Looks like we're kind of in a good spot here with Albon picking up a mechanical fault.
And as far as we can tell, they've got a fault with the car.
Very insightful. What do we think Albon's issue is? It's ERS. So here's the thing. Even if it says low risk, you can still pick up a fault at 85% condition. So even with low risk, to be fair, this is the first like that high we've seen today. But even at lower risk, you can pick up some interesting faults. So it's kind of good in that way, honestly, because it just means that it's always the problem. Have I seen if engine wear is similar? Currently, we were on the 3rd race. It is somewhat similar, but then again, we basically have no engine cooling. So I'd say it's similar for the most part, because again, we have no engine cooling, so we're getting a little bit more than last year. But it might have been tweaked slightly. But it seems to work the same for the most part. Can you change the name of the team after creation? Not that I know of. I'm pretty sure you can't. You can change color, library logo, races, but not the team name. What do I think about how much money we get from the race day sponsorship compared to 23? The maximum you'll be able to get from a race day sponsorship in this game is 1.5 million. Pretty much. And that is if you go all in on race sponsorships. So it's severely nerfed compared to last year. You get far less. But let's face it, race sponsorships last year was just an... oh, I'm getting distracted again. Race sponsorships last year was just an inexhaustible pit of money. Like, you would never run out of money with the race sponsorships. That's why people have hundreds of millions. So I think the nerf to race sponsorships is a good one, honestly. And it should make the economy a little bit more important. Do I think the game is worth the $35? Yeah, I'd say so. I'm pretty sure that all the engines weigh the same FS, so probably not, but you can, of course, underfuel more with the Renault engine. Yeah, Leclerc's problem did get worse. It has evolved now into a major fault. It actually did that a few laps ago here, 12 laps. I'm very good at paying attention. And as you can see, after he developed that fault and it became worse, his temperatures have spiked. It's now up to 136 degrees. So yeah, the engine's about to go bang bang. As Hauge has a lockup, and I assume he scratched his underfloor.
Let's take a closer look. Let's have a look then at turn 6.
That's bad because that underfloor is new.
Well, you can see the lockup, but that's just the risk you take. The later you leave it.
He sailed into the gravel. My one hope: destroyed his underfloor and tires. That is a little bit unfortunate though, but it just means that before we go into the next race in Suzuka, we need to get him a new underfloor. No driver deaths yet? What? Best engine? Like from pure power, it's Red Bull Sparky, but with the mechanical failures, it might be Mercedes because they have the best durability. I'm not sure yet, honestly, so I'll be doing an engine comparison at one point. Don't worry. Yeah, our race goal is 18 to higher, so we're still going to get a decent payout. Should probably have gone full attack a little bit earlier, though. Maybe we would have caught Ocon. Yeah, it's still a better result for us. Not anything, you know, magnificent, but a little bit better. Piastri on the podium. At his home. That is at least nice to see.
Performance from the Red Bull driver today.
An inspired strategy from the team there. What a well-deserved win that was.
It's hugs
The inspired strategy. There are supposed to have been some changes to the AI. We'll have to see. Again, I don't have a car that I can really find anyone with at the moment, so it's hard to judge. They fixed the issues we saw yesterday? Then probably, yeah. Okay, memorabilia room is being upgraded. And we are gonna... You can actually... That's also another thing they've done. You can refurbish... Well, you could for a while there. Refurbish any time I wanted. Thought they changed that, but apparently it was just a bug due to the fact the memorabilia room just upgraded. But yeah, so be careful with that. Because if you directly upgrade, sometimes you will refurbish instead. That is probably not what you want to do. Let's be honest. We have enough money that I think we upgrade the team up once more. This has reduced our confidence. Yeah, I'm very glad that I denied you your request. Because I'm pretty sure the board already hates my guts. We're rated as an underdog. And yeah, the board confidence is low. We're 9th. This is basically the same expectations they had for us yesterday. And the question now is the underfloor that is missing. Can we manufacture another one in time? Yes, we should be able to make one more for Suzuka. And the other car is missing a front wing. That's not a big deal. Hey, we've reached the mentality boost checkpoint, and I can confidently say it's just as bad as it was yesterday. You can get fired from your own team, yes. Does your F1 management development guide work with 24 for the most part? I would think so, Haroon. It would at least give you a good starting point. What are major differences? Well, the new mentality center, new sponsorship system, create a team, mechanical failures, a couple of other things I can't remember on the spot. But they've added, they've expanded some system, added some new ones. No, we already have one upgrade on the car, and if we go analysis, we are still a back marker, 17th, 21st, 22nd, so that one upgrade didn't have a huge effect on the car itself. And if we look at Red Bull, well, this is not accurate because Red Bull is missing a couple of parts by the looks of it. but we're still pretty far behind. Top speed, 5 kph, so still have a lot of work ahead of us here. At least our mentality is getting on the good side. Depends, Stefan. You can actually change it at any time, I believe. So if I go settings, as you can see here, so not set too hard. That's sad. There we go. Yeah. I'm wondering if it's independent then, because we set the difficulty too hard at the beginning of this. But you can also go and change it in the settings anytime you want. Pretty sure. Yeah, that is weird. Gonna check. Huh. Can someone check VAR when we made it? Because what I think has happened, I think I just discovered a new bug. It is set as standard here. You can kind of see it here from the career. I'm pretty sure that it was set to hard at the start, but it might have said hard, but it's instead been at standard because we made a hard save yesterday. So just check that when you make your thing that it actually is. I don't want to load. I want to save. Just double check that I actually set it to set to hard. There we go. So yeah, the first 3 races we actually played on standard. That's interesting. Doesn't the time delay if, to move next day feel slower? It depends. Well, he wants $1 million a year. You don't want a breakout multiplier? Excuse me? I'm gonna bribe you with 200,000 immediately. Then turn this down to 600 maybe, 650. Maybe we can break it a little bit by doing this, but he might also just be, you know, say no. Try and give him 700 because I do want to experiment with him. And 50. Yeah, I think it's a bug then that it just recorded probably the last settings I used, which was hard. But the reality of it was that it was standard, so might need to double check that next time. Is the sponsor customization bugged? What do you mean, Drizzle? Could you elaborate on that? What is the breakout multiplier? Basically, if someone wants to buy or basically break the contract, in our case, if someone wants to break the contract of Bearman, they would have to pay our team 2.6 million. The breakout multiplier basically multiplies this number. So if we have a breakout multiplier on 5 for Bearman, anyone that wants to poach him from us would have to pay us 12.5 million. So it's basically just a multiplier for how much it costs to break a contract. So that's all that it is. It's not something super, you know, difficult or anything, but I can understand why it might be a little bit confusing. Hey, our facilities are no longer a point of unhappiness. Why didn't I update Korean? And I have like the sponsor in the car. I have lines. If you go into your team branding here, have you gone 1 day forward from when you got your sponsors? Because I believe they don't appear immediately. You go into edit your decals there. If you click on these, you can change them to different sponsors. See if that works. See if that works, because if not, you might just have a weird decal bug. I need to verify integrity if you're playing on Steam. Yeah, the AI is supposed to poach drivers, Damien, but let's face it, no one's going to poach R75 overall drivers. So I don't think we have any concerns there. Okay, this is the same that we got yesterday, by the way, where it said that, oh, I need to go to my like drivers and find contracts here, maybe? Affiliates? Negotiation started, expires in... Yeah, this might be the same thing that we saw yesterday, where we sent a contract offer, and he might not accept it. But let's face it, this guy's actually kind of ready to race an F1 with these stats. His enthusiasm. Kind of hard to judge. If you have it at 0, can other teams get your driver free? Yeah, basically. Or they don't have to pay a contract fee. Why did I put Kim as a 1? Because the drivers themselves get a negative malus to contract negotiations the higher you go. I don't know what that the cause of that could be, Dristle, unfortunately. Minimum life is a problem, but like the thing is, you spend more money making cars, but you get such a huge boost to your performance that it is kind of worth it. That's the idea. Dead. Can I show my designs? Yes. Currently we're working on the underfloor. This is the 2nd edition. Working on the front wing. A couple of side pods. Or side pods and suspension. So we're basically getting there with every part upgraded once. Getting very close at least. Still waiting for a reply. I sent him a reply. Braking, adaptability, cornering, and adaptability. I guess we're back on the adaptability train, sadly. Let's see. Apparently Picker is going very well. Up to 80 now. Sorry, not 80, 70 now, the cap. Still gonna work on getting that error chance down. It's just the best for the team. And come China, we should have a fairly decent car. Should be almost completely new. We're just going to be missing the wings. And remember, yesterday in China, we were double podiuming. I don't think that's going to happen today. Maybe we get a point or 2. Since it is a spring weekend, let's make sure we have 0 on Friday. And give us them an 1 day extra rest. We are getting to the point though now. We have hit 2.8 seconds that we should at least maintain 2.8 as the highest that will go. But we still work on getting the chance of errors down a little bit. In my personal opinion, like so. I can't see links, BKK, unfortunately. I have them disabled on the chat, sorry. So that's the one, a big contract. Yeah, it's a boost from the enthusiasm. You cannot make your own engine, Sparky. I don't think you can stop being a factory team either. I don't believe I saw the screenshot. Have you sent it on Discord, maybe? Yeah. Ah, okay, thank you. No, I assumed I set it too hard, yes. So, as I said, it might just be a bug that where it shows hard, since that is the last setting. But then it just reverts to standard. That is Solstice. We're not actually giving him an F1 contract, FS. We're giving him an affiliate contract, the new system. So, you have your racing team drivers, which are, in our case, Hauge and Behrman, but you also have up to 10 affiliates. These are drivers that do not necessarily race for your team. They are racing for F2, F3. They can also be, as you can see, F1. They're basically reserves. But they can race in other series while being tied to your team. They take advantage of your facilities. You can go ahead here and tell them what they should be focusing on, developing. Basically, it gives you an option to race up to 10 talents with that second seat. You can give them also time in FP1. So we're not really giving him a reserve contract or a F1 seat contract. We're giving him an affiliate contract. They change the difficulties. I don't get podiums finished so quickly. We'll see. We have Japan now, and then we'll go to Suzuka. And if we get a podium in Suzuka... Sorry, in China again. I said we have Japan, then Suzuka, didn't I? We have Japan, then China. And if we get podiums in China again, then we might need a little bit of a tweak on the difficulty. But considering we played standard up to this point, I'm not too concerned. Okay, underfloor design complete. Contract talks ended, so yeah. We took too long to get back to him. This is the same thing we got yesterday, but what I think is actually happening here is that the game just isn't telling you that he denied your contract because he wasn't low negotiating confidence. We didn't pay him as much as he wanted. Maybe if we given him $1 million, he would have stayed. So we'll try and negotiate again in like 6 races time, maybe, when he's, you know, no longer unhappy with us. Okay, the underfloor design is complete. We're going to be putting some of these boys on working on that front wing. And we're also going to be making the rear wing. So let us make a purely top speed rear wing, I think. Although, to be fair, getting a little bit of that DRS effectiveness would be nice as well. I think we'll do this for now. Our dirty air tolerance is pretty bad, but that's because we don't have an underfloor in the car that we're looking at. So this is the actual boost that we're going to get. Just going to do it normally. We are still kind of poor financially, which is a problem. So we have made that new underfloor for the race here. Let's go ahead and make 1 more. 2 more, they'll be ready by China. And I think it's best to just do it like this. Then we have options. I wish I could speed this up by 1 day. Because that way we could make sideboards and suspension at the same time. Any idea if the day 1 patch fixed the issues of play improving much more? Seems like it. Of course, your team to be rated as an underdog, just the fact that we have nothing going for us. Hard dev facilities to focus on. I think it's going to be mostly the same as last year, where you want to get your suspension sim and maybe your car part test center. Build these up before you do anything with your design center. I don't know if the wind tunnel CFD sim is going to be worth it this year. I have yet to test that. But these two probably still are the best to, you know, work with early. And get your factory to at least level 2 so you can have 3 projects. I would probably recommend level 3. But other than that, I think you're basically free to do what you want. You get any negotiation benefit from having them as affiliate drivers? Well, you can influence their mentality, and enthusiastic drivers are more likely to re-sign a contract. Yeah, I feel the game is worth getting, Pana. I'm having fun. Games this rear wing generate most of the medium cornering, does it? Yeah, it actually does. Maybe I need to focus medium on the rear wing. Most high speed is from the underfloor. Okay. Maybe we need to change things around a little bit. Sponsor plan review in a day. Let's see what they want us to do. We did achieve the target last time around. Let's see if we can have a little bit of a better time here now. Memorabilia room has also been hit tier 4. I'd level it up to 5. Get that 10 mentality boost. It's going to be huge. And other than that, I think we're just going to leave the other buildings as they are. We do have that new underfloor. We can just put it on the car here. We are, and we should also have 1 new chassis. We'll be trying to remember this time to put it on before we go into quali. But yeah, we do have a concern also with the dirty air tolerance, cooling and everything, but we'll get cooling going into China, so it should be fine. We're going to get the sideboard design done in just a couple of days here when we go into Suzuka. Another factory tour. This week in hospitality. Pit crew fatigue. Guess we can sacrifice a little bit of the race engineer. I don't really want to sacrifice the sporting director, but at this point, like, we kind of have to. The weather center advert. Rain is going to be very sad if we get, but let's do that. Pit crew stem tour. See if sim advert. Like, all of these are pretty bad. I think we just do the factory things here, and we'll just have to bite the bullet. Because we need the money from the engagement. That's the thing here. Have they added more radio messages? I don't believe so. Maybe for the, like, Real F1 drivers and their engineers. But since we've been playing with, you know, F2 drivers and regenerated staff, haven't really seen too many of them. Okay, race weekend in 2 days. Yeah, you can add at least 6 activities, Jeff, as far as I've seen. So you do have a little bit of freedom there in reaching the targets. Okay, I think what we do here now, because we only have 1 slot for manufacturing, until at least we get done with Suzuka, is that we get started on these side pods. And we're gonna have to rush these, because we want them ready for China. The only way that happens is if we rush them. So let's get that ordered. And with 2 slots available here, we might want to try and, you know, get started on something else. But financially, we only have 6 million in the bank. We've been bleeding money up to this point, so we're gonna slow down a little bit on the design here. Wait for the next CFD period, and then make a decision then on what we want to upgrade. I think that is the best bet. I want to see where we end up with all of these upgrades before we do anything else. Hello, Moon. Yeah, we had tried out the new say with the new balancing patch. Antonelli is an 18, so you can't pick him immediately, unfortunately, Panna. Can I send a screenshot to you? I make an awesome Audi team livery and suit. You can probably post it on my Discord. I'm not gonna stop that, Leon. Feel free to join the Discord and post it. Yeah, we're gonna leave 2 design slots open, which is not really something I'd recommend. But in our case here, there's, like, even if we were to, say, get started on another chassis, I don't think it necessarily is going to give us a huge amount of boost. Honestly, kind of is. But at the same time, this is going to cost us 1 million. And we're going to have to make probably 2 or 3 of these before we put it on the car. So we'll be a little bit more careful with the money right now. We're not going to be getting a lot of it. So let's go ahead and just slow things down a little bit until we can comfortably beat these race targets in every race. Then we can be a little bit more frisky with our money. I'm also worried that the minimum weight that we put in the parts means that we might get bankrupt ourselves by making new parts, which would also be a sad sight. Hello, Borsidar. Add more engineers to other designs. That is a good shout. I should have done that. Hello, Ryan. Yep, seems to still work pretty much the same way as 23. Do they know he's far from the best driver in F2? We have 0 points at this point. No need to apologize, Rick. Seems way better than it was yesterday. If you look in the description of the stream, it should be there, I think. I'm pretty sure. You can find it there somewhere. Okay, let us remember put the chassis on the car. The game did not like that. I'll be honest. The game kind of crawled to a halt there for a second. The fact they've hit 1 optimal is kind of impressive in its own right. This looks to be the optimal setup, seeing that we're hitting that one, that one, that one, that one. That should be good. I think this should be an acceptable setup. We don't know if we need to go right or left, but this is a gamble we're willing to take. Let's go double check chassis and underfloor. Don't have this one yet. We'll get it by China, but this too is going to be a sizable upgrade. And yeah, I guess we're ready. Let's jump into the Japanese GP, or at least the qualifying. Have I not put the link in the description? That is my bad. I'm going to go ahead and edit that immediately then. And meanwhile, I'm going to send the boys out. I thought I had done that, but if I haven't, then as mentioned, my fault. Sorry about that. Oh Oh yeah, I only linked the game because I am silly like that. I think if you update the stream now, you should be seeing it, hopefully. I can also probably just post a link here in the chat. My bad for messing that up. Let us... Yes, I need to find the link, BKK, sorry. I'm slow. I need time to work. Thank you very much for joining, everyone. Again, sorry for my tardiness then, messing up the messing up the description bad enough that the only thing I'm advertising is the game and not myself. Yeah, Ollie, development seems to be much of the same. Some tracks that you'll be faster with manual. Some tracks the automatic will be faster, but there is also a lot of variance, it feels like, how the drivers perform. Sometimes they will have a good run, sometimes they'll have a bad run. So it's kind of hard to judge if Plan A or Plan B is going to be faster. Let's see if the 28.7 that we got is going to be good enough for anything. We're just a second behind the Mercs now. Worried if anyone else is going to be this, though. Hamilton definitely got held up. He's not 2 seconds slower than Russell. We're getting there. Finding the Williams at the moment, at least. I think we send them out again, although I did, again, time it terribly with show. I guess we try a manual lap here. See how that goes. Now, the funny thing here is, if you do this, you can actually hold off other cars because, well, you aren't technically... You're not fully on a push lap, but you are running fast. So it's kind of a thing you can abuse if you really want to. I wouldn't recommend you do it, but you can actually hold up other cars on purpose. Often do mechanical failures happen? Not often if you have fresh components, but once they hit yellow, once they hit orange, they're fairly frequent. 2 flying laps, still good in quality. I haven't actually tested in this game. Might be, might not be. Could probably test it, to be fair. But the main reason my 2 flying laps was so good in 23 was because the AI on automatic was terrible at warming up the tires, so they start their flying laps with cold tires, but they fixed that in one of the patches. So 1 lap should be fine. Apparently Hauger here is not improving at all. Could be that the tires are old, but that is what it is. Behrman is also not improving. It might still make it through to Q2 at least. That should make it so we get a little bit extra money.
Copy.
Probably want to do 1 more run on fresh tires and just use those in Q2 to be on the safe side. Because we still have Rick down here. He's not a couple of seconds slower than Tsunoda. Guess we send them out now. Let us see if they end up improving here now. Okay, I'll take a look at it afterwards, Leon. Yeah, let us know your result, Bjarne. Would appreciate that. Our next quality, do manual control. Well, we're about to absolutely ruin... Well, not us, actually. Rick is about to ruin the Aston Martin. Which is kind of unfortunate for them. Behrman is improving, which is important, as he's the one that is currently losing out. Hauger is not improving. He did not... Yeah, that was a terrible, terrible getting out of the way scenario. How much does Behrman improve? That is quite a massive improvement. Maybe we sneak into Q3 with him. Hello, Christopher. I am indeed live. 11 is good, yeah. Considering we have 2 upgrades on the car. I've had one bug, and that is that when I selected difficulty, it reverted it back to standard. It said it was going to be hard, but instead it was standard difficulty. So just double check once you get in game. If you're worried about your difficulty, save the game, see what the save says, and then you can just change it up if it isn't as difficult as you want. I say we do the first run here on a soft tire on the used one. Build a little bit of confidence and then do the second run. Of course, I decided to eat sushi before this stream, and now my stomach is not disagreeing with me. But I think I'll be fine. But if you hear any weird noises, it's just me being a little bit uncomfortable due to that.
Copy.
But isn't Hauge higher rated than Stanek too? That's the thing, you kind of need to test. That's the same driver, manual versus automatic. I don't believe Bustamante is in the game, unfortunately. Maybe. She is? Oh, I didn't see her, I only saw a flush. That's good then. Oh yeah, I guess she's under 18, isn't she? Yeah. Well, we need to do at least one more run here, so... Let's face it, we have a chance of getting into Q3. Let's go for broke. And we'll only have one pair of soft hit. Well, we'll have 2 tires if we make it. Nah, we'll be fine. I'm overthinking things again. It's a bad trait. Just go for it here. See what we can do. Did they change pairs before release? I don't believe so. It was 86 rated pre-release. We can always check. Let us see if we can improve here. I'll get 2 tenths off Q3. But Leclerc is also here, so probably a little bit more than that, yes. 7 tenths. That's more like it. Stroll did in fact get more than just 1 podium yesterday. Stroll was just hunting them, always running in the top 5. Okay, so bads from Hauge here. Behrman is improving, but when he's a second slower to begin with, then it's not really difficult to improve. Improvement in second sector. I really wish we could see the differential, yeah. Improved a bit here, up into 11th, but still out of Q3. What about Behrman? Terrible third sector. Doesn't actually improve. Get held up somewhere then, I assume. Okay, I need you to go full speed to get into the pits ASAP. We might be able to send you out again. I'm gonna save at least 1 set of fresh tires. No way we're using everything. So they'll have to do the final run on these. And Hauge is definitely gonna need a little bit of help to get to the line in time. With 126 being the base one. I think we'll do the same if a Behrman. I just told him to go in the pit. I did. Clicking a little bit too quickly is again a very bad trait of mine, but let's see what we can do here.
Copy.
Will we improve? Bearman about to start the faster lap. Same for Hauge. Let's put him push, 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 as they say. McLaren slipstream here is probably going to be negative for us, simply due to the fact that we don't have good dirty air tolerance. So we shall see. Green sector 1. You also going to go green? No. Yeah, basically, Jim, yesterday the AI was not putting new parts on the car, so they were actually driving some races without parts. That's been fixed. Just about to jump in, any last second key tips? Cornering still seems to be very good. Really? I was... I read that as the CPU on your computer not heating up enough. Like, the game doesn't put enough pressure on the CPU. But yeah, it could very well be that they're bad at it. I just don't know why Bearman is losing so much time in the last couple of corners. 13 and 16 is still great, don't get me wrong. A little bit more of an enthusiasm boost there and they'll be scoring points.
It won't be long before we get underway here in Japan with
You attack before, so you have optimum attempts. Yeah, I kind of want to try and start it with just under temp, so that we don't overcook them over the course of the quali. We're gonna have rain. That's gonna make things interesting. Maybe not. It's gonna just be raining the entire time. Yeah, that's boring. I'll be honest, that is boring because it's not gonna change anything, man, with the pit stops. Can we do some shenanigans with a extra stop? I'm kind of tempted to try this just purely due to the fact that if we get into the pits here before everyone pits their first stop, we could potentially have something, you know, we could get in early, overtake someone, build a gap a little bit, and then get it done. But even then, I don't know if that's going to work. It's basically the same strategy that the AI has suggested for Bearman. I say we give it a go. It seems interesting enough they might work, and honestly, we're not looking at a good result here anyway, so we need to do something a little bit different from the rest. Yeah, let's try it. Sim the race. I don't really want to sim the race because our drivers are low enough rated that they will almost guaranteed to pick up some sort of damage.
Great to have you with us, folks. As we see, the drivers are warmed up. They're ready to go here at the Japanese Grand Prix. It's lights out and away we go.
Okay.
Come on, Hauge. Just stick it in there. Oh, make race life hard as you're on the grass. Yeah. That is unfortunate. What I expected will happen. I think the car has the dirty air tolerance. Yeah, our car does not have dirty air tolerance at all. You're not wrong. It is terrible. Sergeant with a lockup.
See what happened. Right, let's have a look here as we go into turn.
That is our car in front.
Struggling with the car.
That is something that is nice that they've added though, the minor lockups.
By that point.
To be fair though, we kind of had to stop there, so I won't, you know, be negative for that one. You can check general channel, I said pick my high-tech GP logo. I'll be checking like anything people add to Discord after the stream. Someone has already messaged me and there's a few other things, so I'll go through it everything later on. 5-second penalty for Rick. That would be a bit mean. But yeah, this is just going to be a like sail through experience, I think, unfortunately. There's going to be many chances for us to overtake or do anything special. It's just going to be survive the rainy affair. And honestly, if we can survive and stay where we are, That alone is huge. So I think we'll take it. We'll have to see if the pit early strategy though will work. This could backfire heavily. The others are pushing harder than we are though. You can kind of see that. The only one that has comparable tires are Piastri and Sainz. We've also used all of our energy, so let's tune that down. Yeah, Helga has a little bit of a nice gap for himself. Bearman, I think if we harvest, we can probably launch an attack on Magnussen at one point. Maybe get a position or two. So we'll have to wait and see. We are losing a lot of time though by recharging. And we're actually getting into a potential here where we might get attacked by Bottas. We want to recharge, we don't want to lose the position though, so we'll turn that back to neutral. Hauger is probably in a position where he can recharge in case we catch up to Hulkenberg, so we actually have something to work with a little bit. You can already see though that he's falling backwards, and Magnussen is now very close. He actually got close enough to get the overtake done. That's my fault.
Right, we're at turn 14 here. The opportunity begging to be taken.
Let's just be happy Magnussen didn't take us out when he did that, I guess. Why does the battery run out when I have the ERS battle assist on? So, the ERS battle assist, it's the driver, but it basically just works when you're on neutral for the most part. Like, if I tell the driver to deploy, this order is gonna override the battle assist. He's still gonna use the battle assist, but he's also gonna deploy whenever he has a chance. And he doesn't care if the battery runs out. Drivers take no responsibility for the battery running out if you have deploy on. They'll use everything they have. So the battle assist, they'll recharge, they'll play it a little bit, safe if they can, but if you turn it off, they're just gonna go full send. Virtual safety car, as the McLarens have had a little bit of a hugging session. Is that Norris ahead of him? No. I assume Norris sent him flying there because that looked weird from Piastri's angle. Question is now, do we try and take advantage of this to pit? We just say 4 seconds. I'd say it's not worth it. We end up pretty far back if we do, so yeah, let's not do that. You saw the crash? Bad luck, mate? My drivers did not crash. Unless, of course, they did, but I don't think they did. And Norris should get a penalty also because he rammed Piastri pretty hard. And he's also going to need to pit. This battle assist works. It basically means that your drivers... basically, your driver will conserve some energy that will be used when battling, either to overtake or defend against another car. It basically just gives your driver access to using the battery as they see fit when they're attacking or defending. So, basically, it's just automation of the ERS to some degree. Is the 24 edition better than last version? Yes. Box. Developments seem to have been a little bit more balanced. We'll have to see. We still need to go a couple of races, get a couple more components on the car before we see exactly how it is. But we're getting closer to it, Callum. Yeah. Development, I guess, depends on personal opinion. So, we'll see. Right now, we are basically running... I would say we're probably 15th best, 14th, 15th out of 22. With 2 upgrades, so we'll have to wait and see. Excuse me. Can you modify Create a Team? I don't know. Probably someone out there is going to figure out a way to modify it, but I have no idea if you can. Although I do know that there is someone who's made a modification where they changed the sponsor logos There's probably going to be some sort of mods out there at some point. Just stick as we are for now. It's a bit of a shame that I would lose the position to Bottas, but I guess they're running more aggressive than we are. No, they're running around the same with the tire degradation, so we're just slower, straight up.
Yeah, I made a mistake.
Emin has locked up, and this time he's kind of parked. That's sad to see.
That's... Oh no, that's not quite what they would have wanted. That one
Yeah, here you should just go on the road and get back on.
Copy.
Bit of a shame then, because that means they haven't fixed all of them, just some of them. Although to be fair, sometimes when they lock up, they do park like that for a little bit. That should be based on driver aggression, I guess. So, who knows? I think with that though, we do have now our green light to push Behrman a little bit, use up as much of this tire as we can, and then pit. I think that's going to be the plan. Auga's still looking good, running up in 12th. There is some cars that have pitted on. I believe Norris. Yeah, just Norris.
Oh my.
Another one. What exactly did Behrman do this time?
But this is what happened. Now we're watching the action closely here. Nothing wrong so far.
To be fair, Behrman has yet to destroy something, I think.
Now they did leave it very late.
But yeah, that's good that he just keeps on rolling. Gets back in it immediately. But we're definitely going to go ahead and pit him this lap and then tune him back down to aggressive. And then we'll have to see if he can make any sort of comeback. He's going to have a hard time, I think.
Copy.
I think everyone is on this strategy though, if you look at the degradation. So what I think we do is that we're going to go attack in now with Hauger. And we're just going to use up the tires as much as possible for the rest of the car's pit. And maybe if we're lucky, we might jump Magnussen here in the stops. He's 4 seconds ahead though, so it's still going to be a little bit difficult. But I can hope. Can we choose the length of the contracts? The contracts are for 1 year at a time. We're still going to push the tires a little bit more. We have free space, so why not do it? Although we could get undercut by Albon and Norris. So it is a risk staying. It is a risk staying out any longer than this. So let us just get in the pits. The one patch is included in the install, Andy. Don't worry, you have it. How's the air development is about as F122? Hello, Pippo. I don't know. We'll have to see. I haven't actually played through a full season yet, so I don't know. Still say, Opal, that the underfloor is the best part to focus on early. It gives you kind of everything you need in the cornering. You can go drag reduction if you want, but mainly just cornering would be good. That's what I think at least. So underfloor should be a safe bet. Okay, let's just speed things up since we have nothing to do at the moment other than wait for the other cars to pit. They could run, you know, conserve on their final stint, which would be funny, honestly, because I don't think I've ever seen the AI do that. Now we're going to have a little bit of a challenge here for Hauger. We need to clear these cars. But with confidence just being medium, I don't want to turn up the risk. There's still no notes now, BKK? They've hidden them. Are we actually going to get a wet weather overtake on the first attempt? Nope. Well, to be fair, we could have probably have ordered Hauger to just send it there. We might need to do that at the end of this lap. Just tell him to send it and get the overtake done. Like that. That works. How many races today? Until my voice dies down, kind of like yesterday. Although, to be fair, I did kind of end a little bit early due to the fact that there development was bugged. It's no fun to play like that. Nice overtakes there. So even if we have terrible, you know, dirty air tolerance, even in the rain, at least we don't struggle to overtake back markets on bad tires. I know we did that in 22, so seems like the rain races might be a little bit better here, but it could also just be, again, me seeing things with rose-tinted glasses. A little bit prettier than they're supposed to be. Yeah, I'll probably try to do at least probably 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 races, we'll see. I'll keep going until I get tired. Yeah, I do kind of think that too, BKK, but it would be nice to see what they fixed. Could be ready for slicks. Not really. It's not going to get any drier than this. Auger versus Gasly. I feel like that is a little bit unnatural though, like the speed boost you get when you overtake sometimes. Does normal and aggressive overtake still cause a lot of crashes? I don't think so, but the thing is, I haven't really seen the need to go over to medium and high overtake in this build so far. Basically because they've changed how overtakes work. The drivers are just more aggressive naturally now, so even in the rain here, Hauger's had no problem getting overtakes with Show, Hulkenberg, and Gasly really quick, so I don't think you necessarily need to do anything other than running low. Like you can if you get stuck for a long time, but low seems to work really well at the moment. What do I mean the development was bugged? In the pre-release build Pippo, the AI wouldn't develop the car. They would fail to put parts in the car, and they would just fall down the ladder of development. You could basically win without any upgrades, but now the AI is developing and pulling things off. So the AI is a bit better at development at this point. We're going to tune down the engine usage a little bit, but at least you can push in rain, no problem. Which is also nice to see. And we clear Ocon here. Here's what is Hauger's stats right now? 90, 88, 83, 80, 85. We're getting there. We're getting an actual Formula 1 driver. We're turning this F2 man into a Formula 1 boy. Oh. What happened? Why must you disappoint me so, Dennis? They're pitting for slicks, and I think they're going to be very sad. Yeah, they're pitting for new enters. So he spun, lost a little bit of time, but we kept Ocon behind somehow. Yeah, it's going to be wet for the entirety of the race, so I don't think anyone's going to be pitting for slicks. F1. It's still pretty quick, though, I believe, even if we did have that little incident last lap. Emin is also getting up there. He's now 17th. A couple of seconds slower than Verstappen. Verstappen's some fresh ones. Again, as long as we get above 18th, we're actually going to be very happy, so this is fine at the moment. Commentators curse? Like, I've had insane commentators curse yesterday and today. Like, I made Stroll have a puncture.
Yeah, I copy.
Sergeant! Oh man. We are going to take advantage of this and pit. And I think what we're going to do is just run standard after we have pitted. Gonna save just 4 seconds, so nothing major, but it should still be good enough. Liked way more in 22 when the stats boost was because of the setup percentage. Yeah.
Oh dear, a crash. There's
What exactly does Sergeant pull off here? Hello, Jeremy. Japan is the 4th race this year, so not super grinding. Anyone else gonna pit? No, they all have pitted already, so getting a little bit of a freebie here, I dare say. Behrman is gonna fall back. It's just how things are gonna be here, unfortunately. But for Hauger, this actually works out pretty nicely. Can actually run aggressive till the end if we so wish. I guess that is the best bet. I do love that I can just go here and solve the strategy view. Is it better to run aggressive or is it better to run standard? Aggressive is supposedly around 5 seconds quicker, so let's do it. Let's run aggressive. Lions are supposed to survive, so we should be fine. Unless, you know, we do the Spinala again. Yo, Tiffy is proud of Logan. So that's what happened. Gotifi's spirit decided to take over Logan.
Copy.
Wondering if Schumacher's spirit might also have a hand in this. Because Schumacher had a tendency to really wreck the car when he crashed. You've been watching RPM F1? That's the vibe I'm getting there.
We've got a yellow
What is
flag.
healthcare? That's the bit of Spinala. He almost took his teammate out.
Exciting.
In classic Alpine setting there. We might be able to get Behrman back up to 17th, I think. We need to get the Alpines. They're just 3 seconds up the road. That should be doable. Hauge is running a second quicker than Bottas at the moment. Almost 2 seconds quicker, well, over 2 seconds quicker than Magnussen. We're not getting in the points. That probably is not happening without a safety car. As we have been lapped. Other than that, it's looking promising. I'm pretty sure affiliates do work now, see, but I might have made a mistake in the offer I gave one of mine. What a game, but I'm not in the mood to play. Just watching you. Well, it's great to have you here. Is Hauge speaking Alonso? I haven't actually heard any, you know, complaints from Hauge, but he might still be Alonso, you know, reincarnated. We'll see.
Let's have a look at that. So here we go, heading into turn 1.
Points will be right.
Chances.
I'll get points in China.
You can't do that too often with these cars.
Healthcare is eating pineapple on pizza. Oh, that is actual. That's actually almost a bannable offense. Like, I don't mind pineapple on pizza, but saying that is healthcare? That's almost a bannable offense. You're tread lightly here. As Behrman finally is going to get an overtake done. Finally, that confidence is going to go above the starting point. Look how little confidence he gained there from getting Gasly. It didn't even go up. Oh, that is actually kind of sad to watch. Imagine overtaking a car and just like, meh. You're not my friend anymore. Pineapple on pieces of war crime? Well, at least not do it if you visit Italy. Then you will actually be accused of war crimes. Hauge is flying. But yeah, Albon is the best that we can get with him. And for Behrman, it's just trying to get up into a money-paying position.
Copy.
I wouldn't be too confident after overtaking an Alpine either. I love that we get like overtaken by Sainz, Leclerc, and they're just like, nah, I hate this. I'm done. You overtake an Alpine? This doesn't even feel like a win. Box. I think it's gonna become more wet again. So yeah, boxing is not the play here. We don't have the adaptability to box. Serious question, is this game any good? I enjoy it. I feel like it is a upgrade compared to last year's. It's still a little bit rough around the edges with some balance. But if they take that seriously and fix it, it's going to be a great game. Try getting Sonoda, he's a Japanese goat. See if we can get the other Alpine, and if the confidence goes up then. I went up a little bit more, so Ocon is apparently a harder customer than Gasly by the looks of it. I think with 10 laps to go here, we might have Hauge go a little bit more aggressive. We're about to getting attacked here by the Magnus. He's actually pitted for fresh tires there to go aggressive. And he's straight up flying. Why didn't I sign Antonelli, and what is the rating? His rated 71. He's 17 years old, so he's not allowed to race in F1. And he didn't like my affiliate offer. We don't know there. The latest patch doesn't actually have patch notes, it's just a release build. But it has fixed a couple of issues that I've seen, so we'll see if the AI is also more competitive than it was yesterday for sure. It's good. I think we just deploy here and get on the Magnussen Bottas train. We can take advantage of those two squabbling to re-overtake Magnussen, that would be amazing. When is the first tips and tricks video coming out? Probably in a couple of days. Maybe tomorrow, we'll have to see. But simming, they're going to be a lot easier to make, but let's be honest here. Need to test things before I make videos on it. How do the F1 Academy drivers work? So an affiliate is basically a reserve that still can race in F2, F3. They take advantage of your facilities, you can put them in FP1, and they are contracted to your team. So they're not that different from a reserve. But at the same time, you can have 10 of them now. So Magnussen is free. Need to get Bottas here. And it did in fact happen. Let's see now if we can chase down Magnussen. Again, we do want to go attack at one point, but at the same time, can't do it too early. We'll break the tires. Probably do this lap and one more. We're on lap once though, so we're not actually going to do all laps, we're just going to do 52. Yes, this is when we go attack, try and follow the Ferrari. And then get Magnussen. Unfortunately, we have to actually slow down in the middle of a straight there to let them by with the blue flags, which is going to be painful because it slows us down so much. But I would like to at least try and get 12th here. That is Sainz who's about to overtake Magnussen. He's also going to get taken at the start of a straight, maybe. He was in a better position than we were, but we have caught up again. Let's see if we can get at least that unlucky number 13. Probably a boost to mentality for the most part, but Bedman has also had a spin, a couple of lockups, you know, some bad incidents. This one. Hello, Corey. Because he's Norwegian. Well, I started a podcast with Magnuson. Well, he is a Dane, so it'd probably be a war podcast in in that case. Used all of our battery, but we did get Magnuson. Question now is, can we keep him behind for a couple of more laps? And can we also catch Albon? So equal ties at this point, so this is going to be a little bit difficult. Gym training still the best. Basically, you just need to balance it. If you feel your pit stop is too slow, you do gym. If you feel you have too many errors, you do, you know, pit stop error chance. If you feel like your setups in practice are too slow, you do car building. So honestly, it's probably better to lower the chance of error first, which is what I'm doing, and then I'm gonna do gym stop training later half of the season. Yeah, the pit crew management is the same as 23 HP. Do the young drivers like the F21 still crash the car every weekend? If you sim, they are very likely to crash, Dean. Or Dan, sorry. But in our case, we haven't really had any crashes with our F2 boys, and we're on the 4th race of the season. So I think it depends a little bit on if you're simming, planning to sim, or if you're fine with managing it yourself. Because as long as you keep them rarely defended low, they'll usually be fine. Just me or there's some mess this game up? In what sense do you feel they messed it up? Yeah, mentality is also one of the reasons why they're boosted at the moment. The F3 strategy for development should still work fairly well. Yeah, Bruno. The thing is, Sam, if they do things aggressively, then pitting 4 times in Bahrain isn't necessarily a bad thing. The AI is now, they have now added a new thing to the game where they try to set up the quote-unquote best strategy. So they'll give you a strategy option. It seems like the AI defaults to that strategy option for the most part. And usually it's the fastest one they can theoretically give you on the aggressive side. It doesn't seem like they do the same for the light runs, to be fair. So you can still make a faster strategy with lights. But they have added a little bit more, an interesting change, if you will, to how the AI approaches races and how the game gives you suggestions to your strategy.
Well, that's another race wrapped up.
To be fair, if you have a driver that has amazing paint stats, then they'll be very quick. But if they suck at overtaking and control, they'll crash every weekend. So, yeah. Depends, really. Hey, we're up to 9th, where the board wants us to be. That they should be happy with. And we should also get a decent chunk of money from this. 1.433. Take that. And if we can keep that up for the remainder of the season, it's going to be a nice chunk of money. Chassis manufacture is complete. The tool center has been upgraded. And again, this is kind of a bug here. If you click go to facility of something that has been upgraded, you can immediately refurbish it. Click off, click on, then you can upgrade it again. Just so you're aware, you don't refurbish instead of upgrade it. Minor regulation changes here. Chassis or side pod. This is probably one of the weakest regulations that I've ever seen. What is going to hit the AI hardest? I think we'll just go chassis. Honestly, both of these are pretty weak because there's only 2 things we need to research. That does mean also we can develop anything but these 2 parts as much as we want for the remainder of the season. Which is also kind of wild. We need to manufacture a couple of suspensions before the next race weekend. So if we get these underfloors, these side pods, these suspensions, then the car should be fresh, with the exception of the wings. That is fine. Yeah, I should also put the engineers on here. Thank you for your suggestion for once I actually remember to do something. That is good. I say this is enjoyable as an old motorsport manager PC game. There are different types of game there, but if you enjoy F1, you're probably going to enjoy this one. To be fair, if you buy it through Steam there, if you don't like it after a couple hours, you can always refund it. Best strategy for research, just cover any regulation change for the most part. You should be good. And you can always wait for patches, yeah, to have them fix some of the issues. Okay, so mentality, I do believe, has not seen any sizable nerfs. And the reason why I'm saying this is because our 76 overall Hauger, lowest stat is now 80. And his highest stat is 92. In Aero, I'm going to pick Sophia as my second driver on Create Your Team. Who should I get as my number 1? Are you looking for someone to carry the team? Are you looking for another talent to race? What kind of driver are you looking for there? Do you have any ideas, or what exactly do you want to try and do? Yeah, I do believe the mentality system is probably a tad too strong, because these stats are almost comparable to Verstappen and Hamilton. To be fair, it lacks accuracy, smoothness, you know, these types of things, but the pace stats, both of our boys right now are kind of nutty. Like, let's face it, Haugen lacks reactions, but still, these are 76 rated drivers. If you get the confidence up too, that just compounds it, gets it even higher. So, as you can imagine, that's going to be a bit weird. I love that these guys are unhappy with other staff and these guys are unhappy with the drivers. You're really not good buds, are you? But yeah, our mentality is now boosted, and I want to show you another thing here with the staff with the mentality. Our race engineer, 74 overall. Not super enthusiastic. He's getting a little bit of a boost here. So he's not actually getting that much. Is he just barely enthusiastic, maybe? Looks like it. Could be that they've nerfed staff enthusiasm, maybe. Nope, never mind. The race engineers just aren't very happy, but this guy, 85, 87, 86, 85. Again, 75 is his overall. 76 overall. 92 on the F-list sensitivity. Why do you have the worst stat at max? But yeah, again, with how mentality works, you can take any 85 overall team and make them 100 overall. That's what it looks like for the most part. So if you figure out mentality, how to manage it, keep it enthusiastic for the most part, your team is going to overperform at insane levels. So one star that can grow. You could go with a regen driver, because they usually have maxed, some of them have maxed development. Emin here is probably a good choice. I don't know what his development rate is. It's very high. But a lot of the generated drivers, you can just click on the bottom right, there should be an option there, are young, they have good starting points, and they also usually have very high development rates. So if you want a real one, Bearman's a good choice. He's just 18 years old. If you don't want someone like that, you can go with a generated driver. I don't know what the development rates of the stats are of, you know, anyone really much worse than Bearman. So you do have some options there, like BKK. BKK says, Duan, Theo, Koenig. So you do have some options. I found out the V-Comp doesn't have a real steering wheel model. I'm pretty sure they're using the ones from the start of the season. Hassan looking good, yeah. We need Hard Plus. We need New Game Plus. Whenever you win a season, you can go New Game Plus. It just gives the other teams a 20% boost to their development Or rather, they just give the car 20% boost next season. Honestly, the sponsors aren't really that different from each other. There isn't too much depth to it, really. If you need money up front, look for sponsors to give you money up front. If you believe your race performance is good, go for the sponsor to give you race performance. Engagement can be a little bit of a pain because sometimes they'll force you to, say, bring your head of your factory chief in. So just read through it thoroughly and you'll be fine, Opal, I think. There isn't anything super complex with it. Okay. I think I'm caught up. Let's go to China. Construction delayed. How dare you? I'll acknowledge the delay, because as long as the facility is getting upgraded, you get a mentality boost, so that's just that's actually benefiting us. Okay, helipad, let's get it to max level. We won't get it before China, but that's not a huge deal. How do I get better at race strategies? If you go into the race, like before races, you can play around with the race strategy table, and it'll kind of tell you what you can expect from each strategy. So it's just experimenting, seeing what works, try and read the cars in front, see if you can undercut them. Generally, it's just setting up a good strategy to begin with, and try not panic depending on what the other cars are doing, you should be fine. Sometimes you might make choices that are a little bit, too reactory, like McLaren did this weekend, honestly. So we are getting the side pod focus. No, yeah, we're getting side pod focus changes here. You get an ad for F1 manager, Jeff? Someone know what happens if I don't hit the sponsor engagement target. I don't know. You should let us know, guys. Should I research or bring upgrades? I started with worst car. You should probably do a couple of upgrades in the beginning. Like at least one for every part, Sheriff. And then you can maybe do research after that. Could be a bug water that they haven't actually updated it. So I would recommend just letting them know. I can report it. Don't forget China's sprint race. Thank you for the reminder. What scenario should you pick if you play 22, didn't play 23, and looking to play 24, but you don't have the experience, do you think? Honestly, Nathaniel, in that case, you can kind of put together your own scenario, because the own scenario doesn't have any limits. There is a middle of the pack scenario where everything is level 3. With that one, you're going to be basically fighting for points, but you're still going to have a little bit of a hard time. So maybe choose that one. If not, maybe make your car level 4. If you find that too easy, go ahead and just downgrade it in the next one. Depends on how much experience you have with 22, but I don't think you're gonna struggle too much. Verstappen and Sainz. Verstappen and Sainz have retired. Did you put them on your team? Don't want to be 0 to hero, but don't want it to be too easy to start. Yeah, the scenario where everything is level 3 should kind of give you what you're looking for then, I think. How do I respond to contract response needed in emails? I can't find where to do this. Might be the same thing that I had with the affiliate smitters. I've sent a response, but it says you haven't. And it's basically just Total Wolf that pops in and, nabs it out of delivery man's hands. It might still be a bug. It might just be that he's denied the contract and run out of patience, and the game just isn't properly letting you know. I think that is what's happening, but it's kind of hard to judge, really. Let us put the new parts on the car and see how we stack up for China. So this thing still tells us that we're 20th overall ranking. I don't know if I agree with that. Like, our top speed and DRS effectiveness is trash, but I don't think this thing scales with just how good the performance actually is in terms of cornering. So let's check the analysis here. So we're 17th, 12th, and 7th, which I believe tracks. It does. So the AI is using new parts now. I can guarantee that with what I'm seeing here. I'm wondering just how high we're going to go up once we get that new front wing. Sadly, this is not a high-speed focus track because that is the one thing we're good at. But we might still snatch points here, I think. But yeah, this might actually just be focused a little bit too hard on the, you know, top speed DRS effect in this angle, potentially. We will have to see. Car's still rated pretty bad, so let's see if we can get something out of this sprint weekend.
We're just getting settled here in Shanghai.
Oh yeah, if it's in the first practice, it's affiliate drivers, if that's where you're seeing it.
Shanghai International Circuit can only mean it's time for the Chinese Grand Prix. This state-of-the-art track combines high G-force.
At least China has a long straight. Well, we don't have a lot of top speed, guys. The high speed that we have are in the corners. Like we're the worst team on the grid when it comes to. I don't want to simulate this. I want to manage it. You're correct. Remember that. We're the worst team on the grid when it comes to. When it comes to top speed. So the long straight is actually very detrimental. Like this one and this one is where we're the weakest. So both of those are kind of bad for us, honestly. Okay, so it was the first practice. No region had actually eaten Verstappen in science. But as you can see, it's a good. As you can see, the AI does use their affiliate drivers here. You can kind of see it here with the Mercedes as well. I don't know if I agree with them using them on a sprint weekend, however. Hajar. You know. But they do use a lot of them in this case. That's fair, guys, honestly. Yeah, he's in the game. Yeah, it got released blue before the game release, so no patch notes. It's basically just a release build. So we don't know what they fixed. But the AI is definitely more competitive than they were yesterday. Your setup is bad. That is very surprising. I understand why the setup was bad. We didn't hit anything. That makes sense. Honestly, I want to try and get as much into the middle as I can here, just to see, just to try and minimize the areas as much as possible. Okay, so you liked it there in the middle for the rear wing. Try something like this. We'll just stick with the hard tires. Mentality system seems to be working the same way as it did yesterday because our boys have some pretty big boosts already. We can take another look after this sprint weekend. If we have a good result here, they might get an even bigger boost, so we'll see exactly what we can expect. Hope you enjoy Blue. I would assume, yeah, you missed out on money. That would be the main thing, but I don't know. The sponsors might become unhappy with you. Would be kind of interesting though if you don't meet engagement targets that they say break the sponsorship. At the worst, that would be interesting to see. Target's just the max amount of money you can get. That would make sense. Setup minigame is exactly the same as previous game, yes, Tower. Fortunately. I would have loved if they made it a little bit more interesting, but it is what it is. Didn't get any message from the sponsors. Have you gone all 6 weeks though? Could it be that they get angry at you after the 6 weeks are over with? Yeah, that's an issue that I reported, Callum, that even if you put in a setup, they'll just roll a dice. So
Overall, feels
that's why I'm
pretty
saying that
good.
for particularly sprint weekends where you only have one chance, you might want to do your setups manually. And if you get very bad setups, doing the third practice session is something that you might need to do in this year's game, unless they go back to kind of how it worked last year. Yeah. We'll see though. They did patch a lot of stuff last year. I would expect nothing less this year. We are just gonna send you out as you are because I want you to get a little bit more driver confidence driving around. We could change front wing because that one's quick, but I don't think there's a point. We'll just send them out, have them learn a little bit more about their setups. First race, my drivers get hit with 21 and 10 place grid penalties out of nowhere. Did you switch any components, Maddie? Because it's either that you switched some components that were probably fresh, or that they crashed in practice. Always to practice one unless you have a beast team, yeah. Only from P3 to quali. I think you might have been hit with the same thing that I have. I think this, I don't know if it's a bug, if it's an intended feature, but if you swap components that aren't in yellow condition, have a fault, you get a penalty. I think that is how it works. So it's kind of a weird thing. Because if you got a component penalty, it's probably the weird thing that confused me last time I was streaming, like yesterday. So yeah, it could be they changed the rules there somewhat, but it would be really, really nice to know. I don't think you can get a 21 place penalty by crashing in quali. That would be insane. You'd have to actually take someone out. Yeah, this is bad. I don't know which way we're supposed to go. Luckily, I know which way I'm supposed to go with here. Gamble on this. Should be better than 76% anyways. They left him as Pato. Well, if he rear-ended your driver, then Magnussen should be the one eating the penalty, yeah? That's what would make sense anyways. Yeah, if no pen popped up in quali, in practice after you got rear-ended for you or Magnussen, then neither you get punished for it. See if these boys can have a good qualifying sesh. Hauge wins the first corner, or first sector. Can he keep it going? Nope, Bearman takes the second sector. We've lost it there, but which one of these boys is going to take third? Best out of three. Who is going to be faster over the line? Should I leave my team for now until they do fixes? They did do a day one patch, Callum. Like, they fixed a lot of the issues with the AI developing. So my team is perfectly fine to play. That is the closest they've been so far, 5,000s. So I wouldn't say that there's any problem playing my team at the moment. I think we need to do another lap here just to be on the safe side. Everyone should be coming into the pits now, so let's gamble on getting out ahead of everyone. Ghastly, you gremlin. No real improvements here, unfortunately. I would think. Yeah, no. We should still make it into a sprint shootout, part 2. But right now, we have a car that kind of can fight for points, which is honestly okay. But maybe still going a little bit too quick.
Yeah, copy.
But yeah, they definitely do sound like Fernando, both of these guys' radios. Arno Pogmare, hello. Welcome back from the depths, if you will. We need to get affinity up on these boys so that they actually start with better confidence, if you will. Well, to be fair, I'm going to try something with Bearman. I think this could be an interesting thing. Let's do 2 flyers. 2 flyers, no cooldown. See if that works better in the sprint here. Although, to be fair, probably should have done it a little bit later because now we're behind everyone. Should have done it for Hauge. That's what I'm seeing. If we survive this one, we'll do it in the 3rd one. I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well as well. I guess Hauge is getting a little bit of a confidence boost from getting purple sectors.
Copy.
Bearman will now keep going. How much can you be held up if you go through the entire grid? That is the question. Yeah, so no real improvement there of doing that, but honestly, it went through everyone, so that's not really surprising. Let's get you back in super quick. That way we'll be able to do one more run. Why have they half the cost cap? That means people can't have aggressive mode. Have they cut the cost cap in half? I don't think I've seen anything to indicate that. Happy launch day indeed. Hauge did not beat the break-off there. Bearman did not improve. We're gonna struggle for points there. Which is good compared to yesterday when we podiumed. It was like 135 million, now 60. Are you sure you're looking at the same thing? Because you in my team, you already have spent a bunch of cash by the time you started making the car. So I think the cost cap is still the same. You might just have a little bit less of it available to you. Am I going to play with the official teams? Probably at some point. Now that I'm just going to enjoy messing about with the create a team a little bit, as it is a new big thing. That's, you know, interesting. I think we'll just do this again, like we did last time. And maybe we'll be able to saunter our way up to a podium spot. Not a podium spot, a point spot.
Here we go. The sprint in Shanghai. And it's lights out. And away we go.
The fact that we always start with bad confidence, though, is a little bit of an issue.
Copy.
So everyone should be on the medium tires, which means that if we take it easy here and actually build a tire offset, we should be good. It's just me, or does Rick look like he's on red tires? Red walls? Oh, it's the inner lining of his tires that makes him look like that. That makes sense. It's a good thing he's not an instant China podium. Yeah. To be fair, though, I don't think we're going to be breaking the game too early here, which is honestly a good thing. But we might find a way in the future. Could also be that they might have balanced the cornering versus top speed a little bit better, so we'll have to see if there's been any changes there as well. For now, I'm just kind of sticking to last year's strategy, which was to just go top speed. Let us speed this up a little bit, as we are now holding back the cars behind. It gets the overtake done, which again is not a surprise because we are running light. We are going to be losing out early on for Hope coming back later. And we have a red flag. Alonso has introduced himself to the wall. I think we just do another medium set. I'm gonna try it on Steam Deck. How's it running? If anyone has, please respond. Frontier rear wing seems OP. Maybe it's worth upgrade them then underfloor. Might be. We'll see. We're gonna be getting our rear wing in front wing soon. Am I gonna do a speed run level 1 to win or something? Probably at one point. I do still feel it's a shame you don't get the strategy menu up here, because I would love to see the difference now between going for mediums versus softs. Softs will barely make it to the end if we do this. So I think it is the best choice. Is developing the car's cornering ability still the best way? I would assume so, which is why we're kind of trying it. I see you as well, Kyle. Okay, so I believe there's a mix now. There's some medium runners, there's some soft runners. If we take care of these soft tires, we can actually run attack towards the end, so we should be fine. Apparently Russell was a part of that incident. Shame we didn't actually jump in before the red flag. It's a bit unfortunate. Can't push on fuel anymore as the engine overheats. You're correct on that. Probably gonna need a lot more focus on engine cooling this year than in the last. Tire has been improved, yeah. Particularly once you hit 30%, the tires can potentially just explode. Punctures are far more normal now. Maybe we should deploy, see if we can have Bearman hunt down the Russell. See what we can get done here. We're still falling backwards, which isn't surprising since we're running light. But as long as we can somewhat stay with them, it's still acceptable because we'll be faster later on. Yellow flying there for a second as Bottas picks up a mechanical fault. Good old Sergeant.
Now this was at turn 1. The wheels just lock up there. By that point, it was just too late.
Again, I do love that they keep on going whenever they make mistakes, for the most part. We've had one incident where they didn't. We're still within range to Norris. It's not amazing, but we're still there. Russell has basically destroyed his tires. Most of these soft runners are destroying their tires. Maybe we will have a better opportunity than anticipated. This time, send it. Did not send it hard enough, clearly. That was a little bit wonky there, honestly. Guess we'll run a little bit of top up here. Couldn't get anything done with energy. They will be struggling, yeah. Aston Martin is still fastest car like on 23. I believe Aston is like fourth fastest, maybe? Not really seeing it here because Alonso crash, but they are pretty quick. And they're using tires. They have burned off over 30% over the last 5 laps. So we could end up in a hilarious situation here where the soft runners needs to pit. And we just barely come out ahead of them. As Rick has picked up a failure.
But there. Oh dear, that's not what they need right now.
The only thing that I do not like about the failures and the way they're announced is that they do not tell you what it is most of the time. Sometimes they'll tell you it's engine, it's gearbox related, but most of the time they'll just say like, oh, that does not look good. Which is very annoying because it doesn't give you any insight, and then I have to go to this menu right here, figure out exactly what has happened. So a minor fault from the engine, which is going to make it a lot easier to pull off an overtake. As science also develops the fault.
I had a misshift, I don't know why.
This is a good one because it tells you that the gearbox is a minor failure for the gearbox. I don't need to go into the menu to check. That's how it gets the overtake done. I don't think there's going to be enough time if any of these faults develop into a major one, but we might see a safety car if it does. Have Howard go neutral here so he can try and chase down Russell. Yeah, running out of battery is kind of punishing, more so than it was last year. I do agree with that. I think we'll still have Behrman run top up until he gets past Rick. That could be the case, yeah, Fennec, that they don't actually have the order for it, but I'm pretty sure they could get someone to record just the, you know, announce the voice. Looks like a, you know, engine failure. Looks like a gearbox problem. Looks like a energy issue, or rather, the engineer said it's an energy issue, something like that. You have everything. You know, you have the license. Should be able to ask for a little bit of help. Well, we have 4 seconds off points. We have plenty of tire. Well, not really 4 seconds, 5 seconds in a Hamilton up the road. But Hamilton, Sonoda, the longer this goes on, the better our tire offset becomes. Last lap we were almost a full second faster than Hamilton. So the tire offset here is definitely, you know, becoming a thing. And we are kind of sailing past Sonoda here too, with relative ease, I'd say, as Behrman gets challenged by Russell. The tire offset here is definitely still very, very powerful, particularly around China. So light is still an insanely strong strategy. Like, it's very weak. Like, you'll be weaker at the start of sprints, at the start of races, but you get all that time and more back because the AI pushes super hard, and you're still able to stick with them for a little bit because of DRS, because everyone is running in a, you know, train. So they're just using so much tire for nothing, and you just get the huge advantage here later on. It's a little bit annoying actually that they do that, but it is what it is. I'm also sure we might score points there. We're a second off. And with how little is left of the race now, we can go full attack and just chase those points down. Let us go. We might even get Stroll here. Double points. Can we dream of double points? To me, it's annoying because there's so many big gaps. Guess that makes sense. Yeah, we had the announcement earlier, Taurum, that Binotto is going to come back with Audi. And how fun it would be if he beat Ferrari with them. So we need to clear you. Looks like we're getting it done. Next up is the Stroller. It's a little bit of power here to get by. Probably do the same here for Behrman to catch up. I kind of do want to pull outside of DRS here so they don't get any extra help catching up. Because if we kind of pull Bearman, that would kind of be unfortunate. So we need to get away from them, and we've done that. We pulled a 2-second gap within a lap. 3 seconds faster last lap. We might even catch... Yeah, we're going to catch Piastri at this rate. We might even catch Sainz. Maybe we get another podium. Setup calculator has now been updated. Nice. That's really, really nice, actually. Mechanical fault for Bottas has evolved into a more dangerous one. Let's try and use a little bit more aggressive overtaking maneuvers here for Bearman. Because we need to clear these guys. Good work. Now get Hamilton as well, and I'll be very, very happy. Good work, Bearman. What we love to see as we caught up to Piastri. Gonna tune him down just so he doesn't, you know, do something silly. We should just about have enough tires, so we're actually gonna attack her at the perfect time. I don't think we're gonna catch Sainz and Norris, unfortunately. It would be amazing if we did, but they're probably a little bit too far up the road for us. Seems odd you can see the status of other teams' cars. Yeah, it's a little bit odd. They give you perfect information, which makes, you know, the strategic aspect so much easier. It would be fun if they had like a mode or an extra difficulty where that information was just hidden. Would be nice. Audi is actually cooking. They allowed Sauber to come in last for more. Just get overtaking. Very disappointed. For more CFD time. And this year they have no cost cap at all. Yeah. The Skyhawk. Honestly, it sounds like it would be a good, fun trip, if you will, to just reincarnate your old team. Reincarnate your old team in F1 Manager. Aim. We are gonna potentially run into a problem here. We're kind of risking a puncture at this point, but I really want to get Piastri. Yeah, we actually attacked a lap too early. No way around it. We did. 7 and 8 is still acceptable though for our team, so let us just try and make it to the finish line without a puncture. Never mind. Yeah, we lose out here. That's bad. One more lap before we attacked, and we probably would have had probably would have had a little bit better. 6th and 8th versus 7th and 9th. It's still a couple of points, but it's not good at all. Hope you enjoy making your livery, Aim.
And that sees them wrap up this sprint with a well-deserved finish in the points.
I don't think we're gonna see any faces here, but I still love this. Just bright pink and purple. So yeah, our first couple of points there in China. No podium, but points is still good enough, I dare say. When am I joining McLaren with that strategy? What do you mean? Well, level 3 car, will you be fighting for points in the first race? Basically, with a level 3 car, you have a car that is 11th, 12th in the grid. So you'll be able to fight for points on a good day. Like if you have a strategy that's better than the team in front, your drivers are better. You know, if you have just one edge of the team in front, you might, you know, fight for 9th and 10th. If someone has an incident, you should be able to get points easily. So it is a car that immediately can fight for points, and with a couple of upgrades, you're probably going to end up 5th and 6th most of the time. So a level 3 car is a decent start, honestly, if you want to learn the game. And you'll be fighting for points more often than you will not. Am I enjoying the game so far? It's a big step up. I'd say so. I'm having a ton of fun. Probably needs still a little bit more balance, a little bit more love. But it's definitely a step up from last game, I'd say. So we might qualify a little bit higher this time around. Points. Maybe I should update the stream title. I've been a little bit lazy with that.
Copy.
Then we'll update it. Hopefully after every race, if I remember to. If I'm not too silly. They usually talk about tire life and laps, not percentages. That's true. That is true. Can you get fired from your created team? Yes. You're the team principal of the created team, and the board can still decide to fire you. Qualified third in Austria after 2 red flags. That's good. I guess. That's not bad. A little bit of help. No one can deny you that. I think we'd do another run here just to be on the safe side. Gonna need Bearman here to huddle up so he gets out past the most of these other cars. Yeah, this was a bad window to send him out in. I really should slow down and just think a little bit more before I do. Because I don't think either of them are going to get a bit of an upgrade. Rather better time this time around, not upgrade. Yes, I will upgrade their times. Do we need to use a fresh set? Probably just to be on the safe side. If we push it, we should be able to stay out ahead of Bottas, maybe. We are ruining his lap with what we're doing, but it is what it is. Ocon, are you gonna be annoying? Yes, you are. No improvements whatsoever. That's very unfortunate.
Yellow flag.
Stroll with a spin. I think we're safe though. We did screw over Bottas, which I apologize for. Honestly, we should be getting a penalty here with how we did that. Would I like it if very rarely drivers get sick? You had to replace them like Bearman and Cheddar. Like, it would add some sort of realism, but I think for the most part, people would just get frustrated with that system. So I can see why they haven't added it, but it could be a good addition, you know, argued for realism's sake. Yeah, there is a graph for predicted traffic. It usually is fairly accurate too. You're right there, Jeff. Does steady air tolerance affect tires and engine degradation? It affects in the sense that low dirty air tolerance means that when you run behind another car, your engine gets hotter and your tires get hotter. And the hotter things are, the more they degrade. So yes, it does have an effect in that regard. I guess we just go with another fresh set, because we might not make it to Q3. The wet races on 22 is so funny. I don't know if I agree with that. Yeah, Bearman has just been slow Last couple of races, last couple of qualies. He's a second off Hauger now. But yeah, we can look at predicted traffic. Should be low traffic in a couple laps time. It also does update, as you can see. So if we send Behrman out now, it should be okay. But we need to get him around the track pretty quickly. It's gonna ramp up with traffic now, very soon. To be fair though, if we can follow the McLaren closely, we would be fine. Yeah, no real improvement there. We're gonna try and send Hauger out last here, and hopefully that will give him a little bit of an advantage. We'll see though. I think this is kind of where we are supposed to qualify though. 15, 14, 13, 12. Somewhere around there. So this isn't necessarily wrong. Podium or end the stream? That might take a while. We might need to sim a bit. This is China. Shanghai, I think it is. Yeah, true, Chazo. Good luck followed by driver incompetence. That is... that should actually be F1 manager's like slogan. Yeah, you can experience good luck followed by driver incompetence. Then just a smash. Okay, what do we do here? The soft tires are pretty powerful. Like you guys can see, just putting a soft tire on light here made us quicker than the hard tire on aggressive. We do need to use a medium at one point, so let's do it like this. Can we do two softs to the end, though? I would think we can. Not. Very sad. So, soft light into a medium, and then we run softs till the end. Plus 6 seconds, that should be acceptable. 9 seconds faster than this strategy. This strategy might not be bad if we tweak it a little bit. That'd actually be better than what I put together. They're comparable. It would allow us to run the hard tire immediately though, if we wanted to. Let's see, if we do this. It's kind of the fun part though. Figuring out which strategy is the best for a new track. At least theoretically. Well, this is slower than using a medium tire in here. But yeah, even running the mediums on light here is faster. We run 2 mediums. We don't have 2 mediums. Now 1. Okay, now they're basically, you know, again, very comparable. This one is slightly faster. It's probably what we're going to go with. It just seems to be the better option. You can definitely make a hard tire work here if you don't have any, you know, softs available. Which was a very common occurrence that you only had one fresh set of softs when you went into a race weekend. Yeah, we'll gamble on this. I think it'll be fine. It'll be kind of the same as the sprint, just a whole race distance instead. So we might actually end up in the points again, I think. Maybe. We'll see.
The anticipation is really building here. The fans and it's almost time.
How long do I think this stream will last? Well, BKK just told me podium or forever, so at least a few more races. I'm playing on hard here, Harry. At least I am now. I wasn't for the first 3 races.
Copy.
I'll give it a good start here, just jumping up to 13th. Eagerly waiting for the car development guide. Probably be sitting down, and it's probably still going to take a day or two, Jukebox, I'll be honest. I want to test top speed, want to test hybrid build, want to test, you know, cornering, and see what is fastest. I got 219 and over 90 drivers. I'm loving this. I don't know if your finances are going to love you in a second, Aaron, but have fun while it lasts, at least. Can you still go full push on the tires and not use avoid curbs? No, not really. I tested avoid curbs a little bit earlier today before I started streaming, and you lose about 2 to 3 tenths worth of lap time. Your tires do get cooler by about 5 degrees, which isn't a lot, so I don't think the lap time loss is worth it. You might need to, of course, if your powertrain is, you know, getting into this condition, where they might develop faults due to overheating, curbs, and condition. But in our case, I don't think we need to take that step. So it kind of depends on a couple of different factors, if it's worth it or not. How come you run for a low overtake and rarely defend? It's because of how risk works in this game. So usually you would see young drivers crash constantly, but with low overtake aggression, your chance of overtake goes down, yes, but in that very same setting, you also lower your risk of spins and lockups, and also your risk of corner collisions, meaning that even very young drivers like Behrman, like Hauger, other talents have a vastly lower chance of crashing by running both low overtake aggression and rarely defend. They're going to lose a little bit in terms of, you know, the racecraft car v car fight, but they will very rarely crash into anyone, and they will very rarely wreck the car completely. So it's basically just a pros and cons estimation there, and I decided that I'd rather run both of them on low overtake and low aggression, and benefit from, you know, the car not being wrecked every 3 races than a little bit better overtake opportunities. Again, it's basically just that calculation. You really want to pick Bottas and then seeing this 16 million? Yeah. I'm pretty sure the 90 drivers that Aaron has picked up won like 30 million each, I would assume. So he's going to be paying 60 million this year just in driver cost. Yeah, Jack, the patch was released with the release of the game. It's a release patch. I believe, Ethan, that you can't change your name. I haven't found a way to do it. Aggressive racing works really well. You're able to hold positions. Yeah. It took 10 million each. Okay, you might get a couple of teams coming poaching then. That's fairly cheap, yeah. Then you don't actually have any financial issues. My bad. That sounds like a great deal. So far, we're doing well. We are falling a little bit behind the points there, but we are running our own little race. And again, all we're doing here is just creating a tire difference, and then we'll get back at them towards the end. Gonna run the fuel probably to 1.2 kilos, and then we'll turn it back to neutral. Then we'll be good going from there. We might also actually get Rick here very, very soon. He's actually falling backwards a little bit. Our drivers might actually be fighting each other in a way that is slowing us down. That would be a little bit unfortunate. Driver salaries get deducted from team balance? No. It's basically a monthly cost, so you don't need to pay anything up front. Yeah, mechanical failures are a thing, but as you can see, she'll actually fix this. So, mechanical failures aren't necessarily permanent every time you get them. As you can see, he got a failure in his gearbox, lap 4, lap 5, but by lap 6, they actually fixed it, so they aren't necessarily permanent, they can be fixed. Following your examples help them stay motivated. Don't qualify well so they can easily gain position and confidence. Not a bad strategy, honestly. We'll have to see though. It's just a 5th race, Bartek, but it does feel a little bit decent, yeah. I think for now we're going to try and push a little bit, see if we can get past Rick and start chasing down Alonso and Tsunoda. It works well on Steam Deck? Nice to know, Doctor. I'll let others who ask that question know. I need to pick up a Steam Deck to bring to work then. Then I need to figure out a way to record on the Steam Deck. So far, this is going fairly well. Behrman has actually almost left Rick behind. Getting closer to Alonso. I think we'll just have Hauger do a little bit of the pushing as well. Build a little bit of confidence while we can. And we are actually catching Alonso fairly rapid here too. I guess the usage of tires is getting low. Like, the hard runners have used more durability than we have on the softs. And basically we've turned the softs now into a rather fast hard tire. Which is an interesting thing to do, honestly.
And who's that having an issue in the
It's top
pit?
issue for Magnussen. It's good news for us. Let's see if we can actually get Alonso here. Seems like he started pushing now. He's gaining a little bit. Never mind, we're gonna get him here on the straight, I would think. He comes back, just pushes us wide. Yeah, there's more battling in corners for sure. It is actually working fairly well. We are going to have to top up now with Behrman, however. He's going to need more energy for later. I think I want Hauger to push also and try and get Alonso. Because again, confidence. Look at this, man. He's low confidence. Running in 13th. Steam Deck would be amazing in terms of more frequent uploads. I think also the Steam Deck would have a negative effect on my sleep schedule, so I don't know if I want to go for that. Got Hamilton to overheat by blocking him. That's also something you can do, actually. Just go full defensive when you have when you have a car with a mechanical failure behind. That's actually an insanely weird strat there, Aaron. The fact that you can actually pull it off is kind of hilarious, honestly. Yeah, with the 4 upgrades we have now, we basically do have a car that can fight for points, which is interesting to see. And Alonso is definitely losing time into Behrman because we are being aggressive. You kind of see it immediately after we caught up to the back of him, Alonso became a lot slower. So battling this also costs you a lot more time, by the looks of things. Had to use both cars. The Stroll strategy, they're moving to Kane. Okay, so we have our first pitters. Sainz, Perez. I don't really want to overtake them because that means that they're going to overtake us on the track rather than in the pits. Why are you losing confidence? But yeah, we do need to get affinity up with the drivers and the race engineers because that is probably why we're struggling with confidence. They don't have a lot of affinity and it affects them negatively. I think for now we're just going to speed things up and get to our first pit stop. As a lot of cars are actually pitting ahead of us. I think we probably have enough time that we can go attack here just to push and try and stay ahead of Perez here. It doesn't, you know, hurt our confidence too much. So we're just going to push, we're going to pit as soon as we can. And we're not catching Tsunoda on this stint, but maybe the next. Now let's just check one thing here. Do we actually save time by running light? We do. As long as we can keep these mediums within temperature, we're going to be quicker by running light. And if not, we just run attack for the last 3 laps or so, and that solved that issue. Kind of need Ricky to stay with us so that we can block Paris a little bit better, but yeah, Paris is now gonna be coming for us. We need to stay out for probably 1 more lap before we start pitting. Yeah, Paris is gonna get Behrman too. That's unfortunate, and as you can see, that I don't get it. Paris is driving a far superior car. Why do you care that he overtakes you? That hit is a little bit too harsh, I'll have to say. And we probably should have jumped in the pits like a lap earlier. I'm not gonna double stack though, as unfortunate as it is. So Hager will just have to try and make these tires last this lap. Stroll outperforming Alonso because of the metallic system? I would think so, yeah. I think he's getting a pretty sizable buff from that system, unfortunately, which is why he's so much quicker. Tires are really not lovely. Yeah, Behrman comes out in 12th, which isn't too bad. Just need to keep Alonso behind. And for Hauge here, he might be in a tad bit of trouble with coming out ahead of Alonso. We'll have to wait and see. This balance is good. Basically just allows the AI to control the ERS a little bit more themselves. It doesn't really gain or lose you much in terms of time, but it does allow the AI to just manage it a little bit on their own. They'll sometimes just recharge, do things like that. I'd say it's a nice addition to have. 14th and 12th after the pit stop. It's not amazing, but also not too terrible. Can make a comeback from this. Behrman is going to be fighting Alonso for a while, most likely. It's not great. And we'll have to see exactly where the mediums end up temperature-wise. Behrman has gotten them up to temperature. Should now be a little bit more competitive. Tsunoda with a bit of a fault. Could be very good for us. He's one of those cars that we need to get for points. Rick is flying on the soft tire, so is he going attack? Well, even if he is, we'll get him by the end, so I don't think it matters too much. But yeah, Hauge definitely lost a lot by going out too far. We might need to start considering hitting cars around the 40% mark instead. I'll have to see what we do there. Best way to choose sponsors, it depends on what you need. If you need money up front, pick the upfront ones. If you want money through engagement, which can be, you know, kind of hard because it sometimes debuffs your team, you have a limited amount of options, you can do that. Or if you can go for, you know, beating what is expected of you, you can get a lot of money through race results. So pick the ones that fit you the best. Went to dry in Japan, it says west for 3 laps, then into for 28. I wish you luck, Robert. Is it more balanced compared to yesterday? Yeah. We're not on a podium, so I'd say it's more balanced better. They're actually putting parts on their cars. Standard, the setup is the same as in 23. Okay. Hey, hello there, Lacerate. Haven't seen you in a while. Let us just speed things along here while we are trudging along to try and catch our good old Tsunoda here. Yeah, Rick is definitely pushing a little bit harder than he should. I think these soft runners might go to hard tires till the end. So, honestly, I think we're in a good spot right now. Show has pitted. We might actually very soon lap a Sauber. But yeah, Show's having a terrible home race here. Tires are good right now. They were cold when we came out, but it's fixed itself. We're good. Alonso now with a fault as well. Tsunoda's fault has not fixed itself, so he might actually develop a bit of a worse one here. 30% on the engine. Yeah, he's going to be slower. Alonso's also picked one up on the engine. To be fair though, our powertrain isn't that much better condition, but it's still a lot better than 30%. We do have a little bit of a power advantage, I think. as Behrman gets
Here's
Alonso.
the replay. Now we're watching the action closely here. There's the opening.
Just sends it into the first corner. Beautiful to see. Now Hauger is a little bit further back, but I think he too will have a chance at points there, maybe. I think that final soft stint is going to be huge for us. So it's just surviving this medium one. Going to be key. See what they go on to, like Paris. Did he go to hard tires? Yeah. So they're going to be on those hard tires till the end, meaning that our soft pit stop is probably going to be huge, particularly with Russell and Rick. I would assume both of these guys will go to hard. Don't know what they've done before. Could probably check, to be fair. UK's gone hard. Rick needs to go medium or hard on this final one here. Leclerc with a fault. Alonso could go anything he wants. That's insane though that Tsunoda's gone hard. I would not expect that. The fault has evolved.
Well, yeah, right. It certainly looks like they've developed a fault.
It certainly looks that way. But you haven't told us what they've done. There's a crash as well.
Oh, we've had a crash.
Who has been...
Sergio Perez.
it's Paris and a Williams.
Barely any room to maneuver.
Ah, that's nothing.
And there, the cars make contact.
Just a little bit of wheel banging. I should shut up Crofty. Hulkenberg keeps saying traffic. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they are, but Verstappen has gone hard, same as Norris. Could be the same if Piastri and Sainz though. We'll have to see. Let's give Behrman a little bit of ERS here to get past Rick. Need to build what confidence we can at this point. Give Hauger a little bit of a helping to get past Alonso. Honestly, I want to kind of default to this, you know? It's just so much better than this one, I feel. There we go. Now, Behrman, I need you to do the same. Beautiful. Get Rick and Tsunoda up into 9th. Yeah, I think Tsunoda is gonna basically have his car explode before the end of this one. Setup is the same for 24 as 23. Yeah, that is a bit of a poor showing. This is the 5th race, Tristan. I think. Yeah, it should be the 5th race. But it's better than it was yesterday, because yesterday we pulled a double podium. That is not happening today. Mechanical fault for Ocon. Hauger gets re-overtaken by the mechanical... Oh, by Hamilton, actually. I think this is the one we just go attack. And just use up the rest that we have of these mediums. Before we go on to the final stint. I don't think Behrman's going to catch Stroll, however. Let's be honest, that ain't happening. But with a lot of these guys now being on hard tires, we'll have a tire advantage towards the end. That is going to be pretty significant. Cannon keeps saying it's awful, seemed like a voice bug. I need to check that out myself then, later on Lazaret, to be fair. How can I see the faults with the AI? As you can see, next to their name, they have like a orange cog or a yellow cog. It means that the car has a mechanical failure. And if you go up into the data view here, you can check out lap history, car condition. Then you just pick, say, Tsunoda. And then you see here that he has a fault on his engine block. So you can check it like that. If you should be able to or not, that is a completely different story though, let's be honest. I think you shouldn't be able to just check it like that. But you should like get an engineer message instead that just says that, oh, so-and-so has a problem with their car. Checking in, how's it going? It's going great, Pippo. We're running in the points before our final pit stops, so we made some progress at least. But yeah, you can easily check the faults, and the game is very effective at showing you. Now, if it's a yellow cog or an orange cog, it means the fault might be temporary. If it's a triangle, it means it's a permanent issue. So, depends on a couple of factors. Might have started pushing slightly too early, but I think we'll be fine. Damon is still fighting Hamilton tooth and nail out there. Do I think a hot dog is a sandwich? If we're talking technicalities, yes. It's a piece of meat between what could be two buns, or it's not really a bun. It's just a bread that you've bent. So you could say that it's not really a sandwich. It's just a slice of bread with topping. Thank you, Pippo. Depends on just how you want to define what a hot dog is, honestly. So, 3 seconds behind Rick. Rick is running older hards. I think we might get this, honestly. At least a point. Russell is a little bit of a different story. Stroll has pitted on fresh softs. He's doing the same thing we are. This is interesting. Unsubscribed? No. My sandwich. Hot dog, yeah, that's true. You need to do the sales pitch to Subway, Jeff. Get them to add hot dog to the menu. What's the effect of brake cooling, engine cooling to car development? Well, engine cooling has an effect on, unsurprisingly, your engine temperatures. And currently, if you are running a overheating powertrain, you have more chance of developing errors or risks, faults, with your engine, ERS, and gearbox. So I would invest some into the engine cooling. I would at least maximize the side pod, probably minimize the what's it called, the chassis, because you get so much cooling from your side pods alone. And I'll probably do the same with the tire preservation / brake cooling. That you focus that on your suspension, and you do not do it on your front wing. You need to have some, but you can safely sacrifice quite a bit. And if we use last year's as an example, you can probably go down to 40 and be in, you're not going to be happy with it, but it'll work. 50 would be okay, 60 would be great. But yeah, you can definitely sacrifice some just to get more off speed. Like if you are fighting for just points, going raw speed is fine. If you have, beaten what the board wants, you're not winning this season, putting in a little bit more engine cooling could be good. It just depends on how you're getting along. If you have, very low cooling, very low tire preservation, getting up to at least 40 would be a good start. And then maybe slowly over the next season get it up to 50. It's a baguette in that case, yeah. I don't know why they removed the kilogram for fuel. I think they just found it to be no point to have a 0 here. The kilogram for fuel will still show up if you are running negative or positive. Right now we have just enough to make it till the end, so that's why it's not showing up on our car. This is actually kind of pushing hard right now. But at least we're not catching up. I think we'll push some energy here, see if we can just catch up to the DRS of Rick. Yes, this is China, the 5th race. Yeah, no podium today. Sanix. Can we actually catch him, though, is the question. We are catching up with the push. But I think we're only going to be fighting for a single point here, unfortunately. Russell is just flying out there. I say as we take 2 seconds off his time. So 10 seconds? Maybe doable. We're gonna have to push towards the end though. So we're gonna push Behrman here to dislodge Rick. And get a little bit closer to Russell. We don't really need full energy to get past him. We might not even need the energy at all. We just need to get within DRS and then work from there. Last lap gained over 3 seconds. ERS is very potent here, but we used a little bit too much of it. Was focusing too much over here.
Yeah, copy.
Yeah, I need to recharge just a couple of corners here, then go back to neutral. See if we can close those 5 seconds. There's 6 laps to go. Leclerc also could straight up DNF here from the lead. So that could give us also some extra points. I think we need to push Hauger a little bit here now. Because if Leclerc DNFs, we want to be ahead of Rick. That would be important. Let's see here. Hello, Ilya. How many glaciers have I found? Just one so far today. We don't know. They didn't actually release any patch notes. It's still release build, so they fixed a bunch of things that I had problems with yesterday, so most of the issues that I had then have been fixed. What does ERS balances do? Basically, it leaves it to your driver to decide how to use your energy. Basically, they'll recharge if they're in clean air. They'll use a little bit more of it to defend or attack. Basically, just a little bit of automation of the usage of ERS so that you don't have to micromanage it. It's not on the podium in China. It's not on the podium in China. Yesterday it was. I think they've nerfed it. They've nerfed me a little bit, just slightly. Yeah, that's basically the only bug, like BKK says, that I started the game on hard and they set it back to standard. You think you will do like some kind of sprint simulate challenge? See how fast you can win the championship without playing a single race? Could probably do that, honestly. I'm just worried that I will not have components if I do that, honestly. Can I show Hamilton's Mercedes on board? Yes, we can. At least until we catch Russell. I did also push Hauger a little bit too hard here. Well, it's getting slower though. That needs to be said. I think we wait one more lap before we start launching any big attacks. We're just outside of the getting lapped range at the moment. And also, I apologize, this is not the onboard, this is.
Copy.
With 1 point of quality in car performance, your car really is the last one. Yeah, it is the last one, Blue, but it's basically really, really close to the Sauber. One upgrade and you'll be better than them. What are the issues that have been fixed? Basically, the AI was very uncompetitive in the pre-build, so they fixed that. There was a bug where if you created a team, the engine, no matter which one you chose, would default to Renault. So they've basically just been fixing a lot of smaller issues. Those are basically the 2 biggest ones I ran into yesterday that they fixed. So if you do run into some bugs, don't be afraid to just yell it out. See now if we can catch Russell with just 3 laps to go. I think once we cross the line, that is when we start launching a little bit of an aggressive attack. But Behrman doesn't really have the tires for that, so we might need to wait for just 2 laps till the end. We might not get Russell here at all, to be fair. Are there any specific drive stat qualities that define drive's raw pace? The pace stats, accuracy, basically. Where do I think the nerf has come from? The AI is now actually using the pass properly. I think that is the main thing. I'll be honest. We're gonna gamble on pushing now with Behrman. Tires hopefully will last till the end with this. Don't really have anything left to give other than that. Mercs are indeed slower than Aston earlier. Asked them if they could make an air recharge battery once it's empty. They kind of do, but they need a certain amount of gap to the car in front and behind before they really start doing it. So while they try, they don't necessarily do it very well, if that makes sense. Okay, Bearman, you have one chance, one opportunity. Last lap here. Well, we haven't actually started last lap yet, so... Well, it says final lap, it's not really through. Might need to just run light here. Because we're basically a lap behind at this point. We're just going to use DRS to sit behind and then probably attack next lap, unless, you know, Bearman just decides to, nah, we're doing it here. We're done. Unfortunately, I don't think Hauger has a chance to catch Russell. It looks like Leclerc's going to survive, but we have 5 major faults now currently. And let's face it, any one of these could still DNF. They're not completely safe yet. But at this point, I can confidently say we have a team that can fight for points. It's kind of good. Is the game more difficult AI-wise now than 22? Yeah, it's more difficult now than 22 for sure. Probably focus on cornering, Kenny. Would be your best bet. Yeah, the setups haven't really changed much, Kaust, from last year. So anything that worked last year is going to work this year. Let's deploy. We need to try and stay ahead now. This is the last chance that Russell will have to get us, and I think he might actually get it done. Yeah, he's going to get it done. Even if you put him to always defend, it's not going to work. Yeah, we needed to actually wait with our move until this lap, basically. That is unfortunate, but it is what it is. It's still a point if we don't get him here. And we do not. Very unfortunate. Do cold tires hurt tire drag? No, but you will be slower. And I believe it also does have a little bit more of a chance of spins. Lockups, yeah.
Well, that's another race all finished. There, of course, we have the RB driver.
And with
I love that they chose to choose... They elected to look at Tsunoda rather than Show. Well, Tsunoda finished 13th. That's some BM for Show's home race. Yeah, we have points. 3 total now. And with that, we're up into 6th place in the Constructors. Ahead of the RB. That is at least very nice to see. And since we're now fighting for points, we're going to be getting a lot of money. Race targets in the future. They will update at some point, but I think it'll still take it some time. Because it's based on the car performance. And, well, the car performance right now is not really closely resembles what you would expect. And here's the funny part. The low speed cornering now is going to become pretty wild. We go into Miami. And that's not the scariest part. It is the fact that we can make another front wing. Another cornering front wing that's going to be even sillier. 177. Yeah, you can still break the development. Let me just preface that by saying that you can absolutely still destroy the development cycle. And this is a good proof of this. The only thing we've done with this front wing is that we run 1 CFD cycle on it. That's all. And already it is kind of a spooky thing. We're just going to put in a little bit extra weight there, so it'll last at least for 2 races to 4, like we usually do. Just because these things are really fragile somehow. We could also add in some medium speed cornering, but it's not worth it. So we'll just do it like this. And we'll put 5 engineers on it. And we'll have this. I want it ready for Monaco. I really want it ready for Monaco. We're going to invest a little bit of extra money into getting that thing done in time. And the rear wing 2 we will have for Monaco, but that one isn't as important. But yeah, as you can imagine, you can do some pretty insane things already. That was dumb. How could you have done that better? Or is that just dumb AI? I could have, of course, ordered Bearman to just take it a bit slower. Like, put him on recharge, because they're really slow when they're recharging. So if I did that before the straight, probably would have been safe. But honestly, my worry there was with him running light, that he wouldn't be able to keep up. So there are some steps he could have taken, but it is what it is. Social media feed feature, yeah. Will I be doing it non-My Team career mode with Mercedes, Red Bull? Probably going to do it with Sauber first instead of the weakest team, SMBLS. SMB. I'm just going to call you that before I bite my tongue. Yeah, Devon just went a little bit too aggressive there. And because it doesn't have, energy or anything, can't really come back. Is McLaren far behind Red Bull? I believe they're fairly comparable. We'll take a look before we go into Miami, because right now, the car analysis isn't 100% accurate, I believe. Maybe it is. Check with McLaren versus Red Bull, so they're pretty comparable. About the same in everything but high-speed cornering and top speed. So Red Bull has a slight advantage here over the McLaren for sure, but they're pretty much comparable at the moment. Let us check our warehouse and get to making some of the other things we might need. I'm going to need a reserve chassis. We are also going to need, if we have the manufacturing capabilities, which we do, a reserve suspension, reserve underfloor. So currently we just need to build up our stock of parts. Also then we need to create any more, the sides. So things are looking very good. Did the mentality after this give them any more boosts? Nope. Looks like he's still as he was before, so this is probably the max mentality that he can get. And for Bearman, kind of the same. Maybe not as... Is it as well as yesterday? I feel like it is, but maybe I'm wrong. They're still very, very good drivers at the moment with the mentality boost. The question is just, can we keep this enthusiastic mentality going till the end of the year? And also, let's just check if Antonelli is... Yeah, as you can see, he's come back to medium patience and negotiation. So we can go ahead and try and give him an affiliate contract again. This time we just give him the 900,000 he wants. Give him a week to respond. Should be fine. And do like this. It's gonna cost us 400,000 to hire him. But I would like to mess around with an affiliate and see how it works. Sorry, I'm gonna catch up with the chat now. Any idea when it will be in GeForce Now? I don't know, Jim. I'm sorry. Where can I see my sponsors? If you go into your finances, you should be able to see the sponsor plan. But I don't know if there's any particular place where you can see your current sponsors and what they're giving you. Fortunately. The only thing would be to just go to your team branding, car livery, edit, decals, and here you can see kind of the ones they're paying. It won't tell you anything about the sponsor deals, but you'll know who your sponsors are at the very least. So it's a little bit lacking there to see exactly what you've signed, to be fair. So you're gonna have a struggle a little bit with finding them, Thief. Did they tone down that hold my tires minus 30 so gonna send in the fourth dimension thing from yesterday? Seems like it lately, yeah. We haven't had any. Well, we've had one puncture that I can remember yet. Antonelli's in the game yet. Hence development worth the time. I haven't tested it, Joshua. That's the problem. We don't have the finances to try. But clearly normal development is getting the job done. Let us continue. Apparently we do have a little bit of issue with the wings. I'm gonna get new ones for you boys, and you're gonna love them. Why do I not see is my sponsor, the little symbol is missing? Another user had, another, viewer in the stream had the same issue. I don't know if they fixed it. They said that their sponsors just showed up as lines, so it could just straight up be a bug that's affecting some people, Thief. I don't know of any fix, unfortunately. In terms of strategy, we expected to finish 21st. So we were above target. Thank you. That is the least enthusiastic, report that I've ever received about our performance. Okay, we're getting a new CFD period. Maybe we just do raring again. I think that might be a good shout. I don't think we upgraded the team hub right now because we're down to 3.2 million and we still have a bunch of parts we need to make. So we'll have to see how we do about that. Antonelli has accepted the contract, so we could just acknowledge him. Let's go ahead and snatch him as a affiliate, and we'll try and race him also while we do these streams. That could be fun. No research projects, no Jurgen. We have 2 parts that are getting hit with regulation change. We do not need to research right now. And also we can afford it, but we don't need to do it. That's the important part. Let us check a new affiliate. He's not very happy with us. He's happy with his salary and the construction standings. The car sucks. The staff is bad. I don't like it here. I want to go back to Mercedes. But yeah, he's getting hit with a little bit of a debuff now that he's back to neutral. So let us go with the pace short runs. Smoothness is still important, but we need to get that cornering and braking up a little bit, I think, alongside the accuracy. Yeah, he does not like his new home, fortunately. How did Frontier approach me? I get a message from, I assume, someone that Frontier hired, if I was interested in a key. There's still bugs, just remember to report them. I will. If you mount 6 or 9, if I send you a key for a game, do you think you could platinum the game in record time? That depends heavily on the game. I could try, but I make no guarantees. It's pretty comparable in terms of car development so far, I feel. Might be a little bit different. I love that we added Antonelli and suddenly some of our boys became positive instead. Well, to be fair, it's probably the building that finished upgrading rather than Antonelli joining. Okay, car part made. Let's make another side pod. Kind of unsure what we want to use the ATR period on. Blades update. They are at least growing nicely here. 5 points for Heike Lang. Points for this mine. Antonelli gets a point of cornering, braking, control, overtaking, accuracy. Basically growth he got back in Mercedes rather than anything we did. But yeah, they take advantage of facilities. You get a monthly update. We can put him in FB1 if we want to. Honestly, right now, probably not. Probably should have left him in Merc for a little bit longer to cook. F1 Manager 24. You want me to platinum F1 Manager 24? No. I don't think you can loan out your affiliate drivers. And is Antonelli old enough to be a real driver? I don't know if his birthday is set it just says his age. So if someone knows his actual birthday, that's probably when we can figure out when he can drive. But yeah, I think the car here is still a little bit wonky because again, I think the way the car performance rating does things is that it looks at your car as a whole. Like you can have a car that is amazing at cornering, but even if you get points, the car performance is still judged as being bad because you are trashy at top speed, you're trash at DRS, you're trash at dirty at tolerance, so your car is supposedly terrible. But none of these things really affect the pace too much. Cornering does, so it's a weird situation, honestly. That's the best way I can describe this current problem. Is the game not available on Mac? That's unfortunate. K-Mate DOB 20... Oh. 25 to 25th of August. Okay, so we're gonna have to wait until August to put him in the car. I thought for a second that it was like the name of a game. Like Raikkonen made some sort of game in 2006. Raikkonen's Rally Adventure or something that you wanted me to platinum. Yeah, but the rules haven't been updated, SMB. They used the rules from the start of the season. Thank you everyone for the birthday date. I appreciate that. Pit crew is looking good in terms of training, though. I think we're going to be fine. We are kind of reaching the cap, though, in terms of lowering error chance. So we're kind of going to get forced now to focus on the estimated pit stop times. We might also invest some cash when we can into getting a better sporting director. I will also say that the pit stop menu is a bit laggier than it was last year. So clicking these is taking a little bit longer time. But I don't know what is causing it, unfortunately. Like, you can hear me clicking double, but it only goes once. Things like that. Oh yeah, pit crew has been sorted. Okay. United States, another sprint, another chance of points, and it's a new front wing. I think we have decent chances. Unfortunately, we're not going to get the rear wing, but we'll have it at Monaco. Same with the front wing, I think. Yeah, we'll have it in Monaco, but not at Emilia. That works for us. Chassis is completed. Let us get another manufacturing project on the go here, the underfloor. There we are. I'm still looking forward to getting the upgraded front wing and also the upgraded rear wing. No! 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 We can still rush 2 wings before Monaco. We're still fine. But you... why do you take away my joy, technical chief man? My pride and joy has been taken from me. We can also take 1 engineer here and check out what we can do with CFD. What if we did another underfloor? What can we expect from that? Just purely numbers based. A very minor upgrade, as you can see. But then again, we are getting not even that high up, just 50%-ish. Now if we do this, however, we could probably make a pretty insane gain in top speed. But I think rather than that, we invest into the other components. The chassis did have a pretty insane gain here, honestly, just in terms of cornering. Kind of tempted to use safety time on it to test it out, but I think the rear wing is the optimal choice. Just get a little bit of cornering from that too. Yeah, I think we wait with the rear wing, and then we do another one. And after that, we probably do suspension, maybe. Then we do a lot of research on the chassis and the side pods. I think that is going to be the way that we play this. Only do a couple fast lap. No, the engine is overheating. Yeah. Barely getting 500,000 per race. How do I fix this? I'm about to run out of money already. So the way that the race payout works is based on your sponsorship package. If you took a sponsorship that gives you, money from engagement, money from upfront, or just money from racing, that basically decides how much money you can get from your race results. So it's unfortunately due to the choice of sponsor package, and you can't change that ban until next year. So you're just gonna have to try and make the best out of the situation. To reduce pit stop error, is it about being well rested or just focusing on pit stop error, sacrificing pit stop time? It's a combination of the two. Like, if your pit stop crew is tired, exhausted, what's the third one? Basically, if they're tired, exhausted, weary, the chance of an error goes up. So, wait, this is not a sprint weekend, is it not? Yeah, it is. And honestly, once you get to the, exhausted level, you just get so much extra chance of error that you really, really should just, focus on keeping their fatigue low. It's basically the best way to avoid pit stop errors. Hello, Skitty. You think you can spend that money pretty willy-nilly, but we're already in Miami here, getting to a point now where we are unable to run more than just 2 research design projects because we don't have the financials to do anything more than that. So the game kind of lures you into thinking you're gonna have a lot of money because the last two games did. But you actually have to focus a little bit on your economy in this one because you're not getting paid a ton. Yeah, Joshua, it is possible to get better sponsors. Your sponsors is based on marketability, which with better results goes up. I believe is the system. Still experimenting a little bit with how, you know, how marketability affects the sponsors. So we'll have to see there. I'm planning on making Rare Wing maybe focus a little bit on the cornering too, Jeff. So maybe we'll do something fun there. Am I planning to hire any old driver to your lineup? Now we're gonna keep these two. I have no plans of replacing them. Antonelli is OP. He won every race so far. I think it's skitty because he is getting such an incredible boost from being enthusiastic. He's basically, I would assume, 80-ish overall in F2. So he should be winning every race easily because the enthusiasm boost that he's getting from Mercedes. If he wasn't, I'd actually be kind of disappointed. It's not fair. Merc are 1.3 seconds slower. I'm gonna get sacked because they want second. I'm a massive Merc fan. Frontier did the same last year until he changed the expected construction position. Well, to be fair, if you focus cornering, you should be able to catch up, I would think. We've been able to take the worst car and put it into a points position at the moment, and we still have, you know, things we can put on it. So I would say just focus a little bit more on the cornering in your build. But it is kind of, yeah, I do agree that it is kind of bad that they give you very difficult, you know, goals to reach. In my save, the affiliates are a massive 5 million contracts. Can you show my affiliate contract? If they're on 5 million contracts, I'm gonna fire them. I think BKK that the problem isn't really that the Mercs are poor, it's that the Merc are expecting him to finish second when he has a card that doesn't really allow for that. I'm pretty sure that the contracts that you give in Manas is just random rolls. Now this is season 1 if it's create a team. And we need to do a little bit of an update here again. Naomi with a new front wing. Can we actually get better positions than last time? Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. But yeah, finished in China. We scored 3 points total. 2 in the sprint. And no, 2 in the race, 1 in the sprint. So we're fighting for points at the moment. I just completely forgot to get the car set up. That is a little bit unfortunate, if you will. Gamble that way. Or something like this. And for Ben, we'll probably do something similar. Try this, see how it works out. Here we go. Let's go TF in the game? No, unfortunately. Let's just get through this practice, see what we can do. I'm actually not dared to put the front wings on because I'm pretty sure they would just destroy them. The luck that we have. Yeah, the AI do give FP1 drivers time. But it is kind of wild that they do it on sprint weekends, I'll be honest. Did you get penalized against Skitty? I think it's just weird. I think it basically means that if you want to switch to these paths, they need to have a fault. Otherwise, you are just not allowed. Do the benefits from the design carry over into next year? It's the only research that affects next year's car. So the way that design works is that it always carries over, all of it, unless you have a regulation that takes some of it away. Research is the only way to get back what the regulation takes, but any research you've done that is unaffected by regulation change, sorry, no, any design you've done that is unaffected by regulation change, is going to carry over in its entirety. In the last race, we scored a couple of points. 2 in the race, 1 in the sprint, so we're fighting for points in the F1 fan. Yeah, it might be a bug, Skitty, or it just might be a balancing choice because the AI is kind of bad at managing the parts. I don't know. Looks like we are at least getting done with practice. Setups are close, great. So we'll just need to fix it a little bit there. Feminists coming in. Both of them are. We'll just refuel and send them back out. Maybe tweak the front wing slightly, because that shouldn't take too long. Like so. I'm in race 2, lad. Yeah, Ben, it's a bit bugged that I think that if you switch components that you use in practice that have no damage, they penalize it for you. They penalize you for it. It's kind of weird. Engine should not be overheating, going for FP2 to FP3. I think every time something, like if you start a session, it's going to start overheating. It's kind of a weird choice where it just starts very hot. But Leclerc's picking up a penalty here, which I assume is maybe a new ERS. That is some poor confidence going into the into the sprint quali. Yeah, it's something that I reported, Ben, so they're aware of it at the very least. Okay, we need to put on the new front wingers. It has plus 126 low speed cornering it. The worst part is the new one is going to have 170. Never change. F1 manager, never change. Let's see. Guess this is good enough, maybe. Try this. We'll gamble. For Hauger, just get a little bit. So, guess this is fine enough. I wonder how we're going to do with that new front wing, though. Yeah, I think the confidence is just a little bit too reliant on the engineer. Like, I understand if a new engineer pairing, say, have a bunch of bad results together, it should, you know, affect it very negatively. But I think they should at least have a neutral starting point, and then, you know, take it from there. The game doesn't really have that. It just has we hate each other as the standard setting, I feel, which is a little bit unfortunate. 130.7. Hey, we beat Leclerc. But Verstappen beat both of us super hard. We might need to do another run. Just maybe.
Copy.
Yeah. The thing though is that I feel like a team where everyone is at the same level should have no reason to hate each other. Like, it's like, I'm trash, you guys are trash, I hate you. We should all be better. Yeah, I know, Skitty. Like, they hate everything. They hate the facilities, they hate the drivers, they hate the staff, they hate the other staff, they hate the, you know, the car. Everything is just horrible. Stappen is in the way. 9th and 10th, so we might make Q3 then, potentially. Just maybe. We'll have to see what Leclerc does. We're getting closer to it. A second now behind the McLaren Red Bull. Then Leclerc comes and destroys my dreams. I am currently destroying my... And we're gonna have heavy race in... Okay, so the quali is gonna be important. Not this quali, the next one. This is the sprint one. We need to have a great race quali as it's gonna be heavy rain. Don't talk to me in the braking. To be fair though, Skitty, we kind of just kidnapped all these people and you're on this team now. Maybe that's the next thing F1 should do. Like, every start of the season, F1 just takes all the staff, puts them in a pool, distribute them randomly. I enjoy the game, Josh. I'm having a lot of fun. Hey, it's improvement. Behrman is in danger. Honestly, just getting out immediately it probably is for the best. Just reset, get going. Can't imagine the other teams are gonna sit too long in the garage. Maybe they didn't sit long enough after all. I can run wide, but he's not the problem child. It is Behrman, so that's not a big problem. I should have waited and just sent them out once the others began. I stressed too much. I did a McLaren. Hello, it is indeed available on PC. The new lottery, yeah. I'm using the Mercedes engine, Christian. Seems to be the best one for durability, so with the mechanical force being a thing, trying to use the Mercedes engine to take advantage of the AI. Behrman did not improve, which is not surprising because we kind of sent him into hell. I think we caused a little bit of problems there for Russell, so I'll have to see how he does. Yeah, the RBs here are actually going to be a little bit challenging to deal with. Behrman 11th, Hauge gets into Q3, which is kind of what we expect here now with the new front wing. So this is all according to plan. I think it's because of the fact that like Newey doesn't really have the, you know, head of aerodynamics or what's the other title? Or the other title? Like they only have picked those people. So it's basically comes down mainly to his title. Maybe he personally didn't want to be in it. We don't know. Could be plenty of reasons why he's missing. This is a bad one from Hauge so far. Go. Gonna just take controller to make sure that he actually gets around in time. But yeah, this is basically a one-shot quality then for the AI. I think Norrin and Hamilton are doing their flies now. Yeah, they are. A little bit of a voice crack there. Always beautiful. Let's see if you can actually improve or if you're going to be tent. Yeah, basically what Skitty says, newest job title is in a role. Yeah, for the most part, the HUD and overlay is the same. Yeah, I love the new helicopter camera. It's actually quite amazing. Okay, it's improving. The question is he improving enough? Go on, lad. Put it on pole. 10 seconds. We're not setting it. We're not setting a super good timer, but we did beat Rick and Hamilton. Not too bad. I think we might get a freak podium this season. I don't know if we can develop the car good enough that we can actually fight too much, because we're lacking funds. It's looking good from the other perspective. Let's see, can I mess around? Light running again. This is supposedly 3 seconds slower, but what is the tire offset to begin with? 4/10. It'll take 10 laps to become... Yeah, we're running softs. Even if we push the mediums at the end there, it's not going to matter much, so... We're going to use the soft tires like everyone else. We're going to try and use tire offset to our advantage. Like last time. So, let's see what we can do at 8 and 11 starting for the sprint. Are we going to be able to score some good points again? Or are we just going to cry? Welcome back, Kevin. Yeah, the patch fixed development for the AI. Basically, I think the development seems pretty much the same, but the AI is now developing as well, so you aren't just the only one getting better. The AI is actually, you know, being competitive now. They actually went mediums. Okay, so this is actually good. More variety compared to last year, because last year basically everyone did the same in sprints. Very rarely would you, if ever, would you see someone on a different strategy. So you hit gun in Q3, game not realistic. You have no sound in Helicam. That sounds like a weird bug, honestly. Not a big fan of the contract length give you with the drivers you pick. Yeah, I'm probably going to need to go and make some new contracts later, which also is one of the financial issues. Do I need to push my audio up, or are you guys good? You hear the game. The AI will always push full on at the start, Skitty, but you don't necessarily need to do that. What we're doing here is running light from the get-go, and we're somewhat keeping up with the cars ahead. So you can do this, take more care of your tires than the AI does, and by doing this, you'll hopefully have an advantage come the end of the race. That's kind of the idea here. Like you can't loan young drivers to teams. It makes the development team pretty useless. Ah, your game, not me. Yeah, sorry about that. I assumed everything was fine since yesterday because I haven't touched any of the settings since then, but with Lasford saying that the Helicam was very quiet, or no sound, I got worried. So... yeah, it's probably the car more so than anything else, to be fair. Like, light can do wonders to help you beat the car that's just in front of you. But it can't do it alone. It still needs to have something to go on. So, pushing. Again, I wouldn't really recommend it, but let's face it, in Bahrain, unless you have a decent car there, you're going to have a bad time. This team got double lapped in Bahrain. Have fun, Kevin. Ferrari, they do say that, yeah, that Lewis signs with Ferrari. And it. Rick has developed a fault. Where have we seen this before? Apparently, though, we are still running with the ham. I think if we switch components at the correct time, we'll have a very strong chance of snatching points later on this year. We might actually be on the wrong tire for the occasion. Mediums might have been better here. I'll honestly admit that. Would have been P20 and 21 if Behrman didn't have a 10-second stop. Yeah. Do you guys prefer underfueling or overfueling? Blisker plus 2 laps and pedal to metal half of the race. I think in this one, Paul, you'd probably benefit from underfueling because the higher your engine temps, the more wear you get on your components. But honestly, if overfueling works for you, just go for it. Blizzard light or race then, or just sprints. I will use light, the light in races too, but it's mainly just for the soft tires that I'll do this. It works very well for the soft tires. Can work for the mediums, but generally not. So usually I just do this for soft tires in order to try and get a little bit of an advantage of the cars around me. Like, as you can see now, we're still sticking with the cars in front. We're still sticking with Hamilton, Tsunoda, Rick. Basically, we're stuck in this train. But tire-wise, we now have a 10% offset to the mediums. And we also have basically a huge advantage to a lot of the other runners. 10% is basically the least that we can expect. So with that, even if we're running light, at this point, we're probably going to be faster, or at least equally as fast as Hamilton or Tsunoda, while they're in better machinery and running basically more aggressive tire wear than we are. And by the end, we'll be faster. So that's the idea. Did it work? Only until there was a safety car. Yeah, that sounds problematic. I think we'll speed things up here, try and get a little bit closer to the end so we can launch our attack. And we are actually recharging nicely too while we're doing this. I'm not even recharging, but the AI has done it for us. Behrman, though, is getting kind of left behind here, so we might start to move forwards a little bit. And let's face it, we're not going to catch Sainz here unless he has a fault. It's just not happening. And we do need to move Behrman forward in this train, but even that I think is going to be a little bit difficult. Unless he does some nice moves like that. So we just need to bide our time and find the right time to attack. As long as we do that, we should be fine. Once again, man who liked you cook that hard. Me, I'm the chef. You guys are good motivation though, honestly. Need to prove that I still got it. Otherwise no one will watch my guides anymore. To be fair though, we'll have to see. I'm very greedy for trying to get a podium in Monaco with a full cornering build. I think it would be amazing to pull that off, so we might try that. At this point, we can actually start doing a little bit of attacking because we're running so close anyways that attacking is kind of going to happen by default at this point. And Hamilton is also running away, so we need to catch him again. I'm the Gordon Ramsay. I need a little bit more swearing to make that happen. You can only get better by playing. Like, the more you play, the better you're gonna get. I wouldn't worry about it. Are you an idiot? Yeah, they've changed the setups a little bit, Jukebox. It feels like they just don't respect what you're putting down. I don't know if it's a mentality thing or if it's just a change in how they do things. But it's very annoying. Hello, Jeff. Did the stream die again? I'm not losing any frames at the moment. Did the stream die? I think it died for a second because I see that my frames have reset. Okay. Just got to worry then when I see that. Yeah, I think I probably lost connection for a second. There is, it is a stormy weather outside right now, a little bit. Yeah, I paused the game. Second I hear someone say stream is dead, we pause the game to make sure that everything's okay. Yeah, we're definitely looking at double points there, which is a shame for Hamilton. I think we'll be able to stick with him, no problem. 5 laps remaining. I don't think we'll go full attack this time, though. I think we'll just manage and get the overtakes done towards the end. Or if the drivers get them done by themselves, we'll take that, of course. The main concern now is that they might fight each other, so I don't really want to use the don't fight teammate command because I just feel like they lose so much time when you do it, but at the same time, with the new fighting in this one, they do get really aggressive with each other, so maybe it would have been for the best to do that. Gonna get it. I thought we were gonna go 3 wide into the corner. "100% I will win driver and constructor next season." I don't doubt that, honestly. Is it just me, or did it feel like Hamilton just vanished there when I did that? Hamilton is still running, I think, fairly aggressively. He might even get into puncture territory by the end of this. That would also be a hilarious thing if we get a podium from punctures. I'm curious, how different is our engine wear compared to Hamilton's right now? 43, 47. Let's see. We're pretty comparable. Honestly. They've used a new gearbox. We haven't. Show and Rick both have faults that are escalating. That's not good for them. I think I want Behrman to try and get past Hamilton now, if he can. Need to tune him down so he doesn't take out his teammate. But we definitely need to do something. I think last lap we just go full attack with both cars. Push. That'll get the job done. Hello, Saran. It's definitely a lot better than it was yesterday. AI is more competitive for sure. I don't charge you any ad money, but YouTube is spamming it. That is bad. It's not supposed to do that. I've set up the stream so that the automatic ads, which is the only thing I should only play like once every half an hour. So apologies there, Lazaret. BSC. Why are you doing this to me? Oh, I see. BSC, yeah, why are you doing this to me? I think I know why. Shame that we can't get Hamilton, because I think the BSC is gonna last till the end maybe, but I think we may get a couple of free points here. Does Sainz look up into Piastri here? Oh yes, he does. We went car bowling. Is Sainz still going? That rear wing looks busted. Look at that thing. I think you're missing part of your wing there, my man. He really shouldn't pit. Like, that is something the AI should not do here. And he stays out on the final lap with BSC, and he's gonna be safe because of the gap. Oh, that's actually infuriating. Sainz is actually gonna get 50 here because he crashed and stayed out. That should be punishable. Yeah, I'm sorry, Lacerate. I don't want anyone to really miss stuff. YouTube Premium from Argentina is $2 a month. Stream died again? Is this YouTube side? Because according to OBS, I'm not dropping any frames. I'm freezing? Do I need to refresh the stream? Has it gone on for too long, maybe? Give the stream a little bit of time to catch up. Yeah, I see that on the preview too. I'm just gonna... Like, the internet is supposedly not the issue here, so... I think after it dropped earlier, it might just need to catch up to where I'm now. So, it has caught up now, from what I can see on the preview. But it's still choppy, yeah. I'm gonna try and fix it real quick. Hello. Are we back? Yeah, I tried to reset it again, like I did earlier. So hopefully this should have fixed the issue. So yeah, I saw that. It was like chugging along to some degree. If you refresh the stream, it should start working again, I think.
Leclerc is the winner in today's sprint.
Seems like it's fine now on the preview.
Copy.
Is it stable again? They've updated the sprint layout to how it is this year, which is its own quali. Okay. I do have a channel membership. I think I put the link to that in the stream, but maybe I failed. We'll see. See if I did that or not.
And that sees them wrap up this sprint with a well-deserved finish in the points.
I did.
There will definitely be some lessons to learn from them.
Yeah, it's like Ryan says. It's sprint quality, sprint, and then race quality, and then the race itself. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I would assume it's YouTube's end, because any diagnostics that I saw here was basically everything should be working perfectly. So, hence my confusion.
There's tension in the air today.
Yeah, they actually did admit that, Noob Gamer, that they put out the old info. So they have updated it in the game. They just put out the old info because someone was lazy or didn't double check what they were doing. So yeah, it happens. Welcome, Strand. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let's see if we can get you some points with that. Would you like some points with that membership? That is a good start, though. Double points. I'm still salty that Science survived. Like, if you're driving around with half a rear wing, you should be forced to pit. Like, it should be pit or get disqualified. So we beat Leclerc out, but Paris is going to be a little bit in the way there for Hauger. Yeah, Hauger's definitely suffering here. 30.7, 29.7. So yeah, we lost a lot of time to Paris. If it was Haas, the meatball would have come out immediately. Yeah. Why they have so high the red bar? It's basically the closer your driver and race engineer are, basically the friendlier they are with each other, the more they've been together, the lower the red bar goes, the bigger the, you know, other side gets. So it's basically just because they're a new driver engineer pairing, so they don't trust each other yet. That's the core reason. Oh yeah, I clicked too quickly there probably. I'm so used to that time pen just being 5 seconds. Did we actually get more than... Did we actually catch Sainz then? Did he get 10 seconds or did he just get 5? That's something when I missed that. So Haugen needs another run. I think we'll just send him out after Tsunoda here. Get him out about 4 Piastri. Predict Vesti for your own team. He's so broken. Can change that between sprint race and quali. I don't know. I didn't check. Yeah, the confidence Ryan needs is just suffering for the first half of the season with how it currently is. I think Behrman is going to be safe here, but we might need to send him out again. So we'll get him reset just to be on the safe side. But we have Ocon, we have Show. To be fair, these three will probably go ahead. I think we send Behrman out again just to be on the safe side. The race, Devs don't watch other racing series. Racing are just safe. Have any of these staff improved? Yes, we have had a couple of staff improvements. I'm sorry that you fell asleep. I'm sorry that I'm so boring. So thanks. The patch is better. The AI is far more competitive, so the patch has done its job there at least. Database editor mod is updated for 24, and there's already a real sponsors mod out. We might need to take advantage of that. Honestly, that might be something we will be taking advantage of. Okay, do we think we're going to make Q3 here? The RBs are actually kind of quicker than the Astons at this point. Because to be fair, we need a huge quali here. If it's going to be raining, we might as well just use a new fresh set of tires for every quali session. I'm going to try something a little bit silly here. Do this one manually and see if we beat 27.7, I think it was. That's going to be the goal at least. Hopefully by doing this we're getting it quick enough around that there isn't too many cars in the way. Russell! Don't you do it, Russell! Come on, I can do better than this. Yeah, I'll do my best. Don't worry. I'm pretty sure the real sponsor mod has already happened, friends. So I might use that in the future for a bit. So Behrman is leading the current purple sector challenge. Hauge gets the second one. 1 for 1. Which one of them is going to be the fastest across the line? 29.8, so a little bit slower than the other one. And what did Behrman get? 2/10 slower than that again. So yeah, manually, maybe not the best here. Tsunoda is half a second ahead of us. That is insane. Tsunoda going super quick. After you use a set of tires, they don't instantly become unavailable. Yeah, I think it's just... I think they do it like that, Lazarus, to ensure that the AI doesn't do anything stupid with their tires. Honestly, that's what kind of it feels like. Well, both of our boys are improving, which is good to see. 5th. There, come on. You can do it too. No, you can't. You got held up, I assume. Because that is a little bit too big of a difference between the two drivers here. But we're going to take manual control, and you are going to just full speed in, because we are not going to use these tires again. Just so we can get you another run here. Hauge should be through, but Behrman needs one more. So we're going to use a fresh set here, because I really want him to get through. And I think this gap is decent enough to send him out in. Like with the amount of cars on the track. Unless they're really slow, they should be getting out now, yeah. Yep, that is a good gap. Now, I need you to improve, my man. Please, I'm begging. "100% I'm winning a race? I can hope so. Yeah, you can switch teams in this mode too, Rens. You can create a team, dominate with it, go to a different team, beat up your own team. Okay, Bevan, there's nothing in your way this time, except for a bad final corner. I would love to see you improve into Q3. Why are you slow? I don't get why he is 7/10 slower than Hauge. Oh, we get knocked out. We get knocked out hard. I thought Hauge was safe. That's the worst part about this. That is sad. 12th and 16th. That's actually disappointing. What exactly happened here, though? Comparable to what we did earlier. Bearman. Yeah, Bearman is just a tad slower. Well, let's hope it doesn't rain for the entire thing, because if so, we might be screwed.
We're almost ready to go here in
Is it worth upgrading, or should I stick with the F123?
7 laps of F1
Depends, Harry. Do you think the sponsor system, create a team, does any of that interest you? Because development-wise, it seems very similar to 23. It's basically if you find any of the new things interesting, I'd say upgrade. You can also upgrade, try things out for a couple hours. If you don't like it, refund, wait for a sale. It's up to you. Yeah, you can switch teams to my team mode, Alex. You can still be a normal team. Yeah, you can still play it in normal mode with just the 10 teams. You'd be one of the regular ones. Create a team is just a new additional mode to the game. I feel like 24 is worth it as an upgrade to 23. You have the sponsor system, mechanical failures, create a team. What else is there? There's something else that I'm misremembering. Mentality. There's some things that are going to change things up a little bit. Hey. Inters, wets, inters, wets, inters, wets. I don't even know if it's best to start on wets here or inters. Like the game tells me to start on wets and actually run them light for the entire race. We have a terrible. Honestly, I kind of like this strategy, but we are terrible at predicting things, so... Yeah, let's do it. Let's trust the AI for this one. See if any of the strategies they came up with actually gives us points, because it's going to be raining the entire thing. There isn't much we can do. What we can do probably is just under fuel, like 3 laps maybe. Maybe more. 3 laps we could do it for now. Time to experiment in the rain. Development rate is also down this session. That's kind of sad. I don't know when the game will go on sale, Alex. I don't remember last year when we went, to be fair. Hello, Nick. Welcome back. The weather forecast looks like the Grand Canyon. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. You think Inters for the start would be worth? This is the problem with this, though. Like, this could be wets, this could be Inters. Just 8 laps, though, so if you go Inters, you probably have to go here. It's just so hard to judge, because our weather center is also the lowest level, so this might not be accurate at all. We could put Bearman on that alternate strategy and try things out, with putting him on Inters to start off with. That is true, he's further back. Put him on Inters. You'd have to survive on the Inters until here, at the very least. Because this would be like 5-6 laps of wet, then we have 10 laps of non-wet. You'd have to survive these 2 inter periods too. Is that doable? Somewhat. It's also estimated to be half a minute slower. No, this one is estimated to be half a minute faster, actually. I guess we try this. Again, it's a really weird, you know, up and down with the rain. Let's try split strategy. It's kind of You know, it's fun. We'll be able to test things out. Let's go for it, see what happens. Tells me how much water is on the top right. Yeah, right there. 3.95. It is actually going to go down then, is the estimation. You are correct. But it's basically wet anyways, and it's going to stay that way for just 8 laps. Barely going down. You're not really going to gain any time in this window is the problem. If we're doing this, we might as well go full attack and then go into lap 15. Like instead we do something like this. Question is just how wet this would be. Because I'm pretty sure it's not going to be worth to pit it for just 5 laps. So it would be some weird stuff like doing this. What are we thinking? Three ads within the last 30. I'm going to go into the settings and double check then because it should not be doing that. It is set to just once every 30 minutes. So it's YouTube doing something weird stuff if you're getting that many, and I can only apologize. Yeah, I would love Alfredo if it had a millimeter. The thing is, Batman will be stuck behind other cars, yes. So I think we just run the... I think we try the interesting strategy here with the inters into a later wet. We just start on inters. Do the one stop into the wets. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And then we take it from there. Because it seems... I do feel like it could be a fun little project, but you can definitely see it doesn't take into account the weather too much, so... I just set him up like this. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. We'll pit him for another set of wets. But it could be a fun little, you know, side gamble. So let's try it out.
Well then, it's not long until we get started here, and we should be in for a tightly contested race. And this is it, the Miami Grand Prix.
Yeah, I agree. Also, most of the cars that are on wet tires, I think all of them are.
Away we go.
Yep, Behrman is the only odd one out. So we'll have to see if he can actually get anything done early, and he kind of does so with basically a double overtake. Let's just use all the inters we can while he's still kind of inters advantage. But yeah, he starts so far down that trying to take advantage of this is actually makes somewhat sense. Yeah, but it's going to go up again fairly soon is the thing. So by lap 8 or 9, it should go into wet territory. But this step here might actually be good enough that inters will be a huge one. You turn him down here so he doesn't absolutely delete his tires. Turn it on balance. We need to regain 6 kilos of fuel over this race. I'm just going to allow him to run this first one while I go and get something to drink. Yeah, we're gonna go full attack during the wet period for sure with inters. Inters might have actually been the shock best movie. We'll have to see though. The expected lap time difference, I believe it's not really available. Like they've never shown that. It's just a soft, medium, and hard. Unfortunately. Why did I underfuel so much? I want to try it out. It's a wet race, but we can give it a go here because we gained so much fuel back over a full wet race that it should be okay. Problem here with Behrman's charge, if you will, is that he's already running very, very hot. So he might be in a tad bit of trouble. Yeah, the game graphically looks great. They always have focus very much on the graphical aspect, so it's no surprise that it does look very good. Behrman is at least keeping up with the cars in front, so I'll give him that, but it's still not a perfect scenario. We need to keep these Inters alive for 25 laps. We're currently 4 laps in. So standard is basically all we can run, but once it becomes more water on track, we can turn him up. Yuki and Rick take themselves out. I'm not finishing 21st and 22. Yeah, we are falling backwards in the rain, which isn't that surprising. We are taking care of these wets. But I think it might be better here to actually just go full attack on them. Well, maybe not full attack, but you get the idea. Go a little bit more aggressive. And once we get to lap 20, we go Inters until lap 40. I feel like that might work very well here for Hauge. They might. If it follows degradation, he'll make it to 25 just fine. So he'll be a little bit slow by then, sure, but he can make it until there. Just need these wets to last in lap 20. Hey, we have developed a fault.
But the car's definitely not happy. Surely some kind of fault.
My car ain't happy. So we are having now a temporary power fall. We'll have to see if they can fix that. I need to slow things down here with the temperature curbs. Overheating is mainly just from running behind other cars, so not really much we can do about that. We could do avoid the curbs, but if we do, then we definitely just throw this race away in its entirety. It's a bit of a rough choice to make. If the fault develops into something more serious, that too would be kind of bad. But this is the 6th race of the season, and we are giving 6 engines, so we can actually switch it out after this race with no problems. I say we gamble on it, take the risk. See if we survive. And we do get less power from the engine as a result. It's just how things are. Yeah, the car behavior is still a bit clunky, but they're far more aggressive in corners and overtaking. All the other cars are on wet tires. We're the only one on the Inters, but they're definitely pushing far more than we are. So I kind of suspect that the plan that they have is that they're going to be pitting around lap 20 here when it goes full Inters for a while. Everyone is going to be pitting for Inters in this window anyways. So as long as we don't lose too much time here with Behrman to some of the cars ahead, he might actually have the best strategy. Whoever suggested to go Inters might just be a genius. So it is still looking very, very promising here for Behrman. We can keep this up. We're actually losing time now that we're pushing a little bit too much temp into these. Yeah, I think we just speed along here, get to those first pit stop, and then we'll decide on a strategy. We definitely lost power here, similarly to what Charles did. And it's not really... We're getting rain now, so this is when we can actually push with the wets, and maybe a little bit more with the Inters. Because the rain is going up now. We are getting into the actual wet area of the track. But a lot of our teams in front have actually shredded their wet tires. Verstappen and Norris have been the only ones to really take care of them. probably should have just kept on running light, to be fair. That's my fault. Want to be a little bit more aggressive. But as you can see, the second these things start to overheat, they just fall off a cliff. So do keep that in mind. Water and oil. I wish. Yeah, you can see now Bearman is immediately starting to lose more pace compared to the rest of the grid. If we take a look at the lap times here, 51.4 for Hauger. And for Bearman now, it's going to be running a 53.2. So we're already 2 seconds slower. Let's try and go full attack this lap and see how it looks like. But it's definitely going pretty high up in the rain. But if we lose 2-3 seconds, 5 laps, we're still going to benefit from not pitting. So that's not necessarily a bad thing. But you can see that the gap here is increasing, and it's increasing by a lot. .56 this time, so now we're 4 seconds slower. Joe has immediately picked up a mechanical fault here, a pretty severe one.
But it looks like they're carrying some kind of fault.
To be fair, that is true, that we know why we're losing some performance. Yeah, Bearman here is he's not having a good time, and the rain is going higher and higher than anticipated. Yeah, we might be very, very sad here with Bearman, but we're at least trying to do something. Need to turn him down now though, because we've gone too high on attempts. I think we can go full attack though with Hauger, try and make something happen, give him the push, see if we can get past Hamilton. To be fair, this is also kind of risky because we are pushing and putting a little bit more temperature into the powertrain. I think the plan is that we are going to be pitting Hauger once it turns into here. Should just be a couple laps out, 4-5. I don't know what we're going to do with Bearman. He's just going to have to suffer. And suffer he does. He's now 25 seconds behind. So at this point, it would have been better to pit him. But we're going to do the Ferrari thing and just stay out. Honestly. Because that is really all we can do. As Hauger actually does get past Hamilton. But yeah, the inters did work earlier on. But the wet condition is just so harsh that it just backfires completely. It did get far more wetter though than what we would have thought. Like this is 3.5. Oh.
Right then, we can take a look now, and we can easily see how wet it is on the track. And there's the contact.
I think that is a retirement, honestly. That looks like revving damage. Yeah, that is revving damage. If we look at the powertrain here too, I think we retire Bearman here. I think that makes sense. Damage to the rear wing and the chassis. And honestly, keeping him out right now, when we don't really have a lot of parts, I think it would be better to just retire him. Because I don't see him making a comeback with the damage that he has. So that is actually what we're going to do. We are going to go ahead and retire him. Yeah, I think retirement is just the best option for him here, unfortunately. Which sucks, because it is coming back to the inters now. You can see that it is going down. So it's just unfortunate timing is all. Yes, you can run freely in open air. It's driving clean air here. When I tested it, it didn't really have too much of an effect on your engine. And you lost like half a second worth of lap time. So I don't know if that's going to really be worth it for anyone. Could also be that it scales of your engine cooling. And just because I had low engine cooling, it barely did anything. Yeah, it was a worthy attempt, Alexander. Like, it's how you learn. You try things. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. Yeah, his gearbox also did get scuffed because if we compare his gearbox to Hauger's 44 versus like what did he have 16, 18? So I'm also very scared that he would end up with what's it called, a DNF at some point too. We have our first pitter, Hulkenberg, Show, Magnussen. Let's see what they actually end up going to. They're going to the Inters. Might be pulling in a little bit too early here, but honestly, with the amount of rain there is on the track, we can go attack one lap, get a little bit of temp in the tires. I kind of like that idea. Let's see, which rain are we expecting at the moment? Yeah, it should be calm now for... That's legit 8 laps though. But let's be honest, we are going to need new tires at one point. So I think we gamble on going to lap 40, before we go wet tires till the end. Something like that at least. Rick is pitting. A lot of cars are still staying out. This might backfire, but as I said, we are going to need to pit for new wets at one point anyways. London's home race, he's in first place. Nice. The library editor is cool. I played it for 3 hours. That's amazing, Blue. 21st. Don't be mean to the man. Okay, we're damp now in the conditions. Let's just run it standard, so we don't overheat and destroy these immediately. I'm sorry, Danny. I have no clue. Why do all the teams have their reserve drivers trying for them? I don't know. At least our fuel is coming back. We could probably have dropped another couple of kilograms. Still been fine. Where's Alonso? He just exited. Russell is exiting. Hauger is jumping some cars here, including Stroll. We're up into 10th. The top 4 has yet to pit, so this could still be fairly interesting. And Show has DNF from a mechanical fault.
Oh, that's not good. They'll need to retire the car.
That might just straight up be a safety car. He's parked it there. He's still moving. Is he gonna pit? Yeah, he is. So no safety car. We're all good. Now, I guess we could start pushing a little bit more aggressively, but again, if we want to survive 20 laps on these tires, we do need to take a little bit of care of them. Got 11 reserve drivers in Bahrain. To be fair, they do kind of try that out, like give them time. Well, Leclerc, Norris, both of them are staying out on the wets. Norris has actually taken enough care of his tires that it might work, just barely. So can't really be too upset with him. Now, we're gonna push it because I don't want Stroll to overtake us. I would rather catch up to Rick and try and overtake him, so... Nah, did not work. Stroll is just a little bit too quick for us. I still think we can get points there, we just need to play it safe. Focus on surviving, also than anything else. The fault that we have. To be fair though, Hauger's just like, I'm not done yet. Did I say you could leave? Yeah, you can actually have fights now that last a little bit longer than just a couple of corners. Too sweet. I don't think Leclerc's going to be finishing on the tires. He's gone for Inters. But it's just such a Ferrari thing to do to stay out far longer than you need to. And when Norris now pits, he's actually in danger of Sainz and Perez as well. Question is it going to be wet enough here that we go back to wets early? Or how are things going to be? A lot of fastest laps being set at the moment. There's a golf library for my car. That's pretty neat. We just speed things up out, and if Stroll gets us, he gets us. Let's be fair, he is going to get us at one point. We do have a weaker engine at this point. We're running some damaged components. And we're not super good in the wet, so... It would not really be too much of a surprise. And to be fair, Stroll should be upset his spaghetti right now. That he hasn't got us yet. We can hold on. We can actually get 10th. I don't think we will, but we might. The thing that's next to Rick Daciello, mechanical failure. Yes, a minor fault. Our fault actually got fixed there. Yay, our boys in the pit lane figured out what the problem was and fixed it. Amazing. It's not killing him super hard. He's down to 82%. To be fair, he's pushing him quite hard, and at this point, Tsunoda might take him out. Honestly. Looking kind of dangerous back there. Yeah, Hauge actually got his fault fixed. Norris is still out on the wet tires, but by this point, he's going to have to pit very, very soon. He might actually puncture. We're getting closer to 1 point. Well, it's 3 minutes until it starts pouring down again. Come back here, Tsunoda. I got you for 3 minutes. Yeah, there's still points where it's janky, Alexander, but yeah, it's smoother for the most part. There's no like super aggressive turning into the corners. And basically they will fight more aggressively in the corners as well. So it's a bit smoother. Yeah, we're probably going to start pushing at one point. I just want to make sure that we survive until, as I said, lap 40, I think it's going to be the... Well, 45 now is going to be the cutoff. I don't even know what the plan is here. Can we survive till the end on these? We could potentially make it till the end on these if the weather doesn't get super bad at points. So we'll have to see exactly what the plan is. I don't know at this point. Our weather system is very bad. 2.5 millimeters. We're getting there now where we kind of need to push a little bit. I'm still contemplating though if we want to just try and stay till the end. I think we're going to need one more stop anyways. And with the gap that we have back to Bottas, we should be able to catch up if we need to stop again. So I think we gamble on going aggressive here, honestly. Are we running component AI strategy still? I'll be running it for the most part. There's some weird things going on right now with how... But yeah, we're overheating these massively. Some weird things going on right now with some weird penalties when you switch components sometimes, Ryan. So you might get penalized for switching them. Well, we're up to about 4 millimeters right now, so we should be able to push without murdering them. But even then, temps are pretty high. A lot of cars are pitting for just wets at this point, and I'm tempted to kind of just mirror what they're doing. See if we maybe can jump Tsunoda at least. The problem here is that it's just going to be wet for... If this is accurate, which it probably isn't. Yes, our accuracy is 45%. Then we might be in trouble. It's supposed to be moderate rain now for 4 minutes, 8 minutes, and then, you know, intense again in 12. So I think we just go for the gamble here. We stay out. And if it goes badly, it goes badly. It would be fun to try this out just to see. actually holding up Piastri at the moment. Hey, red flag. Staying out was the correct choice. The Hulkenberg? Yeah. Should we switch engine, gearbox, airs for practice? Again, there's some weird penalties sometimes, Danny, so I don't know. It's weird.
As for the team back in the garage, that was a tough moment to watch.
Double win luck, yeah. That worked better than it should have. Question now. Conditional restart, 245. Moderate rain. There should be an inter restart by all marks of the imagination. Like, this is the current condition. It's at 245 inters. I still hate red flags in the wets because sometimes it just feels like you're rolling another dice. So we are gonna go with the inters. Yeah, I really wish they'd fix this so you could set your strategy, know exactly what's happening in the restart, get the weather forecast. No way they just would do it like this. But yeah, we're gonna go on inters because that is what it told us we should expect. So we will trust the game this once.
We're ready to get this race underway again.
That looks blue. That looks blue. Looks like a lot of blue, boys.
And it's lights out. And away we go.
It looks very blue. Oh, it's right before the wet period. Yeah, if I had this, I too would have gone wet tires. I'll be honest. Oh, that is so frustrating, but it's at least gonna go into this again. I hate this. Yeah, we need to be able to see the weather forecast on the restarts. We should be able to get something done now at the start, try and make up as many places as possible. But like even this, we have a lot of confidence. Can't really go too aggressive because we'll just wreck the car. It's 22 laps to go though, so yeah, you're not wrong. We could make the inters last till the end. But the question is just, will we survive the wet period without falling to the back of the grid, with everyone being so close to each other? We need to get some overtakes done here quick, and then kind of use these guys as a shield to slow down the cars behind. Yeah, I think so too. This is like 2.5, and according to this, for the last 7 laps, you expect your sweat. But this is also basically the same thing you saw in 23 sometimes. They've just run out of weather. Like, we're out of weather. We don't have any more to sell. So at least we're making some headway now, getting a little bit of that confidence, but that's going to go very, very quick. Turn down to standard here so we don't cook these tires. Nice lacerate. At least we're running a little bit up in the points, and they're already shredding their wets quite a bit. But yeah, just for 4 more minutes, and then the pain begins. Pain is not supposed to last that long though, 4 laps. So this might still be a big brain move, because if this is 2.5mm, as we anticipate, then for the last 7 laps they should be shredding their tires. How big is the tire wear difference between old mediums versus new hards? Hey, it's a safety car, just as the rain arrives. Perfect. Thank you, Rick. Your sacrifice will be remembered.
I crashed.
I need that on a t-shirt, by the way. The I crashed. And then just the F1 manager logo below, above it. Okay, let's see, what do we do here? There was a question about tire wear difference. So I'll give you just a little bit of a crash course there. Right Friends, biggest time difference between old mediums versus new hards. So old mediums, in this case, let's say that you've been on the mediums for 20 laps. They would still be just as quick as fresh hards around here. Difference between medium here is 5/10. There's 200 difference in degradation, which translates to every 10 laps on the mediums you lose 2/10 worth of pace. So even if it would take 25 laps here for mediums to become equivalent to hards, fresh hards around here. Or rather, they would be equal at that point. So it's still the same calculation. So in here, don't really want to use hards if you can avoid it. Use mediums and softs in Miami. Pit on wets? I don't think we need to. That's the thing here now. The rainy period is ahead of us. Like in 2 minutes, it's going to start pouring. It is going to rain for a bit, yeah. But we're going to get light rain in 10 minutes. I think that, let's say the safety car lasts 3 laps. That's 6 minutes. I think we gamble on just staying out and having the safety car protect us. Although sometimes under safety car in last game, in particular, if you were on the wrong tire, you'd fall backwards. Let's just pray that does not happen here. Yeah, but if we pit now, we're going to fall to the back of the grid order. That's the problem. Like, everyone is running together. We'll be the last team if we pit. So we'll just stay out this lap, see if we fall to the back. If we do, we'll probably pit. Bottas, Ocon has gone in. Gasly, Sargent. Are they going to go for fresh tires? Or are they going to get Inters here? That's going to be the curiosity part. Fresh wets. We aren't falling backwards yet, so I think we are safe. Can it be red flagged from Rick's position, I guess? I don't think so. Basically, he's far enough out of the track that he's not a danger to the recovery. ERS, yeah, it's recharging. It will do that automatically, but I can put it on if you wish. This is Season 1, Gingy. Constantining effects during my first safety car. Then I laughed and said, but no one did. That's interesting, but at least this is good, because in other games, like if you were on the wrong tire for the occasion, you would be relegated to the back of the safety car order. It does not happen here, which is actually very, very good. I just hope the safety car lasts a long time. At least 7 more minutes. The longer the safety car lasts, the better for me. Does harvesting ERS reduce durability? I can't see that. There's something in the way. Can someone post something in chat?
Okay.
There we go. Reduce wear? I don't know. I haven't tested it, Rens. I would assume it does. Just wondering if they improved the depth of the game between the races, not what was happening in the mailbox previously. There hasn't really been much changes as the safety car's about to come in. There isn't really too much to do between races. You still manage your sponsor plan, your pit crew. Can have a look at the affiliates, switch things up there, but basically the same as 23. You can sim the pre-practice, but you're gonna have to do quali to get things sorted. GP World? I don't think I've played that game, honestly. I might need to check it out. Well, I would assume not, because Hauger or Behrman does not have it. So I would assume the same goes for Antonelli. Wait, is the safety car not in? Perfect. Light rain has hit. Let's pray that the thing goes down. Well, in 4 minutes it's gonna hit. We might still be safe, lads. Maybe. But this is some weird witchcraft right here. This kink. I love it when the plan comes together. This wasn't even a plan. This was just pure luck. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, the thing is, PKK, this year you can use the setup calculator to set everything up perfectly, but then they'll roll a dice on the setup itself and mess it up. Safety car is ending, so how many places are we going to be losing over the next 5 laps is going to be the question now, I think. I think we just full send everything and try and hold on. Probably an 8 right now, Pana, for me, personally. Miami is such a shit track. Do you not enjoy the Miami atmosphere? The fake marina? No, wait. Is that in Miami? Or is that Las Vegas? No, it is Miami. We immediately lose out to Piastri. This is going to be a painful few laps here. Yellow flag. Safety car, safety car. I love it when the points come together. And if everyone pits now for Inters, Bottas, you are a saint. Or Ocon, I don't know which one of you caused this.
How much water is on the track? Oh, that's quite an impact between them.
He actually was so far out that he didn't show up on the replay.
Given the nature of that collision.
Hello, EE15.
While all that was happening, the crew in the garage could do nothing but watch on.
Oh yeah, scrutineering. I'll be doing a normal team save for sure at one point, yes. Question now is anyone gonna pit? I started a new one, Gingy. Because there was some changes with the release date patch. I've yet to have the game crash on me, EE. It hasn't crashed once while I've been playing it. Yeah, we might get a one hell of a freebie here, depending on the weather, because it is going down now. We're the only ones with the correct tires. You see, we sacrifice a bear, and we are rewarded handsomely with safety cars. Don't jinx me, Jason, because we know what's going to happen now that you've said that. The next thing that's going to happen is Hauge's going to spin on the safety car and wreck everything. Particularly since we're overheating the engine massively here. Like, Ocon actually had a straight-up torpedo attack there. Like, he's trying to inherit Kvyat's nickname. We did, in fact, fix the technical issue, but we might get a new one. Let's be perfectly honest here. Sargent is 15 out of 16 drivers. Let's see if we can survive. Because right now, we are into territory. Track condition has changed to damp. We have the advantageous tire now. We also have 8 kilograms extra fuel. Remember, we started this race with 6 kilograms in the negatives. If we get a win, it's going to be the luckiest thing I think I've done in F1 Manager, like all the games combined. Three millimeters. Don't tell me it's going dry. No, it's not. I'm just worried here because there was a bug in 23 with the AI when this happened, when they kind of run out of weather, but the AI just ignores it straight up. So we could end up suffering here. We'll have to see. Any tips on money in the new game? You need to manage it way better than in 23. You don't get a lot of money anymore from races. You just get the 2 potential payouts from track before you finish, Grim. So money is far more valuable. Needs to be managed a lot better than in 23. So be very, very careful with it. But again, in 10 minutes, it actually is. You are not lying, but then we go dry again. In theory. Yeah. Maybe I should have pitted. Safety car is ending as it becomes rainy, so we might actually still lose out a little bit here. But with all these cars together, accidents can happen. I'm still just using the automated quali, just find a good window, honestly. I haven't experimented much with it, so I'm. Safety car has ended, so we now have 3 minutes to make up as many places as we can. It is going to be 5 wet laps here. This might be bad. Rick, I need another helping hand. I need another blessing. At least we're creating a little bit of a gap before it becomes super wet again. And with just 12 laps remaining, going full attack till the end should be doable. We should be able to get better grip out of the corner, catch up and overtake even with our shitty top speed. Kind of see the top speed difference there too with Piastri just pulling away. Okay, basically one more lap before it starts pouring down. Still just medium confidence running 6th place. That is a crime. Tires are now severely overheating. We're gonna have to tune that down then. Severely overheating is not something we can survive till the end. We'll be running a little bit close to the Paris ahead of us. Condition has changed to wet. Survival begins. Honestly, I would love to mod in radio messages banner. I don't think anyone has done anything like that though. Okay, so we're currently experiencing heavy rain. We're gonna have 7 more minutes of it basically. Then we're going back to dry conditions for the last couple of laps. It's still gonna suck quite a bit for us here. I think we go back to full attack. Temp is going down. And we just try and hold on and maybe get these places back once it dries up. At least pray that we get a point, maybe. Game worth it, you think? Sitting here debating it. I'm enjoying it, Ryan. I'll probably give it an 8 out of 10. Hamilton's pickup default. Not a severe enough one. We need him to cause a safety car. To be fair though, we do have a tire advantage over the wet runners here. But we might lose that if I cook the tires too hard. But at the same time, if I want to try and stay ahead here, so I won't need to do too many overtakes, we are going to have to cook it quite a bit. Unfortunately, Kieran, I don't know. I tried to look into it earlier, but I couldn't figure it out. So I honestly don't know. It's a bit of a weird one. As a fellow Ryan, I agree. The Council of Ryan says yes. Yeah, we're falling a little bit too far back here, unfortunately. I don't think we're going to be able to catch back up with a few laps remaining. Only now it's just going to be to get a point or two. We might not even get that. Yeah, this is... that second safety car probably came at a little bit of a wrong time. It is what it is, though. We gambled. We lost. That second heavy rain shower was not the best thing I've ever seen. But yeah, the weather here is a little bit weird. Which is sad. Is that going to be dry? No, it's not going to be dry. It's just going to slowly dry up here. It's not going to dry up as quickly as we anticipated initially. So we are just going to keep on falling backwards here. I don't think there's anything we can do to combat the current situation. And we're actually going to be lost by the end of this, so... The person who told me the wets during the pit stops was correct. The track is drying now. We have no data. So maybe we get a couple of laps in now to try something. But catching up is going to be really difficult. Particularly since I'm also cooking the tires quite a bit here. So no, that might DNF though. I guess that's the only positive. But yeah, we made an error. Well, I did. Let's be honest. I kind of hate that though, that it is just so unreliable, the weather forecast, and the AI always gets it completely right. Like if the AI also got it wrong, I'd feel a lot better. What percentage of fatigue should you aim for? You should try and have... your fatigue does matter as long as it's 0 before a race weekend. Graph looking like trouble input data? Yeah. Yeah, BKK, I messed up. And as you can see, this is what happens when you run out of data. It just locks in. So it actually locked in the wet level, 420. And if you remember, when we pitted, or rather when we restarted, this was estimated to be 2.5 somewhere around millimeters, which is kind of why we stayed out on the inters. So yeah, the game just decided that I hate the fact that they have that you can run out of weather on races. Like they only simulate a certain amount of weather, and if you get a couple of safety cars with a red flag, you can actually run out. That still has not changed. But we'll get some money from how good finishing, so we'll just speed this along. I don't think there's any point in doing anything too cheeky here. Tsunoda did retire, so at least we get 15th. But yeah, the weather looks in at 420. We get no data, no more rain. And again, the estimation was just so far off that it's not even funny. Hello, Mata. Hello, Isadora. We are at Miami. We have scored points in China. We could have scored points there too, but the gods of weather did not disagree with me. Yeah, I would love that, Ryan, if they fixed that red flag thing.
Max Verstappen over the finish line.
Basically, when you run out of weather, when it hits no data, the track no longer changes in any way, shape, or form. It just stays 420, like it has for the last couple of laps here. So the estimation initially, again, was 2.5 millimeters, and run out of weather. The second you run out of weather, the track locks into whatever it had when that happened. So if you run out of weather with 7 millimeters of water, it's going to be 7 millimeters of water till the end. In this case, it locked down with 420, so we stay with that. We stay with low rubber, low grip, and there's nothing we really can do about that, unfortunately. Which is unfortunate, because if we'd gone to wets, probably we could have gotten a point here or two.
Sometimes I think you just have to accept that it's
Basically, it's no weather. It just locks in the track, how the track is. But it's the best team to manage that isn't create a team. Depends on what you're looking for. Hello, Leon. I've been streaming the entire time. Sorry. I have not had a chance to look at your team yet. Basically, the game just simulates a certain amount of weather data, and if you have enough safety cars and red flag, you just run out. I don't know why they elected to do it like that, but they have. Okay, at least we get a little bit of money from Hauge. But yeah, that was a miserable race weekend. Rowing is at least done. I can be happy with that. Get a little bit of a better time, if you will. Although to be fair, all we're getting is a little bit top speed, which isn't actually enough to boost us pretty that high up. We get some acceleration, which is going to be actually pretty nice with the new battling. Let's go ahead and make 4 of these, which is going to take 25% of my remaining money. I do think our best bet, though, is investing in CFD for the rowing. And I'm just going to go back for a second here. The game does actually tell us now that, hey, Antonelli went to 73. Hansen went to 76. The game actually does tell us now that if we're looking for medium speed, rowing is the best choice. And that is actually the only thing the rowing is actually good for cornering, by the looks of it. So, let's test that out. Let's test out that theory of the game with some CFD. Because medium cornering is kind of what we have been missing, so if we can get it here, that should be a pretty nice benefit. So sensitivity goes down, high speed goes down, the other 3 go up. And yeah, that's a pretty huge amount of medium speed cornering already. And if we make the second one after this, that's going to be actually kind of wild. So let's just do this. 1 tick. We're going to probably be using this for a little bit. And we're going to do the 5 engineers on it. So we'll have it in a month. Again, it's just the annoyance that we don't get it for Canada. So what we're going to do is steal an engineer of this project, which is going to make it 1 day late. We're going to have to rush the front wings for. Yeah, we're going to have to rush the front wings for Monaco if we do this, but that should be okay. This way we get the front wing, the rear wing, new one at least for Canada. Although this one isn't super good, it'll still get the job done. So yeah, we'll do that. The chassis is missing. We luckily have 1 spare, but again, money is actually hugely a factor in this game because we're poor. We need more components. We don't have more components, so we might be in trouble if we perform poorly in the next few races here. When do I get the next sponsor plan? In a week. Okay, so we get at least a little bit of money from the engagement. That might save us a little bit. Would a fully upgraded weather center help it in any way at all? Should give us 100% clarity on the weather, meaning that we have perfect foresight. So yeah, it should. And 1 day short of manufacturing the rear wing. We can rush it, so it takes 2 days to make. What parts do I use my wind tunnel and CFD hours for? I've used them for the underfloor, the front wing, and now the rear wing. I'm just gonna fall in on those 3 parts. Let's use all CFD on the underfloor, then the front wing, then the rear wing. Probably gonna do it on the suspension next. And basically, that's just how I do it. Yes, every dots have been level 1. See, I think I'm caught off then. If I miss any questions, feel free to, ask them again. I'll do my best to respond. We are also getting to a point now where the mentality is getting problematic again. As the facility upgrades have stopped. The car performance and the other staff are still not acceptable for these boys. So I don't know how to fix that. I think it's just a thing that gets fixed with time. Maybe we need better drivers and staff. I still feel like when they're on the same level, they shouldn't be that upsetty spaghetti with each other, if that makes sense. If we destroy the chassis, we're going to have to make a new one. That's another 500,000 gone. And with that, we are now poor. 570,000 left. Rest of the money is probably going to be used to make something. Just don't know what yet. Underfloor has been manufactured. Let us see what the warehouse has to say. So, very good. These things. I think I want to make another suspension because we break those very often. Usually we break them often. Let's get that under production. Let's see. When you change from normal to rush for the sign, do you get credit for the time spent in normal? Yeah, you get credit for it as if it's normal, but since it's a shorter time, you get less. I would assume so, Paolo. For the most part, the development seems to be the same, but you have far less money in this one, so be a little bit careful on how you spend it. Yeah, I think I'm caught up. Cash from engagement, 1.3 million. Get an extra 1.1 million for our energy drink cameo. Okay. We now have money again. We need to be careful with that money so we don't lose it. Okay, so this is a setup for Italy, Monaco, and Canada. Oh, the performance changes based on your car. Okay, that's actually kind of cool. I assume what this means is that it estimates it based on what your car is good and bad at. So we should be decent in Monaco. Okay, that's cool. That's actually really cool. Factory tour. Like, I don't want to lose factory, power. But at the same time, we don't really have too many choices here in what we do. I need the money. Yeah. Heading the affiliate would be kind of rude, but at the same time, we might need to. Send our scouts on the STEM tour. Head of aerodynamics and one more. Yes, we're going to send the affiliate to sponsor event. This is just barely enough to hit the affiliate goal. We exceeded by 24. I'll just double check what we're getting hit with. So that is the affiliate. Yeah, this is gonna probably be pretty bad, but I need the money more so than I need the debuffs right now for those people at full power. So we will have to take it and just be happy with it currently. Not all my money, but to be fair, we haven't really actually have any parts on the current car that's been blown out. We're hitting the medium risk window, which is scary. But yeah, everything to the left minimum durability might be difficult to do just because of the fact that you are at risk of running out of parts, particularly if you're a driver that loves the wall. So that could actually be a way they have balanced it. They made it kind of balanced-ish by forcing you to make some parts that are high durability, unless you want to, destroy everything. Now, since we're currently on the 6th race of the season, or rather, we finished the 6th race, we're about to head into the 7th. In A24 season, we're getting rain again. That's kind of sad. Because we're heading into a 7th race out of 24, we're going to go ahead and actually replace the engines for both cars. You get four engines this year, which is pretty good. And we also have 4 gearboxes, so we'll switch it out. And if we need to, we'll go back to some of the more damaged ones. And I think this is the best bet to just try and get a little bit extra performance out of the car. Maybe a little bit of a better chance of scoring points. So the car, new engines, new gearboxes should help things out a little bit. How do I improve mentality? Generally just by doing what the team wants to keep them happy. In our case, as you can see, they don't like the car, they don't like the staff, they don't like the drivers. So generally, it's just bring in better staff, drivers, and improve the car. But in our case, we kind of can't. So as you can imagine, that's kind of rough. Yeah, I want to check the contracts here. We got 3 years for Hauger. We got 3 years for Behrman, so that's good. And for our affiliates, someone told me they had middle. Yeah. He's being paid 2.3 million. 3.2. How much am I paying you? I'm paying my affiliates more than I'm paying my race drivers. I'm paying my affiliates more than I'm paying my race drivers. What is this? So how can players check where all the money is being spent? Well, if we take a look at the finances here, we have a spending breakdown. So currently, we have spent 40 million this season on car development. That is split into 20 million for design, 20 million for manufacturing. Our drivers, we have salaries here. Projection is that we're going to end up paying 9 million by the end of the season for driver salaries. Staff here, 6 million by the end of the season. And for the facilities, they are going to end up paying 22 million by the end of the season. So you do have a cost breakdown here, and you have our cost cap remaining here on the right. So adding these together, we are probably not having too much cost cap remaining. And of course, we're paying for to be in Formula 1. The board has given us 24 million so far. They'll give us 52 total. So you actually have a complete breakdown here of the cost cap, but for some reason the sponsors hasn't been added or updated yet. You also have the cost cap here. So the projection here is that we're going to spend another 108 million. I don't think we will. Okay, so we spent 40 million so far on car development. This has an additional 50 million there. So there's some things that, you know, probably will not end in here. We have another 1.3 million here. Let's just go through this and calculate it a little bit to see what we actually have left. 1.3 million here in staff salaries. Another 400,000 here. 1.7. For here, another 350. So 2.1 million. Then another 8 million in facilities. So basically at this point, we have 30 million left of our cost cap. So your cost cap in creative team is actually lower than it was last year. And one of the reasons is that it is fairly costly to begin with. So you do have breakdowns. I would have loved to just have the last cost cap, you know, expected cost cap at the end of the season. But it's not really there. And again, the projected balance here might look terribly scary. But we're projected to have negative 62 million, 63 million by the end of the season. But it doesn't take into account sponsor income at the moment. So I know that our sponsorship is like 85 million. So we're basically safe in that regard. So you can also see a breakdown here on the marketability, which affects sponsors. And currently both Hauger and Behrman have maxed marketability of 100. As well as your team rating and the bonuses from your facility. So yeah. Well, not max, they have 60 apparently, but the team, the number's apparently a little bit higher. Okay, let me go through the chat now if anyone had any question regarding that. Sorry for ignoring you guys a little bit. Yeah, you get you can get affiliates in any team. I don't believe so, Pana. Yeah, it doesn't account for the the reward money when you finish. So there's a lot of things this new finance screen is actually missing out on. Like I do like that they tried to make it a little bit easier to see, but when you don't have the projected sponsor income here, you're just gonna scare a lot of people by they're gonna see big red number and just go, no, I can't spend no more, which is a little bit unfortunate. But yeah, let us continue. I guess it didn't change too much really from last year if the database is already updated, to be fair. Okay, let's see, what did we make? We made a rear wing. Front wing is installed. I believe that means we have now upgraded everything once. At the very least, yeah, we have. Let's go now have a look at the car analysis of our team. So, we're still not a top team in terms of cornering. Still lack a lot. Apparently the medium speed rear wing is going to help that out quite a bit. But we actually have Red Bull beat in low speed cornering. What? Yeah, that does make much sense. Our dirt air tolerance is also terrible, but at least we're scoring points. So I guess we can be happy with the current situation. Just barely. No, Bearman, you're losing your powers. You're becoming normal again. We need to, yeah, the mentality right now, because we can't upgrade any more buildings, means that we do have a little bit of problem with the mentality right now. And again, it's just car performance, the other stuff. You have a car that's capable of scoring points. You're the lowest rated driver on the grid. So yeah, I feel like the mentality is a little bit too it. Like, car performance, 11th. Overall ranking, 19th. You can make a car that is better than most cars out there because it's specialized in cornering. The game doesn't take that into account for mentality, which is weird. And a very weird way to try. If it is on purpose, in order to try and balance, like, you can't make cornering cars anymore because you won't get the mentality buff. That's weird in so many different ways. Yes, Nightwolf, the new patch is out. Paris made it in Q3 for 3 days in a row. Game only realistic. I guess that makes sense. It's also an interesting game to just make it easy. I guess you could say that. Upgrades didn't do much. Did you go cornering for the most part, Luca? I think they didn't think too much, Pana, when they made the, you know, the AI drivers. The, what are they called? The generated ones. Just mostly you can, you know, mess around a little bit. I just go max cornering and minimize weight for the most part, Luca. Nothing too special about it. Yeah, I don't know what like the mentality system is a bit weird. Affinity too, honestly. Cornering still seems to be the best stat for the car, yes. Look how small these are now. If they do not hit what I want them to hit, I'm gonna be upset. And again, yay. Don't yay me. Yeah, I do like that the forward option, or like the bottom option, is tailored to your tires. Avoiding the curve still save tire wear? To some degree it does, Panna, because your tire run cooler while you're doing it. But you're gonna be slower. I believe they might have fixed that 1D. At least you're giving me a good guesstimate. I guess this looks good, and for you... Try this, should be decent, I think. See what we can do in the quali. I think I'll do Monaco and then probably call it a night. It is starting to get late. Even if, yeah, like I do like that thing, Ryan, that they have that new addition, if you will. I go a bit slower than Bearman. think we survived because the rain is beginning now. Yeah, I don't think anyone is going to beat our times because it is going to be wet till the end. Yes, Josh, cornering still seems to be the key to success. When am I streaming next? Probably tomorrow. I have no plans. I have no plans, but I might sit down and do some experiments for video making instead. I haven't fully decided yet. Just so used to summarizing throughout the season in an hour. Yeah. Well, most of my friends are actually working still. That's the sad part, so I don't really have too much to do during daytime. And unfortunately, I'm old enough that most of my friends have kids. So unless it's weekends, they don't really have too much time to do stuff. They helped us late game. They helped last game, Barry. Okay. It is nice to hear that the videos were helpful, Luca. Do the experiments on stream? Yes, we could mess around, but it's probably just going to be me simming, doing some different stuff. I usually just him like have a podcast running in the background when I do stuff like that. But that's going to be a little bit difficult if I'm supposed to interact with stream at the same time. Oh, over here? No, it's a grandstand dancing. I do, Pana, but it is summer break right now, so vacation. In Norway, usually there's something called basically there's a period in July where everyone that works basic jobs usually have vacation around the same time. And that's kind of the period that we're in right now. I wish I could make a living out of streaming. I would do it. No. I would do it in a heartbeat. It is so much more relaxing than dealing with the little gremlins called children. I'll probably put on a podcast, Ryan, and just sit down, power through it, because I do note down a bunch of stuff. I go back and forth between saves. So I'll probably just do it on my own time, and then maybe stream more of this game later on instead. Paris and Leclerc. Did we survive? Considering the rain isn't going to change, maybe not. Yeah, I had a couple, well, one Pal World video that blew up. Which is probably one of the videos I put the least effort into, which is funny. That is how YouTube works, though. You can't be angry at that.
Yeah, sorry.
Lemon has run wide. Or at 11. I work as a teacher, Opal. The experiment, the recap videos, Damien, are gonna be the guides with kind of the... Like last year, I made guides with the results first and the process afterwards. It's basically gonna be more of that. Power through and might one day be able to live streaming and move to Malta. If I move to Malta, I'm going to die. Like, as I said probably before, I don't handle heat very well. I'm not made for warm, I'm made for cold. So more like I'll go to Antarctica and stream from there. I played Pokemon on and off since I was a kid, so I guess yes. Hey, we have a crash. What's the trick with race pace? I don't think there's any trick in particular. Just try and make the best strategy that you can. And try and make it work. I don't know if Leclerc is in the... I would assume Archer Leclerc is in the game. Try the F1 Managed Save Browser? What kind of magic is this now? I can expect the video guide videos to come out by. Probably going to be a few this week, honestly. I won't give a date because I don't know in particular. Like, things like mentality is going to need so much work to figure out exactly how it functions. But things like the sponsors, you'll probably see later this week. Things like mechanical failures, probably see later this week. Doesn't seem like the development has changed much, so we'll probably do something with that later on. Let's get Bearman out here again. Order has gone up though, so I don't think he'll improve, but we'll try. Nothing that stops us. But yeah, they'll come out when they do, but I'll be trying to cover everything kind of like I did last year. Most part. And of course, if there's anything in particular that you don't understand about the game or you'd like me to dive deeper into, you can always just go onto my Discord. I have a request category. Feel free to put your request in there. And I might help you out with just a written quick guide. Or did I just send out the wrong man? Am I stupid? I did. Oh, I'm a dummy. Can always put another hoodie on. I did not play Scarlet and Violet, no. Yeah, I know. I am getting tired. BKK, you're right on that. But also I got lost in the explanation, which is probably the main reason why. I still want to do Monaco, so we might speedrun this one a little bit. Let's see here what Bearman can do now. I'm getting rain, I assume, so one shot. $14.3, that's not good enough.
Copy.
He beat Alonso. Okay, maybe it was better than I thought it was. No one's going to beat it though. It's going to be wet now till the end of the quali, so we'll just 16 exit. Yeah, Rickard, I agree. Like, it's not even 40 degrees here. It's more like maybe 25 right now, but even then I'm melting in a t-shirt and shorts. Try a Windows app, which is able to read Steam and Xbox save directly. That's interesting. I think that depends more, counts on your engine too. Mercedes is the worst for fuel-related things this year. The last one I played, I don't remember what it was called. It was for the Nintendo Switch. Probably a couple of years back. Yeah, I think we have like, what are they called? It's just been incredibly hot for the last couple of days, so we get being cooked just straight up. I guess we'll take this. Shame with Hauger that I kind of, you know, destroyed him by leaving him out, but I don't think Bearman improved, so if Bearman didn't improve, 3000s to Russell, we'll say that he didn't make it, just I feel a little bit better. Okay, this is interesting. We're going to have rain towards the end of the race here. Lap 40. I still find this very funny, that running light or running standard is faster than running aggressive. But to be fair, do this running them into the ground. So this is actually a very bad base strategy. I guess we do this. And I am going to run them light, just so that if we need to go longer, we can. Yeah, that is not correct. It's going to be at least lap 40. I think we do something like this. We go on to the softs at lap 25. That way we can push. We can take care of them. I think that is the best bet that we have. Doing a one stop on the hards too sounds fun, but risky. So let us just adjust this one to the kind of same strategy. Of course, we don't know if the rain is actually going to arrive lap 40 because we're bad at predicting. So this could go very, very bad. Yeah, the Mercedes engine is terrible with when it comes to fuel, so do keep that in mind. Okay, I think we're ready to start the race here now. With the new parts, we should in theory be a little bit quicker. We'll have to see though. Might be that we immediately develop faults and it gets destroyed.
Welcome back, everyone. The final preparations. And
Yeah, I tried it today too, backhang on the first one, and we'd had a double DNF.
in anticipation of this, the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. And it's lights out.
Like, top speed isn't really that important. We're currently 7th to 11th on the cornering aspect. We're last basically on top speed. And we're still able to fight with cars that are, say, top speed only, so I don't think top speed necessarily is that important. Cornering seems to still be the best thing to focus on. Could probably run 2 softs around here, but again, medium is just so that we can stretch them a little bit longer. And it gives us a little bit of security if the rain arrives later, which it tends to do when I do these things. What is my fuel strat? Do I keep it push until you reach a certain negative number, like 1.2, and back to normal at the end of the race? Basically how I did it in 23, yeah. I would go down to 1.6 kilos or so. And generally, you'd be back up to the positives by the time you reach the end of the race. You can probably do something similar in this year's edition, but the only concern then would be powertrain temperatures. So maybe not as good, maybe it would be better to underfuel. I'm still undecided on it, honestly. It's gonna need a little bit more testing. At the start of the race, yeah, you should probably push for a lap or two because you're gonna be over. You're gonna be over the temperature anyways. Seems like you're always overheating at the start of races. That's how it gets to both of the V-carbs, the RBs. Looks like the others have stopped pushing a little bit now, but they're actually on hard tires. They're not going to survive till lap 40, are they? Like, if they do that, they're going to be so slow.
Copy.
What's the optimal range for powertrain temp that I target? Basically anything that leaves us not overheating. So 115, I think it is. Somewhere around there, 120, 115. But then again, it varies strongly from track to track just how hot the powertrain gets. So I honestly don't know what temps you should be targeting yet. Yeah. Just getting engine cooling on your side pods is probably the best thing you can do to help with the cooling issues. Tsunoda has been a fault magnet today, I feel. He's had a fault after fault after fault. And now he's picked up another one. What is it this time? An ERS fault, but he has switched his gearbox. The engine is fairly fresh. They should be a little bit competitive here, at the very least. Yeah, I know that it gets red very quickly. Right now, I am pushing while technically overheating, so there's only so much you can do with the powertrain. Like, if you ever push fuel, you are going to be overheating, I think, unless you have like 80, maybe not 80, 60 to 70% cooling. So in your first season, you are going to suffer for it, and you're just going to have to live with it. As unfortunate as that statement is, it does seem to be the truth. Just try and deal with it the best that you can. And that's really all we can do. We're not looking too quick around here. We were estimated to be 9th. Then again, all of these are hard runners. A mechanical Tsunoda might DNF here. He's basically guaranteed to DNF here. Norris has DNF'd here. Did Sainz and Norris crash?
Now the Ferrari's involved in this one.
Well, he hasn't DNFs, but he has fatal damage to what I assume is the rear wing. That was a very light tap for, you know, DNF-worthy amounts of damage. That is what that red triangle should mean. So I guess we'll have to see now if Norris actually DNFs or if he survived that. He's definitely slow, like Sainz overtook him easily. Just 5 seconds. They haven't actually updated the penalties then, because usually that would be a 10-second, I guess, this season. Now, is Norris going to pit? He is. I assume he's just going to pit and park the car. Yeah, he is. Did he cross the line before he did that, though? I want to see what kind of damage he picked up. Okay, so it went red because, as you can see, he has a red fault. That's a new one. Honestly, I haven't seen that one before. I assume the crash developed a fault with the gearbox. And that was him, unfortunately, out. But yeah, that's unfortunate. He actually developed a fault before he got hit, by the looks of it. Very intriguing. That is a little bit of extra points for us, potentially. So, while it is cruel, we'll take it. I think we'll also give Hauger a little bit of a energy push here, see if we can get past the RBs. That would be good. Yeah, I'm curious what the plan here is, because if they're gonna have to pit again, these hard runners. No way they don't. So yeah, I'm very curious what the idea is. It's Hauger gets one car.
Okay, so heading into turn 1 here. The opportunity's there. And the overtake is made.
Five points already. Yeah, we have been fighting for a while with William. Sergeant with a spin. Also a classic. Go on, just send it. Good work. Yeah, I'm curious when the rain is going to arrive then, if they are... Yeah, the rain is moving sooner. Lap 30. We are not going to survive till lap 30, so we're going to have to pit again. I think this is when we change things up. We go attack. Lap 35 is when I think we're going to go inters. Again, this is just hard to judge. I would assume this is inters. What do we think? When do we think the inters points comes? Yeah, the degradation difference will be high enough here that the hards are going to be faster at the end. That is true. What I think we're going to do is just push. Because again, around lap 25%, possibly. Yeah, but before we get to lap 30, and we're still going to need probably 5 more laps worth of tyre, we're going to end up running out. So I think we just push, go onto the soft tyres, make them last until lap 35. At the very least, because that is when I think it's going to be wet enough. So if we do this, for instance, that could work. Maybe. Track details around 30, yeah. Just, I think we're going to need an extra pit stop here. So just trying to figure out when is the best stop time for us. And with the rain coming closer, like it was estimated lap 40-ish last time. I think trying to get these tires to lap 22 before we pit could be a good thing. And the difference in tires should be high enough here, even though the pit stop is insanely long, 28 seconds. I should be able to regain the gap on the soft tires. That's kind of what we're going to have to hope for. It's 5/10 difference on the base, so... yeah, hard tires was a good choice here. Fortunately, again, it's kind of the problem with having a weather center. A bad one. It is. That is true. But I think we do kind of gamble here again, like we did last time. We're going to go ahead and push. And we'll try and pit onto the softs a little bit earlier. I think it will be safe. It'd be fine to do that. Got a little bit of confidence here with overtakes. Go onto the soft tires. Hopefully get some more overtakes. And then hopefully cash back up to points by the time the rain arrives. That's going to be difficult, don't get me wrong. I think it might be doable. We'll have to just try our best here. Pit stop issue from Albon. So other teams are pitting onto medium tires now from hards. So maybe we should have stuck to the original plan. A little bit too late now to switch our mind. But we can run the softs on light, and that would solve most of the issues with this plan. So we're still going to keep on pushing. Let's see what we can do. Maybe get Hauger a little bit of an overtake here again. Because confidence is again just all the way down into the mud, really. It is incredibly unfortunate. Okay, we're gonna get one of them, maybe just both in this lap. Some gaps that we can take advantage of. Basically, we're still gonna suffer, don't get me wrong. We're still gonna end up pretty far back. But I think it is the best bet that we have. Rain is still moving closer. We need to kind of pit now and try and make something out of this. So get both cars in, put them on the soft tire, and try and recover something. Engine even overheating on push fuel under safety car? Yeah, it's just because your cars are running close to each other. Behrman has a pit stop issue too, so that's unfortunate. Times 2. You have a machine that... Oh, that is double sad then. We lose out even more. But... Well, we are still half a minute, but... Yeah, that is a tad unfortunate, really. If we push these soft tires, how long will they last? This is why I hate the weather center. It's so hard to, you know, adjust for a proper strategy. It's kind of annoying in that regard. Clean air and safety car, yeah. You can get fired from create your team, yes. You see, your board will fire you if they feel you are underperforming. The purple name, you can't read it on the pit stops? Yeah. I guess we can test up Parker next time we have a chance. It might help a little bit. Yeah, we need to clear these guys. I guess aggressive would be the key here. The rain is starting now in 3 minutes, but it's probably going to take a while before we go into this. Yellow flag as show. I assume has a lockup, yeah. I think we can make it up to Bonas, and if Tsunoda ends up DNFing, then we might still have a chance of at least getting 1 point. But yeah, I definitely mangled the strategy here. A bit more than I should have. But that is just how it be sometimes. The confidence, again, they just need to, like when you have, when you make your team, just make the affinity between everyone be at least normal level. I'm not asking for the best, but like everyone hating each other, it's a little bit too much. It's a little bit too much that everyone wants to kill each other on their first meeting. Yeah, by lap 30, I think we are going to be pitting for Inter, so let us speed up the process a little bit here. Wonder if we can snatch fastest lap here, maybe. That would be hilarious. It's already getting wet though, so it's probably a little bit late to think about that, but it would be fun to try. I think we just push and deploy and try with Behrman here. He'll have DRS too, so that should give us a little bit of extra speed boost here. This way we might also catch Bottas before the pit stops. Green sector 1, not even purple. Yeah, I don't think we're getting fastest lap then. Yeah, they still hate each other at Imola. As I can judge it as fastest, probably push lap. Like FP1 isn't something you should trust too much, but it could also just be a result of the mentality. Mentality is a little bit scuffed right now.
Copy.
Well, at least we did get a little bit of forward progress here. It's not all bad. Still going up probably a little bit slower than I anticipated, so maybe we're pushing too hard. We go down to standard for a little while. Unless it's gonna go up really aggressively now. We might not even hit inter temps. Or inter until over here. I am getting more and more confused with this system. The more I look at it. This is first season, yeah. Nah, I just keep Alice on Ryan. I guess that makes sense, honestly. I know that it does, you know, get slower at times. But like over full race, it kind of evens out, so I could see that being the case. At this rate, it's going to take like 2-3 more laps before we go into, so we're going to push again. It just does not make much sense to me that this is supposed to be 25 and this is supposed to be 50, 60 now. Other cars are pitting. I think we try and stay out a little bit longer. Get a little bit closer to the wet territory before we pit. Although pitting on this lap is probably good. It's going up slow enough though that I think it would be alright to allow Hauge to come in first. Which is exactly what we'll do. And then we'll have Behrman do one more lap. That might backfire a little bit, but I think the tire offset might help us. So we're gambling on that one more lap push. Maybe we gamble too hard. So to be fair, we are basically doing the same. Basically the same pace as somewhat the Hamilton, so it's not all bad. I think we are gonna run standard for a little bit, maybe even turn it down to light. Depending on the temps. Can Behrman beat Albon out? Probably not. Albon has a little bit too much speed there. We're about also to get lapped, which is not great. But it's not the worst thing in the world of this. Still have some chances. We still have some safety car potentially, and Tsunoda and Hulkenberg. So it's not all bad. And it's going to go back to dries by the end of this. So it's a very, very weird race so far. Another picking strategy should be the last thing to do before a race. Otherwise it changes and goes back to the default one. It does? Okay. Last thing again, I'm full pushing clean air. Overheating at 123. It's fine at 128. I think, Ryan, it's because it takes a... Like, if you look at this, to go into here. Like, it shows the temp here, but I think the temp is the average of all 3 of these. So it could just be that one of these 3 is overheating. Also than just one. Because that's the only way that really makes sense to me, that you can drive in, you know, clean-ish air and still overheat. It's such a weird concept to me. Or that you can overheat while being at higher temps. Definitely a substantial change in day 1 patch from podium to not even making points. Yeah. AI is developing a lot better now. There's no way around that. At least better than they were yesterday. We'll give them that. Well, since we are going to maybe the end here, I think we'll just stay as we are for now. Excuse me. I have hiccups. And then we maybe do a push towards the end instead. Going on Inters is to last layers long. Well, these ones will last till the end of the race. So yeah, they're still very, very good. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Ryan. It's either that or, you know, do you have low condition on some stuff? Or maybe a hidden fault? Because faults do increase powertrain temperature. So if there's also a hidden fault system, basically an error that hasn't been discovered yet, I could imagine that might lead to you having higher temps, but not overheating. So it's kind of weird, for sure. Stroll now too with a major mechanical error. It's gonna be a spicy end. Yeah, I've noticed the same thing, Jeff. That my cars will sometimes overheat, even though they're lower temperature than the other one. That is not overheating. Basically just building, but the mentality has come back to normal now that we're not building anymore, so I do need to dive into the mentality system at one point and just figure out what makes it tick. But I have a fear that basically a 75 overall team just is not really doable mentality-wise. It's kind of hard to describe, but that seems to be it. Like, you just get punished for being 75 overall. If that makes sense, which is not a good thing. So there is something about a mentality system that I probably don't know. Probably something that we're missing. But even then, right now it's kind of harsh. Then I guess we don't really know, Ryan, unfortunately. Kind of hard to judge. "13 laps to go. Are we going to get dries towards the end here?" Basically a lap if we go for it. I think we at least go aggressive now and try and chase down some potential damages here, like Tsunoda and Stroll. Maybe we can get one of them. Maybe even go just full attack. Because I'm curious, maybe we might get a couple laps of, you know, dry, but I don't think it's going to be fast enough to offset a pit stop. Accidentally manual control signs and he retired with no fuel. I've done that too. So I think we've all done that at one point, Abzuzu. It's a very easy thing to pull off. Yeah, mentality is kind of weird. Like, it has such insane buffs, and at the same time, it's just so punishing at times. They want to overcook these, even though we're very close to the end. Guess we need Behrman to push and get past Albon. Rain seems to have stopped 4 days until 4 minutes until sunny. I guess we could get rice then. Let's gamble on getting as close to Alban as we can. Go on softs and hopefully able to make something happen. How much quicker would softs be right now? 7 seconds. So we need 4 laps to make off the pit stop. Now Monaco is next, BKK. I think the weather radar is lying again. Could very well be lying. Like, let's be honest. That thing has been my curse since day one. It would not surprise me if it was lying to me again. It is, but again, the numbers of laps too is dropping rapidly. That is a concern as well. I think if we are gonna go in, we're gonna have to go on the next lap, maybe. Yeah, this next lap if we're gonna pit. Yellow flag. Sergeant with a spin. To be fair, Magnus is far enough behind that we should overtake him even if we do pit. So that is basically the gamble here. I think we send Hauger in first to, you know, be the guinea pig, if you will. The thing is, we have been lap 2, so this might terribly backfire, but I want to see how quick he is now. And for you, we'll just turn you to light so you don't actually explode. Yeah, actually lost out more than what we expected. Another pit stop error. That is an issue, but with us being 6 seconds behind Magnussen now, how much quicker are we going to be? We might actually not end up catching Magnussen with that error. I think we just stay out here with Behrman and just take the 13th place. Actually impressed that both Stroll and Tsunoda survived with their damage, honestly. We are catching, but yeah, it was just too few laps to pit. Should have stayed. Should have stayed out. Well, it was a gamble. We needed to see how quick we would be. And to be fair, Hauger is more or less flying now. But he's not flying fast enough. Is this his final lap, Behrman? Go for it. Send it down the inside first chance you get. Good work, lad. Yeah, that's fair. What is better, more money up front, or engagement, or race dependent? I'd like to have a decent chunk up front. Race dependent will depend on if you can beat your car, basically. If you can do that, usually race dependent is not bad. We did actually get Magnussen by the end of this, so a lot of people are falling down. It's good. And engagement is dependent on, you know, the debuffs that you get. So both of them are important. This is Imola, not China. Coust. Looks like they changed part bug is still there. Plus 10. Yeah, I don't know how. I don't actually know how that one works. It seems to just be very arbitrary, Kieran. Hi, I have a problem with this FM. I can't sign any driver because they get mad at me for not responding to something. I think that is a bug off car. It's I had the same with Antonelli, but I waited until he wasn't, you know, unhappy with me again. Then he accepted. I think it's just basically that they run out of confidence and deny your offer. Yeah. At least it's a little bit challenging, which is good. Well, not even a little bit. We didn't even get points. And we had so many pit stop errors. It's not even funny. Yeah, it's probably that off guard, to be fair. That would make sense. Okay, so red wings are done. So we just need to check what we have here and make what we need. Guess we need a couple more suspensions, by the looks of it. Both of them failed. Lemon goes up to 76. Yeah, I don't get the car performance complaint that they have, because this car is not 20th overall. Like, this thing... I'm pretty sure that the car performance is based off this thing only. So, it's very frustrating to have that complaint when it just isn't true. Like, you should be able to call your drivers out on their bullshit. It's gonna be like that. So, Monte Carlo, we get the front wing in one day. We're gonna have to rush a couple of them. It's gonna be expensive, but we have money, so super bad. Let's see, what else do we want to make? Probably another chassis. Underfloor probably would be a better choice, though. Get that made. Need to have one slot open for the front wing. But yeah, as you can see, because we don't actually build any buildings anymore, just show you in a second, they've actually fallen back to normal on the mentality. We're gonna rush these, that way we can put them on after the second practice. And these are still gonna be a pretty huge, you know, boost here. It looks like we might be the best low-speed cornering team after we get these front wings. And honestly, as someone mentioned earlier in the stream, your front wing and rear wing might be a little bit more important right now than the underfloor. So it's a bit of a weird one. But we'll get these made and then we'll have a look. Other than that, do I want to make any other upgrades? Are there any other upgrades that are worth it? We could make a couple of these designs, but again, the problem is money. So there's no point right now. If anything, I probably want to start doing some research. We are getting hit with the side pod expertise drop. So getting a little bit ahead of this would be good. But we can probably use the last two CFD periods to get that sorted if we need to. I really released the spreadsheet with driver staff. Yeah, Piastri has been scuffed again. I agree, Nightwolf. Yo, which one is cornering upgrade? Because I'm German and I don't know the translate. The underfloor. So, the main thing you want to upgrade is going to be the underfloor here. Because you can do all three cornerings and they'll all be very strong. For your front wing, you want to focus on the low speed aspect. And for your rear wing, the middle, as well as top speed and DRS. And you can also get the chassis here. Just go airflow middle, and that'll be most of your cornering solved. Guessing just because of the air race, why rating down only in one in orange? I'm a little confused about that one, Josh. Yeah, like, the funny thing is, again, mentality. You see that now that we're no longer building things? Only Hauger is happy because we're doing design projects. But yeah, they're overqualifying and just get one buff. Like, one star buff. But they get a triple negative for the car performance and other stuff. I don't get that. It's such a weird way to look at things. And here again, we retired him in Miami. He's very unhappy about that. Like, apparently those three positives do not outweigh one negative. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird scenario that we have right here with the drivers and the staff. We might need to try and get the team hub up a couple more levels. That might actually be the best investment that we can do at this point, because mentality gets, you know, boosted a little bit more. Just by 0.6, but it's still a little boost. So yeah, we're gonna do that. Get the team hub up a little bit more. Yeah, we're gonna have some fun in Monaco now, which is gonna get interesting. On the performance of the car, still a little bit unsure. Top 10 in developing speed, but he starts 84. Kimi's fastest. I found an open car design is the same as F1 Manager 23. Cornering still seems to work pretty well, Aaron. Demon or Hauge will win the championship next year? Maybe. Have I had any issues signing affiliate drivers? It seems Valkyrie that if they ran out of patient, it'll say like they don't respond to your contract. It might be a bug. It might just be that they run out of patience. You don't get actually told that they've refused it. So it's kind of a weird one, honestly. Yeah, but that wouldn't make sense. Like if the only thing that matters is like dirty air tolerance, because dirty air tolerance isn't a stat that affects car performance that much. You're telling me that my car can contend for points, but isn't better than its lowest rated stat? Again, that is a little bit too busted for me, I think. I understand that it's pretty far behind others, but if the mentality of being able to fight for points in a car that is ranked 21st is, you know, silly. It's just a bit silly is all. It's a bit frustrating, honestly.
Welcome along to one of the biggest weekends in
I believe Frontier has let go a lot of the Q&A staff, and honestly, I did say that I was willing to just help Q&A for free because I want the game to be good. That's the thing. But I barely had a couple of days before the release yesterday, so I barely had any time to find any bugs myself before the game released, which is kind of unfortunate. Start with that. That's usually how it goes in Monaco. Yeah, I understand, Josh. I can agree that that might be the reason. I just find it silly. So, yeah, we're in agreement. Q&A can test, but it's up to devs to fix. Yeah, but I think also the problem that the last games also had is that Q&A just checks if something works, but they have no idea if it works as intended. Like, you can ask them, does upgrades work? Like, if you remember last year, 23, we had this discussion back then too. Like, the Q&A, does the upgrades work? Yes. Are they in any way, shape, or form balanced? No, but they work. So, I think we have had another case of that where, oh yeah, everything works. It works as intended, quote unquote, but there's no real balance to it. And they haven't tried for different scenarios like we have here, a bad team. So everyone just hates each other for no good reason. Love this sale file, they're taking each other out. Remember when the sliders were the wrong way around? Yeah. Yeah, you do have a point there. The thing is though, with if you don't release the game in a good state, you're already gonna be losing so many sales from that it's not even funny to think about. Like, the problem that F1 Manager has at the moment is that it doesn't have a good reputation because of the initial 22 release, then a 23 release, and a lot of people just remember that reputation rather than giving the game a go. So game series can die or, you know, be reincarnated depending on how good the games are at release, because that is when it will get the most reviews, when it will get the most attention. So you kind of need to do your best to make sure that everything that you have functions well then. I understand that it's difficult, but it's the unfortunate reality of the situation. And it does suck, because I want this game to be amazing. Personally. I don't think this is going to be a supremely good setup, but we'll live with it. Yeah, I agree. Like, the reviews actually been pretty decent for this game, but the problem is that if the reviews are good, and then you try out the game, and after a few hours, 5-6 hours, you run into bugs that the reviewers didn't catch, that's also not a good look. So I do understand everyone's kind of point of view there. It's not. I'm not trying to be overly negative or anything like that. I'm just worried because I want the game to be amazing. Okay, let us put the new front wing on, which is going to, I believe, propel us to the best front cornering team, which could give us a good chance of scoring good points there. Maybe snatch that podium I've been looking for. So yeah, it's going to be fairly interesting to see. Might be that we actually need a little bit of top speed at this point. But no rain, so we should be safe, I hope. The guinea pig squashed the bugs. I can buy a flawless game with discount. That is also true, yeah. It's definitely helped compared to how the game was yesterday. It does feel a lot better. 110. That's gonna be enough.
Okay.
We're on target. Okay, so half a second off Norris at the moment. Maybe I'm too hopeful. We'll see. Yeah, I'm happy with it, Mart, for the most part. That's the thing, though. Like, if you made this game moddable, so many fixes will be up already. That is kind of insane. It's the ERS swap that is causing the bug? Okay, I guess that makes sense. Thank you for telling me, Kieran. We should be able to make it through the first session here at least. But yeah, this looks very promising in terms of scoring some very, very good points here. So if I sim quality, Kieran, can I avoid that penalty? Let's run the same tires, which should be fine. Want to kind of do a two-stopper here? We can. Oh, we're under the 110. That should mean that we're safe for the most part.
Copy.
Okay, so if you sim qual after changing your ERS, you will be safe. Thank you very much. Appreciate the heads up. I guess we do a run on fresh softs just to be on the safe side. Gonna have to overtake Rick most likely with this, but that should be okay. And we do this for Hauge. Or rather, Rick just did his fast lap, so we should be good actually. What am I saying? Okay, boys, I need you to improve. Please don't disappoint me. Hauge in particular. a little bit more. You have been trying to get me to do this here or something for a while, BKK. You're right on that. Because our drivers do have a little bit of problems with causing issues for each other, so we'll just try and get something good done here. And also we have terrible
Copy.
dirty air, so we might actually end up hampering each other more so than helping. Like our dirty air stat is less than 30%, 26, I think. So we don't really want to follow cars if we can avoid it. Honestly, having pay drivers in this with the new sponsor system would be kind of funny. It would make for some very, very fun stories that you could make. I think we are safe. I think Alonso might improve a bit. But I'm also worried that they're out in Q1. Sorry, Q2. Both the Astons. That's not really a great look. I kind of think here that if we had maximum mentality, we might contend for a podium in this race. So maybe I need to slow down the building next time. Like we wait until we get our first upgrades, and then we do the mentality building buff. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, BKK, if someone is expecting more than can be delivered. McLaren motorhome. I do agree that the price this year is fairly reasonable, particularly compared to last year's. I really messed up the setup quite a bit, didn't I? That's unfortunate. But that's the way it is when I don't do it manually. Okay, last qualifying. Let us do the first runs on shitty tires or used tires, and then we'll use another fresh set for what might be 2 more runs, actually. Send them a little bit closer on this first one. You can refund via Steam, yeah, if you don't like it after a couple hours. It's like the 2-hour cutoff. 3 red flags in Monaco. That is going to be a paddling. Bit slow here on this one. That's fine. We are going to try and get 2 more fast laps out. So we do manually this time. Maybe we do manually last. I think we do manual last. Do the a manual in lap. We'll do a manual push lap. That should work. After we do another automatic. Honestly, there's nothing wrong with playing a normal career, AWR. That is not a bad thing at all. They haven't improved, but not enough to go up this timesheet here. Guess we just send him out, honestly. I think that's fine. Same way with Behrman. We just send them out, try and get a good final run here if we can. Paris is probably going to slow down Hauger a little bit. Nope. He cleared it. Hopefully we can make something happen. I believe they're covered with a helmet for cutscenes, unfortunately, Sahil. Do you know Mike Takumi? Yeah, I know him. Okay, I don't think we improve, unfortunately, but 6 and 7 is not a bad starting point. We'll take that.
Okay, copy.
I still think that they sound like Alonso, particularly Hauger.
streets of Monte Carlo.
Okay, so suggestion is to start on a hard tire. Okay. Let's see what else we can come up with there. Is the medium actually going to be better than the soft around here? That's kind of interesting. Could a one-stopper be on the cards then? Ah, this is 16 seconds quicker. What if we do hard to medium? Then we add in a soft. Gonna be faster than anything the AI can do, I'm pretty sure of. It's actually gonna be pretty quick. The soft is probably still gonna be better because we're pitting earlier. We have 2 fresh sets of softs, we have 1 fresh set of medium. I think we do the soft thing. Start on hards, which is gonna leave us a little bit compromised. Yes. But it is going to be the best thing to do early on. Just to be a little bit aggressive, try and get some overtaking done. At least defend ourselves a little bit. Then go on to the soft stints towards the end. Because the hard is not going to degrade this quick. It usually doesn't at Monaco. So we should be alright. We're already back to consistent Q3. Well, at least here, we have a very strong front end, Thomas, so we should be good. I think so, because the voice sounds a lot like Alonso's. Game sound is quite quiet. I can boost it a little bit if others think it's low as well. Turn it up just slightly. Interesting you should say that, 1D. I haven't actually had many issues with the temps being too low this game, running light. This game seems to be far more forgiving running a light stint than any of the 23 ever was. I think we only had one case where it didn't really work, and that was last race. So we'll try this. If it doesn't work, we just change it to a medium stint. Good standard on the soft, medium stint to finish off. So we do actually have kind of a option if it doesn't go well. A backup plan, if you will. I'm actually doing quali. Honestly, again, I'm just doing quali the lazy way. I'm just allowing the AI to take control. You can generally do 3 laps, but as long as you're safe, you don't really need to do any more. Some consoles, the day 1 patch hasn't been pushed yet. That's weird. Generally, if you can get through quali in 1 lap, you're fine. 2 is generally a safe bet.
Checks are being carried out by the teams, and it won't be long until we get this. We're here.
I just do 1 out lap, fly lap, in lap. So just 1.
And it's lights out, and away we go.
Okay, let us see here what happens with our boys. Well, we are running side by side, which is kind of protecting us right now. But yeah, we've already lost confidence on both of them. Like, the only thing they've done is overtaken each other. And we've already lost confidence. We already have a red flag. Hey, boys. You come here often? What happened this time? He spin or... Oh, he touched his teammate and then hit the wall. Then collected Hamilton. He didn't turn in on you, he spun on you. He bounced on you, if you will. I think we just go again. Like, we could switch to, say, a... Yeah, it reverted to this, actually. You are correct, Kieran. I think it was you who told me. We could use a different tire just to, you know, get the tire requirement out of the way. But let's just stick with the hard. Because I think a lot of other teams switch to hard tires as well.
It's time to pick up where we left off as the race restarts.
I haven't tried to sign any stuff yet. ML16, so I'm a little bit unsure. Actually reducing out here to Russell. That's not good. We're getting it back though. But yeah, let's put our confidence even further down the bin. I hate this. The fact that we can't have anything in this realm. Can't have confidence, can't have mentality anymore. Just debuffs. At least it was a better start this time around. No shenanigans. At least so far. And as expected, most cars on hard or medium tires. So pushing the mediums here, or pushing the hards here should be fine. Seems to be a bit bugged, yeah, ML16. If they don't accept your contract immediately, it seems like they just leave it on red and just ignore you. I had the issue with Antonelli where, like, I got that, and his patience came back pretty quick, so you might be able to sign them in a couple of races time. Okay, so we're looking good right now. We are running 6th and 7th. Should be able to run this pretty stable manner, honestly. Cars ahead are getting away from us, which isn't too surprising. So we just need to kind of maintain where we are at the moment. But yeah, the top teams are definitely a lot quicker than us. No discussion there. You might need to wait a couple of races, Thomas, to before he's willing to sign. You can underfuel if you will, Opal. There's nothing wrong with that. Race Engineer Affinity is supposed to be dependent on how long a driver and race engineer has been together, so it's weird. Don't fight teammate on Hauger. He is a couple of seconds behind, so we don't need to do that. You could try scouting first and then signing. Again, the first time I did that, I scouted Antonelli. I offered a contract. He said no. We counter-offered. Didn't get a reply. They get the warning, and then just nothing. And then we had to try again once his patience came back. It's looking good right now. We're kind of happy where we are, as mentioned. The gaps are pretty constant. We're not creating any huge gaps here, but Albon's minor fourth is going to slow him down. And it's basically giving us a pit stop window here soon. It's looking very, very good. The scouting takes like 6 days. How are the reviews on Steam? I'm gonna go and have a quick look. I'm curious. I believe a positive one while I'm here. They are mostly positive at the moment. 72% positive user reviews. Some people have a problem with Unreal Engine crashes by the looks of it. Okay, so most of the negatives here seem to be the softlock issue and crashing, so that is somewhat solvable. Will you make a video of the upgrades and how to make most of them? Yes, Robert, I will do that once I test it out a little bit more and figure out which upgrades are kind of worth it. Honestly, I think we're doing well. Like, there is a gap up to Norris and Piastri. We should be able to close that with a little bit of soft help. How long do you actually need in Monaco for pit stop? It's under 20 seconds, isn't it? Just 20, yeah. So if we pit right now, we'd come out behind Paris. We need to create the gap to Sonoda before we pit. Or Behrman. But to be fair, Sonoda, Alonso are both going to be pitting as well. Behrman is actually in a really, really good spot for potentially pitting very soon. Just need to keep the gap to Paris constant. Hopefully increase it a little bit. Never mind.
I made a mistake.
Never mind.
These cars as they head into
Second I mentioned him and the gap, he just locks up.
a few go off the track.
Yeah, okay, that is a problem. That's the problem right there. Did lose a little bit of time though. Yeah, the pit stop now is kind of compromised. It's now just get out ahead of Bottas. And we're actually just going to pit right away because these hard tires are not going to survive another lap. And we went past the pit box. Why must I jinx myself like that? Why does it always happen? Every final race you need a new engine? Well, you get 4 engines a season, so they're supposed to just survive 6 races. There's 24 races total. Are there any issues with Steam with DirectX runtime? Okay. My game literally froze. I think I had that issue, Thief. It actually did work to save and reload for me. To save the same and reload. Solve that. I think we had that issue yesterday. Yeah, that's why I feel like they should have just gone straight on. Maybe eaten a penalty. Like, we could have taken a 10-second penalty there. And it would have cost us less than a reality gave us there, which is unfortunate. Let's see, what is the gap for Hauger now? It's going to come up behind Sonoda. We're still going to have to deal with Paris. Where is Hauger on the track? To pit on the next lap. And we need to fix this pit strategy. It's supposed to be running this one. Okay, so pit him now on this following lap. Then try and make a little bit of a recovery as Sonoda gets out of the way for Behrman. Good. I was going to have to see if we actually get up to 10 pit. I would think we will. Then we can chase down that 6 and 7 again. Do you have a buff from his mentality, Robert? Because that can give him a pretty insane stats. Probably going to do another all-female set at one point, yeah. We can make that very easily now with the generated staff. The Iron Dames have always been, you know, suggested. So we might do something similar to that. Yeah, Hauger's going to come out here next to Behrman, basically, with that. Both in constructors, made BMV. That's pretty good. Yeah, the reserve driver wages are kind of wild. Like, I'm paying my affiliates more than I'm paying my current drivers. That is a little, just a tad silly. Just a tad. So how get 21 last lap? Faster than most of the cars up top. Verstappen with a 14.9. He's pushing so hard. And we have Paris now with a even bigger mechanical fault.
I'm having a very fast transition.
Okay, so his gearbox is about to die. That is interesting. I think we give Hauger the push now. Just try and get Paris out of the way. And if he does not get like half the mentality bar from overtaking a Red Bull, I'm going to be very, very sad. Just flies past. Almost felt like his mentality bar went downwards there. We might need to turn these guys up to standard if we want to keep the tires at temp. But right now it is looking still good. We're still pretty fast, so I don't think it's going to be a big problem. Let us see here at the chat again. What's this gearbox at? I assume you mean Paris. 19%, so yeah. It's at the level where it should have been replaced at this point. Women's sales past Paris as well, very nice. We are basically almost back where we started. And Stroll has yet to pit, so looking very good for us. But yeah, Verstappen is just a monster. He's put on a new set of hards and is just doing fastest lap after fastest lap. Nah, people, when I had that happen to me, all we did was just save the game, reload it, and then it started running on its own. So, I unfortunately don't know any other issues. Do you have a autosave maybe you can get back to, an earlier save? If it just refuses to fix itself? I don't know if the F1 manager Discord might be able to help. Yeah, my bus is still pretty fast there. Basically, our rear tires are at temp. It's just the front tires that are a little bit scuffed. And if we can have them run behind someone, they'll heat up to the proper temperature. So have them switch on each other would actually work out pretty well here. Stroll's still overrated. He's still 82, but he's not performing as good as he did yesterday. Let's put it like that. Oh yeah, I've been torturing Behrman's ERS. You are correct on that. Thank you for the reminder. I think we give Hauger the push though. Get him past roll. Just recharge to about 50%, then the AI will do the rest. I think Stroll might be trying for a one-stop here because he's staying out very long. You have a virtual car. Magnussen. This is still a bit of a bug from last year that the runoff in turn 1 will just eat your car.
See what happened. Heading to Sandoval. The car makes
Hello, GP.
and that won't do their confidence any good.
I'm glad to hear it. Hope you enjoy.
And for the crew watching on in the garage.
Bit unfortunate for Magnussen. That virtual safety car. Sainz. Did he touch the wall? He just suddenly got the... yeah. So we have more cars now crashing.
Just keep passing. Ah.
I shouldn't laugh, but that's actually funny.
And just like that, the hopes of the team start to dwindle.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, JP. Like a lot of the pit stop changes are really, really good. I do like them, but not really pit stop changes. A lot of the race day quality of life changes are really nice. Honestly, I think the game is going to be pretty amazing once we get a little bit more balance changes into it. Camera angle here is nice too. Really, really nice. I'm surprised the Stroll hasn't pitted yet, I'll be perfectly honest. They forgot his tires. They magicked his tires on. Okay, so that bug is still in the game. That's interesting to see. I guess all the damage Sainz got there was just his wing and his tires, so he's kind of saved there by the virtual safety car a little bit, I think. Maybe just slightly. But yeah, we need to get past Stroll the second this virtual safety car ends. We're also going to push a little bit of fuel. See you tomorrow, Naren. Kieran. Not Naren. Kieran, sorry. Good night. Honda Ferrari engine. And engine to change to. Could be that you have if you have a problem with your engines running out, ML16, the Mercedes engines have the highest durability, so you'll have an easier time managing components if you go Mercedes. That we have too much racing, JP. That's a nasty restart for us off the virtual safety car. Question is if we can hold on to the position. And we can. Beautiful. I don't oh, did you lose Ben Mitchell because of the bugs? What kind of tips are you looking for, AWR? The main tip is basically money is far more valuable this season and harder to come by, so use it sparingly. Don't waste it. We can only hope, Danny. Hopefully they release at 10 PM. Don't worry, Slipstream. That's fine. Hope you hope whatever you did went well. Yeah, the Mercedes engine has treated us well. We haven't really had many faults or issues. Like, this is 7th race. We're on our 2nd engine. We're still on our 1st ERS. So Mercedes has worked very well for just making sure that we have powertrain components available. Cornering is still grade A, WR. Mitko, it seems like the penalty that I was talking about yesterday is that if you switch your ERS from your 1st ERS to your 2nd and then manually do quali, you get a penalty for some reason. So as long as if you switch your ERS, simulate the quali and you'll be fine. You won't get a penalty. So it's just the ERS you need to worry about. I get the game when I get back on Saturday. Please tell me what to do in the first few races. Just make sure the cornering still works really, really well. Honestly, a cornering build is still great. Money is harder to come by in this game, so make sure that you invest it well. Use it on only what you need. Don't just spend it willy-nilly like I did. And as long as you do that, honestly, you should be fine. I don't hate it. It's just that every battle is incredible. To be fair, I guess that makes sense, JP, to be honestly. Yeah. Someone on the F1 Manager Discord figured out exactly what was happening there. It's the RS. I don't know if it's first or every time, but it's apparently what happened. I don't feel like the Mercedes engine is like slower or anything, to be honest. But I think it's going to be particularly strong at late season when you don't have to take penalties and the AI takes a ton. And also because money is valuable this year. Avoiding having to buy extra engines is actually going to be huge. So if you want to just pure pace, go Red Bull. I don't know what the durability difference between Ferrari and Red Bull is. But if you're just looking for power, pick one of them. If you want durability, go Mercedes. My team wasn't in this game. What team would you do in game? What team I would play? I'll probably be messing around with one of the back-end teams to kind of test things out kind of in the same manner I'm doing right now. So we might have gone with Salva. It would be a pretty similar experience to what's actually happening here. Although we probably would do a little bit better because we had Bottas. Yes, the prime cornering build is still the thing. Upgrading the mentality buildings is probably going to be huge as well, yes. Yeah, front wings are insane. No worries, Slipstream. They got Monaco, right, with 3 cars out. We might have 2 more here. We have 2 cars with major faults driving around. They could DNF at any time. Starting with Renault means it only gets better from here. I think Renault is just you know, the hard difficulty. Are the engines still wrongly part of the cost cap? Maybe? I don't know. I just know that I feel like I have less cost cap than I did in 23. Ferrari and Mercedes probably the best ones? Yeah, probably. I'm going to test them at some point, but definitely Mercedes. Honestly, durability alone might sell Mercedes for me if we end up having less money in the cost cap. Yeah. XS, as BKK says, you can change your engine manufacturer after the season. Unless you're playing as Alpine, Ferrari, Red Bull, or Mercedes. If you're a works team, you can't change your engine. So far, this is looking pretty decent. Now it's just surviving, honestly. Russell is on hards. We're a little bit slow at the moment. I'm not gonna lie. We might want to go medium at the end. Run a medium standard. Just to be on the safe side. Because we are definitely getting a little bit slower than I'm comfortable with. We've had a bunch of mechanical failures and accidents, yeah. Even DNFs are mechanical failures. What do we want to do here? If we pit now, we might beat Alonso. Stroll out. I don't think they're going to make it till the end on these hard tires, but even then... I'm playing like McLaren right now. I'm worried about a car behind that isn't really part of the fight at the moment. It will be soon. I think what we do is just we turn it up to standard, so we lose that little bit of debuff that we get from running cold tires. And we go for a medium tire once these tires are worn. We feel like Russell is getting a little bit too close. I think that is the better choice than making a decision too soon. Can only offer people if the deadline is immediately. Yeah, that's rough. Focus on just front wing cornering. Sorry, just low speed cornering. You can get an insane front wing that gives you, I think mine is buffs my car by 170 something. So yeah, just low speed cornering. Fully. Yeah, you can use the don't use curbs, save tires. It lowers the temp by about 5 degrees, but it also slows you down by 2 to 3 tenths a lap. It's not really worth it. Hello, Nathan. Race strategy tips. Yeah, full attack on softs aren't really working this year. Mostly running softs on light seems to be working pretty well. Albon is gonna DNF at the moment.
Like a terminal failure to me. Not much.
His car is farting. Yeah, you can to some degree do undercuts efficiently. We've been pitting like you can't do 1 and 2 laps undercuts efficiently usually, because we're trying to undercut cars that are way faster than us. But if we do it over 5 laps, usually it works pretty well. Yeah, that's with full points and 2 iterations. Like you do the first one with CFD time. And then you make the second one. And that ended up buffing us with a good 170 points. No safety car because Albon went into the pits. That is unfortunate. I think this is the point though where we start pushing a little bit on these soft tires. They are going to have to pit themselves. Stroll is the only exception. As long as we get out ahead of Stroll, we should be good. But yeah, I think we push last couple of laps here. Get in on the medium tire.
Copy.
Can run that one a little bit lighter if we need to. That should allow us to run till the end with basically the same race time. Should I save my money for upgrades next season or spend it for upgrades this season? Are you thinking about research? Research would be upgrades for next season. Hope you're planning to start Twitch and Kick too. I tried to multi-stream to YouTube and Twitch at one point. It did not work well with my computer, so I'm just sticking to YouTube for now. Although to be fair, Twitch would probably be a better platform. Okay, we need to get Behrman in this lap. Put him on the medium. It is going to conflict with his strategy, but that's fine. He is not. He's just barely going to beat Stroll out if we're lucky here. So let's pray that we don't have an issue. Then we'll get Hauger in on the following. Clean stop. Stroll did beat us out though. Massively, so my math was off. By quite a bit. Hauger can beat Stroll out, but Behrman could not. I think. We'll see. Yeah, I'm definitely tired. This is definitely the last race we're doing tonight. Can you fire the affiliate drivers on the Mega Money? I can, but I'm going to have to pay the cost of reach if I do that. And I just can't afford to do it right now. I would save money if I did, but at the same time, I just can't afford to do it. Couldn't actually get out ahead. That's a tad disappointing. Because Stroll is going to go to the end. Like, he has tires that will allow him to go to the end of this race. See if we can actually catch up and get past him. I do still believe that Alonso and Russell are going to have to pit. Piastri's going to have to pit too, but he's so far ahead it doesn't matter. Please don't have a Paris crash. Ricardo just missed out on the podium monster. That is unfortunate. Yeah, that's the issue. It's going to cost a ton of money to fire the affiliates, even though they're making a ton of money. But it does seem we can't win purely on cornering alone. To be fair, our drivers are not the best at the moment, so that probably also plays a part. Wondering if I want to go light for Behrman just to play it safe. He's running 15s at the moment, so he is quick. We're also about to catch Alonso here, which is going to be a bit of an issue. I guess we push, see if we can get the overtake done now, and if we can't, we just fall back, recharge. I doubt we're going to get it done though, because we're going to have Alonso kind of stuck in front. Yeah. He let his boy go, and now I have to contend with him. Alonso playing the team game for Stroll, as he usually has to. Hello, Poconaldo. It's been a while, yeah. How are you doing? Am I continuing the save tomorrow? If I stream tomorrow, we are continuing the save. If not, we're going to do it probably in 2 days. I would think it is tomorrow. I'm a little bit unsure on the time. Probably a little bit later than when I started today. So we'll see when we get there. But I'll make an announcement probably sometime tomorrow morning. Good to hear you're doing good, Poconaldo. Honestly, if we get 9th and 10th here, I'm going to be disappointed. I want at least 2 more spots up. Need Russell to jump into the pits. Gasly's in the pit. I don't think Russell's going to jump to you. Honestly, I need Russell to stay out. He's blocking Stroll. Never mind what I just said. Ignore it. Stay out, Russell. Stay out. Oh. Got it done. Good job, Russell. Stay out. I have my new Mercedes teammate. His name is George Russell. That is unfortunate, Thief. It would not surprise me if the generated drivers are a tad broken. The Reese. Nice to see you have a good save. If recap is interesting, maybe we'll do a bit of a story with them. See. We can get Stroll here. That's good. We might be able to get... We should be able to get Russell. Stroll has actually developed a failure. Nice. Behrman is slowly catching up. The goal is just going to catch Stroll before the end of this. Because, as mentioned, Russell and Alonso both are going to need to pit by the end. Surprised I haven't actually seen any punctures yet. Behrman's stuck behind the Ferrari. Sainz, go in the pits, you bastard. You're in the way. I hear Behrman should actually be allowed to overtake because I can guarantee you he's faster. That's a bit annoying. Behrman is losing out a bunch of time here because Sainz is being stubborn and not pitting. Well, that's their own fault, though, you could argue, because we're lapped, but still. Finally, Auge, good job. I guess we turn it down to light, we just follow him for a bit. There's nothing really else we can do here. I don't think we have the overspeed to overtake him and stay ahead. We are definitely faster, we're just not fast enough to get an overtake done and stay with, you know, stay outside of the blue flag zone. I think Norris also came into the picture now to make matters even worse, but Norris should at least be faster than Sainz. Is he still not pitting? He's gonna get a puncture soon. If he get a puncture and we dilly-dally behind him, I'm gonna be actually upset. What is the beast because of mentality? Yeah. It would be a good middle ground, yeah, Alex, but I'm just messing around with durability right now, so that's why we're using Merc engines. What's the drawback of full push in this game? Temperatures, honestly, that's about it. Temperatures and degradation, so you can full push if you have the tires to do it. Nothing really inherently negative with it. Yeah, considering the, you know, explosions we had yesterday, I'm surprised that some of these cars are still driving. Maybe they changed that. Why don't I still Hauger as much as I can and block... well, we'd have to slow him down by quite a bit at this point. And I want to create a gap in case we get a safety car. We still have Paris here, so... I'll get with fresh softs after a safety car start could still have a huge impact. And Behrman, now that he is free, should be able to catch Stroll by the end of this. You can see that he's running over a second quicker at the moment, while just being 5 seconds behind. So after being freed, he's now going to be fast enough to catch him. Honestly, We should probably recharge Hauger a little bit in case something happens. But yeah, Behrman will catch Stroll by the end of this, and we have everything we need here to really just get the overtake done. So I'm not too worried about slowing down Stroll. What do I think of the game? I mean, it's been really nice and relaxing. The upgrade setups are pretty repetitive. Yeah. The setups are pretty much the exact same as 23. I do like the upgrades, and I've said it before, but I'll probably give this an 8 out of 10. BK, I thought with that, at the Reese, that you were saying that the Reese is stupid. Not that the bug is stupid. That confused me hard. Yeah, as you can see, Behrman is still catching Stroll. He was extra slow that lap because I assume he got laps, similar event to Behrman. So we're winning at the moment. Not physically winning, we're still, you know, 45 seconds off the, well, a minute and 10 off the leaders. But we're winning in the midfield. How am I still alive? Holy shit, I've had fun, honestly. Time has been flying a little bit too quickly today. And I need to go and eat something very soon and go to bed. Been living purely off water. Yeah, Behrman is not in a position where we can start thinking about attacking. So we'll just save a little bit of fuel, a little bit of energy here. And we'll attack at the end of the lap. But with how quick we are compared to Stroll, this should not be an issue. Although we're kind of blocking... Is that Piastri? Yeah, it's Piastri. And he just let Stroll go because we got lapped. That's sad. But yeah, we got it back now. Should have deployed a little bit earlier there. I didn't think we'd get a chance on this straight. But yeah, we'll try again next lap, provided that we don't get lapped again, I was about to say, and guess who's here? It's Sainz this time around. I think we just push it and try and catch him, and then do the overtake. I still think we're close enough that it could work. Just a little bit too far back. I think we'll just push energy though. Just stay close to the course of the lap. That should be the overtake more or less done. We still have extra tire. We're still looking good. Yeah, we are a couple of seconds slower than Piastri and Sainz at the moment with Hauger, which is not good. But you can also see Hauger is running 14s. We're running 17s by Stroll. And we're actually just going to get the overtake done here, maybe. I want to see this in reality in Monaco. Two cars taking that section side by side. Would be absolute insanity. Yeah, I think that is actually it for this race. We basically have everything sorted now. Alonso is a little bit scary because he's on fresh softs behind. They're actually fairly worn, but still. Excuse me. But he could catch up and be an issue. Now, other than that, all we need to do is just, as mentioned, survive. And see if anything happens during these last 6 laps. Which I would assume is going to be very much nothing. Stroll annoying for you? He was annoying a little bit here, but we got past him. Nice to Red Bull, to Russell to Haas. What? Freaking bonus to Mercedes, Hulkenberg to Istanbul. Nasty to Williams, Megan, oh good. That's some wild driver changes, BKK. That's actually kind of insane. Russell to Haas. I don't get that one, but we'll take it. Alonso's also developed a mechanical fault, but let's face it, it's so late in the race now that it doesn't matter what kind of faults there are. It's basically over. I'm going to allow Bearman, though, to run attack for a couple laps here, just to make sure that we extend that gap to Stroll a little bit, so that he does not become a threat. I don't want to mess with Stroll. I want to sail into what is hopefully going to boost the mentality a little bit. And while Alonso fixes his fault, Stroll gets a worse one. Karma, as they say.
That's Leclerc.
Leclerc wins at Monaco
Today's winner.
with a basic photo finish to Verstappen, 3 tenths behind. Norris comes in third, Sainz fourth. Then we come 6th and 7th. So not the Monaco that we were hoping for, but it's the Monaco that we got. It's still a good result for us. Looking forward to see what happens when you get to Season 2. Honestly, me too. I'm wondering if there's going to be some driver mayhem. Because it seems like there's going to be just a little bit more freedom than it was last year. But yeah, that is a good chunk of points for us, 14. I don't know if we want to do too well, though, because we'll get less CFD time next year. But if this doesn't help the mentality at all, I'm going to be very, very upset. Front wing has been manufactured. It's the new ones that we already have put in the car. And our affiliate, which is paid more than our drivers, has been buffed. Yeah. I think the issue here is, again, the car performance and the other staff. Like, if you want better staff, be better yourself. I understand why you would like to have better staff, but we can't give you better staff at the moment. Like, the cost to terminate contracts alone for these guys is more than we can afford. The head of aerodynamics we might be able to replace. Sporting director, honestly, is probably the one that I want to replace the most, just because the pit crew. But I don't know what I'm supposed to do with these guys. The pairing here, low affinity, at 14 weeks. How am I supposed to fix this? You've had 3 months to at least say, you know, become a little bit better buds, and it's not happening. I simulated a whole season with my team and Victor Martin's DNF 9 times. Yeah, it seems like I know that someone else did this in the pre-release, and what they said was that any driver with an overall below 80 will just crash half the time, and any driver with an overall 80 or 80 or above will be okay. 80 or below, and you're gonna just crash. So it's kind of simming is kind of hard. You can't do it with bad drive. Well, not really bad drivers, with younger drivers with lower stats. You need to reach a certain point before you can do that without crashing. As you can see, we've simmed 2 races with these boys. We simmed 1 yesterday. They came back with minor faults, both of them, permanent ones. And today, they both DNF'd. So you can kind of get that simming is probably a little bit too harsh on drivers that aren't very good. So you keep that in mind. In terms of mentality buildings, we have actually gotten the team buildings. That's the thing. The thing is, your boys get a mentality when you start doing upgrades. So we already got the memorabilia room, tour center, helipad, all 3 of these to max level. But because we aren't actually doing any more upgrades, we could of course do like this thing or the boardroom. This costs a lot more money is the issue. So you're gonna get a temporary buff for upgrading buildings. It's not going to be permanent. The only one that gives you really permanent ones are the team hub and also the memorabilia room. So there are a couple of limiting factors. You can't just keep upgrading because you run out of money, and it's just a very short temporary buff. So annoying because it still has control and accuracy, yeah. Drivers are developing fairly quickly, but there is also a different aspect to this year. Mentality, the higher the mentality, they get an extra development boost. We've had a few levels up so far today, so it seems to be pretty similar to last year, with maybe a little bit quicker because of the boost that you do get from mentality. It made you go with the cost cap limit? I'm not surprised. Need to add a plus X to overall based on morale. The thing is, Alex, the morality already does that. Take a look at Behrman here. He's 76 overall. Do you see something interesting about his stats? If you add all these together, do they end up with a 76 overall? Basically, mentality already gives a boost up to plus 10, or I think it's plus 10. I've seen the highest. So mentality already is an insane overall boost if you can get it up high. But yeah, the development is same as last year. You're gonna get like 4 or 5 points usually for a young, very talented driver a month. You can get a little bit more if they have high mentality. When DPS, the mentality, Hun said there's no major issues. Can you elaborate, BKK? What's the boost not shown to us? I don't know, honestly. There's one place you can actually get the actual driver stats, and that is when the month takes over. So, with Montreal being 11 days away, we can actually go and have a look at that. Underfloor manufactured. I should probably also get onto manufacturing some of the other parts that we need. We're up to 4 underfloors, need 1 side pod. That can be fixed. Probably need a couple more front wings. Be nice. And that will be what we do for now. We get a new rear wing in 7 days, so we'll get that for Montreal as well. Then we're going to make another one after that. So we might as well get that sorted today so I don't come back confused tomorrow because I'm too tired now. But yeah, I'm going to show you the only real way right now that you can see driver stats. I hope they fix it. Wind tunnel concern, shut down. Sure, is that going to shut down my projects? It didn't warn me. No, we're still good. Hey, we hit the crash. The first one today, when we repaired our wind tunnel. Honestly, our first crash ever was repairing the wind tunnel. That's kind of insane, honestly. I hope it auto-saved the end of the last race. We'll hop in and see. Okay, this is way too loud. Sorry, boys. The intro is still incredibly loud, so if I broke someone's ears... It says weekend prep. 23:29, so... Did it autosave when it crashed? No, it basically went back to the weekend end, so... Luckily, we didn't lose much. But it's an interesting that random event caused a crash. I guess it could also just be that we have been playing a little bit too long. That had an... You know, that had a... had an effect, maybe? I don't know. Hard to judge. All things considered. Wait, did it save the fact that I built a... No, we have to go forwards one day. Then we get the underfloor sorted. Then we can make the side pod. But yeah, the mentality hub. It says something that we don't have a biggest issue. Yeah, none. Okay, so we don't have a unified biggest issue, I guess, then. Kind of still bad, though. What is your biggest issue? Car staff drivers. Yes, I'm sorry, Mike. I'm sorry, everyone, for the restart breaking your ears. I should have muted before I started it. But yeah, we can, as I mentioned, take a quick look at the real stats of our boy. I just need to get everything back to where it was before the issue. And if we get a random event now that snatches my rear wing, I'm going to be very upset. It did in fact snatch my rear wing and all my building projects. I'm sad now. It is what it is, though. We'll deal with it. But yeah, That is unfortunate. But we'll still take the month though, just so you can see the thing I was talking about. I know the chassis is in low stock, but you see, there's this one tiny little issue. The fact that you just sent me a message, or not you, one of our boys sent me a message yesterday that our facilities need to go on break because of its sign, or because of a fire. So yeah, we can't make another chassis right now. Sorry. I think I might actually be making another chassis right now, so I still haven't gotten rid of that thing. But yeah, you can actually see the real stats here under driver development. So a couple of points of cornering, braking, and 4 adaptability points. Are you joking? So yeah, Dead Minute with last point has actually grown by 7 points. Hauge has grown by 4. I don't like adaptability. I feel like it's such wasted growth. But yeah, this is basically where we can look at the stats, and then we're going to have to compare them. So 81, 80, and 69, I guess. Yeah, a little bit boosted at the very least. It's 40 million, now I have 20 million. I started season with 40 million negative. You can't really do much damn blaster because you need to get back on the positive with the money. That's very... How have you pulled this off? That's very unfortunate. I've been watching live, but I'm still getting through yesterday's stream. Thank you, Mark, for showing up. I do enjoy this game better than 23, Mike, at the moment. Yeah, if you reload your save, like, if you know the date when a random event hits, you can reload your save if you don't like the one you get. So, the events hit basically the same days, for the most part. Basically every time I tested it. And you can just reload until you get the events you want if you really want. So, yeah, it is possible to do that. But yeah, I think that is going to be the end of today. Honestly, a race an hour is probably a tad slow. I'll be perfectly honest, so I might stream tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure. I'll sleep on it and then make a decision when I wake up. I'll be posting on the Discord if I do. I don't know if any... Yeah, I don't really know any other place to announce it. Maybe I'll make a YouTube message thingy. But I hope you've enjoyed. It's been great to have you all here. Yeah, I'm not going to reload either unless we crash. So, that's fair. Yeah, thank you all very much. If there's any questions, I'll try and write the response before I go to bed. But I hope you've all enjoyed. Thank you very much for everything. Supers, memberships, likes, views, comments, positive and negative. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.